I only took a love letter from the class rep, but my school belle wife lost it. She's mad because we died in a crash in our past life. As I blacked out, I begged the paramedics to save my wife first. Only then did she realize she was losing the boy who always took care of her. I was the one who tucked her in and tolerated her tantrums. Once she woke up reborn in sophomore year, she immediately transferred to my school to find me. Judging by her face, she wanted to hug me right then. But she held back, probably unsure if I had also been reborn, or if I was still mad. Standing there dazed, I realized I was actually reborn too. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Classmate Zhang Cheng, time to hand in yesterday's homework." Our class rep, He Chen, stood before me. I handed her my notebook, "Here," but she just stood there, silent. Confused, I asked, "Aren't you collecting homework?" "Oh yes, but Zhang Cheng, this is for you." She shoved a letter at me and rushed off. The guys behind me instantly went crazy. He Qian was our class belle and the perfect student. Nobody expected her to hand out a love letter. Hearing the whispers, I just smiled. "He Qian, a class beauty, no thanks." I shook my head and left the envelope unopened. My wife from my past life was the ultimate school beauty. She was in a totally different league. But if we ever actually reunite, I should probably stay away from her. Just thinking about Tang Zixuan gave me a headache. Suddenly, the school bell rang, followed by clicking high heels. Our homeroom teacher walked in, followed by a girl in a black dress. The teacher said, "Tang Zixuan, just find a seat for now. I'll grab your books from the office." "Thank you, teacher," Tang Zixuan said, bowing politely. As soon as the teacher left, every guy focused on her. She was gorgeous. But why was she here? Why did she transfer early? Unlike their admiring stares, my mind went completely blank. Tang Zixuan slowly turned and looked at me, a faint smirk playing on her lips. I snapped out of my daze. She shouldn't have known me before junior year. Yet, under my gaze, she strolled right over to my desk. "Hello," she said, glancing at me. Smiled at my desk mate. "My eyesight isn't great. Can I sit here?" "No problem." He jumped up instantly, practically tripping over himself. I couldn't play it cool anymore. Glancing at her, I asked coldly, "There are other empty seats. Why do you have to take his?" "Want to know?" Leaning in close, she whispered, "I saw you staring. I thought you liked me. Turns out I like you too, so can I sit here?" Hearing that, I frowned. In my memory, she was never this flirtatious in high school. Silence means yes. "Thanks." Once my desk mate cleared out, she sat right next to me. The teacher handed over her books and started the lesson. Even though I pretended to pay attention, my eyes kept drifting to her. I couldn't figure this out. Once the bell rang, our class monitor, Lin Yi, rushed over to offer a tour. "No thanks, I already know," she said coldly, ignoring him. Lin Yi slunk away, rejected. Suddenly, she turned to me. "Am I really that good looking?" "You watched me all class." I looked out the window. I wasn't. "You're imagining things." "Shh. Then why keep glancing over, Zhang Cheng? Lying is wrong. As your desk mate, I should teach you ethics." "You talk too much." "Go talk to Lin Yi," she pouted angrily. "Him? Please. He's just a little kid. I'm not interested." "If he's a kid, then you're—" I stopped myself before the words slipped out. "We just met, so I shouldn't know her age, let alone that Lin Yi is older." I quickly pivoted. "You look younger than me anyway, and Lin Yi is older than me." "Ooh, look at you, smart guy," she smirked. "You guessed right. I am younger than you. So if you dislike him, why be so warm to me? I'm even younger. You're different." "How am I different?" I asked, surprised. "Do you really want to know?" She leaned in closer, staring right at me. I took a deep breath. I had to admit she was gorgeous, even back in high school. "Then let me tell you a secret, but you must never tell a soul." Her face was right next to my ear. I frowned. I nodded. "Zhang Cheng, actually, I'm your future wife." My eyes widened in shock. Her gaze was steady and completely serious. Normally, I'd never believe her, but I literally just got reborn myself. Suddenly, she giggled. "All right, I'm just kidding. What if I said we died together? Would you believe me? Doesn't matter. Just know one thing." "What?" "I like you." She stood up seriously. Her tone was absolute. "You're like a blank slate right now, so it's fine if you don't know how to respond. I'll guide you." It was obvious she wanted to make her move, but this gave me an idea. Even if she was reborn, I could pretend I wasn't. As long as I reject her, we won't repeat our tragic past. "Tang Zixuan," I said coldly, standing up. "I have no idea what you're saying. But if you keep distracting me from studying, I'll ask for a new desk mate. Are you sure you don't want to sit with me?" Anyone could see my cold tone didn't bother her at all. In fact, she seemed amused. She pursed her lips, looking right at me. She tapped my chest twice. "Another secret, date me, and you won't have to work hard for 20 years. Actually, make that your whole life. I promise." I knew she was telling the truth, but this was just too absurd. I turned away, ignoring her. My silence seemed to annoy her. She put her hands on her hips, pouting like a spoiled kid. "Zhang Cheng, that's really rude to your new desk mate. Even if you don't believe I'm your wife, at least look at me when I confess." After she finished speaking, I ignored her. I didn't want to deal with her. It was obvious she thought she could win me over a second time. Tang Ziswan huffed and went quiet. A few minutes later, the bell rang. She actually left me alone, so I stole a quick glance at her seat. Bad move. Our eyes locked instantly. Seeing me look, Tang Zishuan smirked triumphantly. Classmate Zhang Chen, she said. Caught you sneaking a peek. Luckily, the teacher walked in right then, forcing Tang Zishuan to finally behave herself. From what I could tell, she had no plans of letting me go. I had to be careful. The second class ended, I bolted for the sports field. Suddenly, a hand slapped my back. Damn, Zhang, you're a beast! I turned and saw Bo Yi. We had been friends since we were kids. One of my best friends. What is it? I asked, stopping. Dude, didn't a super cute girl just transfer to our class? Bo Yi asked. She ignores everyone else but is obsessed with you. That's huge. You only think so, I muttered, knowing he meant Tang Zishuan. Do you guys know each other? Bo Yi looked like he had found a gold mine. We don't. I lied. No way was I mentioning reincarnation. But everyone says you two are flirting, he muttered. I froze, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. I was trying so hard to push Tang Zishuan away, yet bystanders thought we were flirting. You've got it wrong, I said, heading to the field. Still, Bo Yi smelled gossip. Even so, how are you immune to a girl like Tang Zishuan? Was instantly super sweet to you. She obviously likes you. Why else would she ignore every other guy? Bo Yi kept rambling beside me. I rolled my eyes. If she's so great, why don't you ask her out? No way, I know my lane. She'd never go for me. I smirked but stayed quiet. Suddenly, a bunch of kids started cheering behind us. Bo Yi whipped around and slapped my shoulder. Look, look. Even if I don't try, other guys will. Look, I turned around. Tang Zishuan was walking with a group of girls. In front of them, our class monitor Lin Yi was scratching his head trying to say something. Other guys were hyping him up while girls gossiped. A sharp pang hit my chest at the sight. Suddenly, Tang Zishuan stood on her tiptoes and waved at me. Zhang Chen, come here a sec. She gave me a playful wink. Keep your distance. Do not get close, I told myself. Yet my legs moved on their own. Didn't you ask what kind of guy I like? Tang Zishuan looked at Lin Yi with a blank face. But when she saw me, she beamed, pointing right at me. I like guys like him. Total silence fell over the crowded schoolyard. Dead silent. Anyone could see this was a brutal rejection for Lin Yi, but to me, this felt incredibly sketchy. What was her angle? Seeing me stand there dazed, Tang Zishuan pouted. It was obvious she didn't care if I pretended not to know her. Judging by her grin, she was planning a husband-making project. No one knew my stubborn personality better than my former wife did. I knew I was too stubborn for my own good, but if she treated me well, I'd melt eventually. Classmate Zhang Chen, she called out. I didn't think you'd actually come. You do care about me. I'm just passing by to watch the drama. I don't care. You heard me. I like your type, Tang Zishuan said loudly, completely ignoring the staring crowd. Just then, a quiet voice squeaked from the crowd. Wait, Tang Zishuan, you like Zhang Chen? Alarm bells rang in my head. Tang Zishuan immediately snapped her head toward the voice. A shy girl stood there, looking over timidly. Shin, you're here too. My eyes lit up the moment I recognized her. I waved. He Qian, my grades in literature have been slipping lately. Do you think you could tutor me? Really? He Qian asked, surprised. From what I knew, she liked me but couldn't be bold like Tang Zishuan. Still, she doubted her own grades were good enough to tutor me. Tang Zishuan's eyes practically shot fire. It was obvious she saw her as a major rival. If I wanted to keep my distance, using He Qian was perfect. Seemed like a solid plan. But before I could think further, Tang Zishuan interrupted. Don't bother, He Qian. I'll tutor him myself. He Qian stared at her in shock. I was completely baffled, too. I never expected Tang Zishuan to say that. Jiang Chen, come with me. Let's talk alone, she said, grabbing my wrist to drag me away. But she couldn't budge me if I didn't want to move. Morning exercises are starting, I said, staying completely frozen. We will talk after they are done. Fine. I'll find you right after exercises, she huffed, turning to leave. I headed to the field. During the drills, Bo Yi crept up right behind me. Dude, I've realized something. You and Tang Zishuan are a terrible match, Bo Yi whispered. I nodded, knowing it all too well, right? Who bickers like this on day one? I actually thought about apologizing to Tang Zishuan. After all, she was my wife in my past life, and I was pretty harsh. But I quickly killed that thought. She never stays mad for more than 3 seconds anyway, especially not at a high schooler. Jiang Chen, I knew you'd wait for me. Tang Zishuan beamed, walking over. I smelled a conspiracy the second she approached. I frowned as she asked, so I heard He Qian gave you a love letter before I arrived this morning, right? Remembering to keep my distance, I played it cool. Yeah, it's on my desk right now. Want to read it? I want to see, but since you left it out, you obviously don't care about her letter. No need to read then. She saw right through me. Why ask then? Just curious why you are getting so close to He Qian when you don't even like her. She sized me up. I knew it. You definitely like me too. You want to make me jealous. In your dreams, I snapped. But judging by her smirk, that was exactly the reaction she wanted. Only one option left then. Tong Zixuan leaned in close, staring. You are avoiding me because you do know me, not because you don't. My brain buzzed. Did she know? Now what? We have never met before. How do you even know me? Plus, I asked our classmates and your grades are ridiculously high. She muttered that my senior year grades were never this good. My heart skipped. If her earlier comments were hints, this was a direct threat. Now she openly suspected I was a time traveler too. Care to explain, Jiang Chen? Fearing I would blow my cover, I quickly looked away. You have it wrong, I mumbled. Then explain why everyone says your grades shot up like you are a different person, Tong Zixuan practically yelled. Tong Zixuan stepped closer. Wait, you think my grades are fake? Exactly, she said slowly. I bet you suddenly remembered doing these exact questions years ago. That is why you improved so fast. She heavily emphasized suddenly remembered. If I was actually a time traveler, she knew I would get her drift. I did not do them. I just studied hard over summer break. Fine, keep denying it, she smirked. I have my ways. Pointing at the school building, she said, I will test you. Solve it, and I drop this. That was exactly the play I was waiting for. Let us go, she said, dragging me toward the school. It was recess, so our classroom was dead empty when we reached my desk. Scribbled a brutal English grammar question on scratch paper. She knew English was my worst subject. Solve this, she challenged. I am watching. Here goes nothing. Without hesitation, I grabbed a pen. Within seconds, the correct answer was on the paper. She stared, looking completely shocked. Do you seriously cram all this? Seeing my perfect answer, she looked stunned. Yeah, I still do not get what you are accusing me of. I played totally dumb, leaving her dazed. Judging by her face, she was wondering if this timeline was different. It was definitely a possibility. Nothing. I am just happy the guy I like is so smart. Is that a crime? She smiled sweetly. Why do you have to like me? I sighed. I rubbed my temples, getting a headache. No reason. I just do, she blurted out. It was obvious she was hiding her real answer from me. After all, I had just proven I was not a time traveler. The real reason she was chasing me again was that car crash. Before blacking out, she heard me scream to save my wife first, even as I was dying. Knowing I loved her more than life, she refused to give up on me now. Right, my husband is only 17 now. No wonder he is so cold. I need a different approach. Teens back then were clueless about actual romance. They wanted high school romance. Coming on this strong just freaks him out. I have to win his 17-year-old heart the old-fashioned way. She had two options: repeat her senior year playbook or get advice from the 17-year-old girls around her. In the end, she chose the latter. After the morning's final bell, she turned around with a sweet smile. Lunch together? I blinked, waving her off. No time. I have to go home. Instead of getting upset, she beamed. Progress! At least you gave me a real excuse. I just rolled my eyes. I packed my desk and walked out. She immediately ran to the back row. Who was she asking for advice? Obviously her old best friend. Xiaohua. Can I eat lunch with you just to chat? She was smart enough not to act too close right away. After all, she was starting from scratch with everyone, not just me. Sure, but how do you know my nickname? Xiaohua asked, looking suspicious. Panicked. Even being careful, she had slipped up, but she quickly spun an excuse. Wait, your name is Lin Xiaohua? I thought it was Xiaohua. They sound identical. Okay, let us eat. Meanwhile, I returned to my old, half-forgotten home. Dad, I am back. I walked in to find a scruffy, middle-aged man smoking in the living room. Son, is this really going to work? My dad looked worried. He was a simple factory worker, but this morning he threw 50,000 yuan into those blinking stock charts. Trust me, Dad, in 6 months you will get it all back plus profit, and I will reinvest that extra cash. Making money is never that easy. People lose everything in there. He waved his hand, clearly not buying into the stock market. Then he sighed. Fine, consider this 50,000 yuan an investment in your future. For a working-class family, that was a massive fortune. Thanks, Dad, I said, nodding. My goal was to rescue us from poverty, but an honest man like my father would never trust stocks easily. Go wash up, let us eat. Sure. After washing my hands, I joined him at the dining table. One meat dish and some veggies, a humble meal. Son, I won't stop you from trading. You kept your promise. Even if we lose, it is a paid lesson. He sighed as he ate, but you must stay grounded. No shortcuts. Keep your feet on the ground, okay? If you go astray, I won't be able to face your mother. I know, Dad, I said, taking a bite of rice. Cemetery was renovated. Next month, I will take you to see her. His voice grew heavy. My mother died giving birth to me due to health complications. The hospital back then could not detect it. I set my chopsticks down and looked at him. Dad, if you could go back, would you do it again? I would never consider that. Why? I paused. With a bitter smile, he said, because if I had a choice, I would never have married her. I went silent for a moment. I understand, Dad. That afternoon, I headed back to school. It was lunch break. Walking toward my classroom, I saw guys from other classes lingering outside the door. She really was the center of attention. Coughed and walked inside. Jiang Chen, you are back. The moment I sat down, Tang Zixuan turned around to greet me. I ignored her and opened my textbook. Sure, I had future stock market data, but to my dad, studying was the only real way out. Even if my actual IQ meant I did not need to study, I did not want to let him down. Only those who have died truly understand. I care too much about the people close to me now. My dad's expectations, keeping my distance from her. It all matters. But staying away isn't entirely up to me. Okay, fine, I messed up, Tang Zixuan whined, leaning her head way too close to mine. I made up all that stuff about rebirth and you being my husband. I shot Tang Zixuan a suspicious look. She was suddenly denying the whole rebirth thing. That's why I'm talking to you, she mumbled, trying to play it cool. Don't be so cold, Tang Zixuan whined, her voice softening. I'm your deskmate, you know. I gave a quiet nod. If I wanted to act like we were total strangers, was the best play. Since it's our first day, Tang Zixuan said, blinking her eyes at me, can I share something I really love with you? What is it? I asked, looking over. Just a song I love, Tang Zixuan said, pulling a phone with wired earbuds out from under her desk. She handed me one of the earbuds. It was an old white Nokia. I gave Tang Zixuan a skeptical look, but I took the earbud and put it in. Jay Chu's voice filled my ear. It was a song I kept on my playlist until my actual car accident. So do you like it? Tang Zixuan asked. I absolutely love it. Tang Zixuan smiled sweetly, but I noticed a flash of mischief in her eyes. It was obvious she knew this was my favorite song. She probably thought we'd start talking more. Instead, I yanked the earbud out, catching her completely off guard. Thanks, it's a good song, I said coldly. I pointed at my textbook, but I have to study. My family isn't rich, you know. I looked down, leaving Tang Zixuan completely frozen and speechless. I did love the song, but I needed a solid excuse to push her away, and she knew my family's financial situation was a very real excuse. But in the future, Tang Zixuan started, likely about to mention my future company before stopping herself. She sighed heavily, realizing I hated the rebirth talk. She slumped off to the back row. But after class, Tang Zixuan reclaimed her seat next to me, resting her chin on her hand and constantly staring. Judging by her intense gaze, she was probably comparing me to her memories. We originally met during a junior year basketball game where she first noticed me. Back then, she bought me a drink when our class ran out of water. That started everything. I snapped out of my thoughts, stood up, and faced her. Need something? Tang Zixuan blinked up at me. Yeah, I said, pointing down. Move your desk. I can't get out of my seat if you're blocking me. She realized school was over. Hey, Zhangchen, want to go play basketball? Tang Zixuan asked, blinking excitedly. Playing basketball. That brought back some old memories. I used to play basketball every single day after school. Going to the courts would keep her from getting suspicious, but I snapped. None of your business. I glared at her, keeping my voice icy cold. Because if you play, I can cheer for you, Tang Zixuan replied, giving me a ridiculously sweet smile. Then she made a finger heart at me. It took serious willpower not to laugh out loud. We might look 17, but we both traveled back in time. Seeing a powerful, ice-cold CEO act like a cute schoolgirl was completely ridiculous. But honestly, it felt familiar. She used to act cute like this all the time. Sorry, I have no idea what that means, I lied, glancing at her hand before walking right past her. Behind me, her friend Lin Xiaohua hurried over. What was that finger thing supposed to mean? Lin Xiaohua asked. I could hear Tang Zixuan's tragic sigh. Nothing. Just another epic fail on my part. It was obvious she wanted to cry. Acting cute was fine, but finger hearts in 2010? Nobody back then had any clue what that meant. Total miscalculation. I headed to the courts and grabbed my best friend, Zhang Fan. As Zhang Fan went to get a basketball, he wouldn't stop nagging me. Finally want to play? Zhang Fan teased. You ignored me all semester. I thought you quit after I destroyed you. Why the sudden change of heart? Busy, I replied, smirking at him. And you think you can beat me? Forgot our one-on-one before school started? 10 shots. They'll beat you by 3. Zhang Fan bragged. How about a rematch today? I laughed, tossing my jacket aside. Let's do it. You can have first possession, Zhang Fan said, throwing me the basketball as we stepped onto the court. Don't say I didn't warn you. Before Zhang Fan even finished speaking, I sank a three-pointer right in his face. He rubbed his eyes, yelling, "No way, that was pure luck. Try driving past me if you actually have the guts," Zhang Fan challenged. In one-on-one, the defender can't cross the line until you start dribbling. Fine by me, I said, grabbing the ball. Zhang Fan locked his eyes on it, but before he could react, I blew right past him for an easy layup. Ball rattled through the net. Are you hacking? Zhang Fan yelled, eyes wide. How are you that fast? I shrugged. You just lost focus. No way, Zhang Fan muttered, looking completely baffled. I was staring right at you. Did I actually space out? Again, I said. This time I dialed back my insane speed. Moving too fast would look completely unnatural, and I didn't want to raise questions. Powered my way through him instead, sinking the ball easily. Zhang Fan threw his hands up in defeat. Okay, I'm done. No more. You've been secretly working out, haven't you? Zhang Fan complained. You look thinner than me, but you're suddenly insanely strong. Yeah, I've been hitting the gym, I lied, offering a quick smile. It was the perfect excuse to explain my sudden physical upgrade. I knew the truth, though. My physical stats had carried over, fully maxed out from before my rebirth. It made me wonder about Tang Zixuan. Since she also traveled back, did Tang Zixuan get some crazy upgrades too? The next morning, I ran into Zhang Fan in the hallway outside class. Zhang Fan was holding a mop. Even though we shared a dorm, he had left early today to handle the classroom's morning cleaning. Hey, old Zhang Fan whispered, waving me over with a mischievous grin. Perfect timing. I need to tell you something. What is it? I asked. Zhang Fan pointed a thumb toward the classroom. It's your deskmate, Tang Zixuan. She looked completely miserable the second she arrived. What's wrong with her? I blurted out, my brow furrowing instantly. Zhang Fan shrugged. How should I know? Go ask her yourself. I only told you because you two seem pretty close. But wow, you really seem to care about others. Zhang Fan smirked and winked at me. I forced my face back to a calm mask. No, I'm just curious. Yeah, keep pretending. You looked so worried a second ago. Think I'm blind? Zhang Fan obviously didn't buy it. I snorted. You really think I need to fake this? I asked back. Zhang Fan thought about it for a second, and it seemed like he realized I actually had a point. Tang Zixuan got everyone's attention the second she transferred, with every guy crushing on her. Yet she openly flirted with me, wearing her feelings on her sleeve. If I actually liked Tang Zixuan, I wouldn't bother hiding it. Since I didn't care, Zhang Fan figured there was no reason for him to care either. By the way, I think I was just careless playing ball yesterday. Today at noon, Zhang Fan started, wanting to talk about yesterday's basketball game. But when Zhang Fan turned, I was already walking into the classroom. Hey, you shouldn't just eat bread for breakfast. You need to drink some milk with it. Once I sat down, Tang Zixuan pulled a carton of premium milk from her desk and handed it to me. Eating dry breakfast was my lifelong habit. And Tang Zixuan obviously knew it too. Being cared for felt warm, but I couldn't show it. I had to keep my distance from her. If things played out like they did before my rebirth, that fatal car crash would happen again. But looking at her face, she seemed pretty down. Just like Zhang Fin said, she clearly had something on her mind. I hesitated, then pushed the milk back. Sorry, but I don't dare drink it. Why not? Are you worried I'll poison you? I could never do that to you. Tang Zixuan pouted, pushing the milk back onto my desk. I looked at her calmly. With that face of yours, poisoning me actually seems possible. Is it really that obvious? Tang Zixuan panicked. I just shrugged, letting her wonder. It is written all over your face. She looked ready to cry. Great. Even you can tell I'm terrified of today's placement test. You're actually scared of a placement test? I almost laughed. Yes, I just transferred yesterday. How was I supposed to know you guys finished monthly exams? And now we have another test. Tang Zixuan slapped her forehead, totally losing it. It was funny seeing her panic over a simple pop quiz. And you claim to be a time traveler, I said dryly. Hey, I told you that was a joke. Besides, who says regressors get perfect scores? Been years. Even if I did travel back, I don't remember high school stuff. In my future, I'm a successful female CEO. I'm constantly busy. My free time goes to my beloved husband. School exams? I forgot all that garbage years ago. She framed it as a hypothetical, but I knew she was telling the truth. Still, it was just a simple placement test. It wasn't even a real monthly exam. I shook my head and ignored her. But if it actually was a real monthly exam, then I'd be totally doomed, she said, dead serious. Why, I asked. Even though I wanted to keep my distance, my curiosity got the best of me. Because I promised my parents good grades when I transferred. If I fail the first major test, they'll drag me back, she explained, sounding desperate. From what I could gather, her English and math were fine since she used them at work. But the other subjects, those were a disaster. In that case, I hope you bomb it, I said, shrugging. If she transferred back because of bad grades, we'd never have to see each other. Keeping my distance would become effortless. You really want me gone that badly? She stared into my eyes, searching for an answer. I shook my head. Not really. I just want a quieter deskmate. Tang Zixuan immediately shot back. I can do that. I can be super quiet. I can be whatever you want. After a moment of silence, I smirked. Fine, stop talking starting right now. Fine. She covered her mouth to stay quiet. The first class was the Chinese placement test, but her mind was clearly somewhere else. She was focused entirely on me. Since it wasn't a monthly exam, she didn't care. She was probably plotting how to win me back. 10 minutes left, our homeroom teacher, whom we called the Wicked Witch, announced blankly. Tang Zixuan stared at her test, looking completely lost. With time running out, she started guessing randomly. I could see her panic. Her head was probably filled with business strategies, not high school classics. She knew how to run companies, not translate ancient poems. The moment she handed in her paper, she turned to face me. Hey, I think I'm going to need your help with the next one. Wait, didn't you say? I raised a finger to my lips. I gave her the shush gesture. She froze, then clenched her skirt under the desk. She looked furious, mostly at herself for promising to stay quiet. Why did she promise she'd be quiet? Huffing, she puffed out her cheeks and pulled out her math textbook to cram before the next test. Math was usually her strength, but high school formulas were fuzzy. To avoid a complete disaster, she was desperately doing some last-minute studying. The placement test only covered 3 subjects. By noon, she looked relieved. Even though she bombed the Chinese part, the others seemed fine. She felt decent about math and English. She turned to look at me, starting to say my name before cutting herself off. She wanted to ask how I did, but remembered her promise to stay quiet and clamped her mouth shut. But her silence didn't stop others. Kishi walked over and asked shyly, "Hey, how do you think you did on the placement test?" Tang Zixuan was dying inside. I could practically hear her screaming, "Husband, my dear classmate, please do not talk to her. She already wrote you a love letter. She's definitely up to something." I just shrugged. "It was fine," I replied casually. Didn't completely ignore Kishi like I'd hoped, but his coldness made me happy. Kishi shyly asked, "Can we compare answers over lunch?" Compare answers? Please, she just wanted a date. I couldn't take it anymore. Glaring at Keishi, I snapped. "Jiang Cheng already promised to eat with me." "I never said that." Jiang Cheng muttered out of nowhere. Talk about instant embarrassment. But seriously, I could not let him eat with that little witch. Don't be fooled by her quiet act. She played innocent to trick tons of guys with her looks. My bestie, Lin Xiaowa, warned me about her. Jiang Cheng had no idea. Blushing, Koshi tried inviting him again, but Jiang Cheng just stood up, waving at Zhang Fan in the back of the room. "Hey, let's eat!" Zhang Fan ran over eagerly. "Dude, you have insane luck with girls this semester." From what I saw as they walked out, Zhang Fan looked back enviously. Keishi and I, one was the class beauty, and the other was the hot new transfer student everyone was drooling over. He was practically dying of envy, especially over me. Students from other classes were literally making separate threads about me on the school forum. Everyone called me the next school beauty, and guys lined up to chase me. But Zhang Fan and our classmates shut them down immediately. Keep dreaming. She was hooked on Zhang Cheng from day one. Meanwhile, in a corner of the cafeteria, my friend called out my name. "Are you seriously doing this?" Lin Jiahua looked at me, then followed my unblinking gaze. Ever since we got our food, I had been staring. I kept staring at Zhang Cheng's table. Duh, of course I like him, I admitted openly, not even trying to hide it. Then why stayed quiet when Keishi wanted to compare answers? She obviously likes him, Lin Jiahua asked, confused. I wanted to speak up, but Zhang Cheng stopped me, I sighed. Lin Xiaohua gasped. Wait, does he like Keishi? Why else would he tell you to shut up? Lin Xiaohua looked totally baffled. To her, Keishi was always chasing Zhang Cheng while he never showed any interest in her. It is not what you think, I said, explaining the whole story. The second I finished, Lin Xiaohua burst out laughing. Hang Zixuan, you are hilarious. What did I do? I asked, still completely clueless. Zhang Cheng saying he likes quiet was obviously a lie to stop you from talking to him. Think about it, if you barely speak, how are you going to chase him? And you actually agreed to it. Lin Jiahua's words hit me, and I finally slapped my thigh. Wow, she was totally right. The mock exam papers were graded super fast. By evening study, the teacher had already compiled all our scores. Zhang used grading as an excuse to turn study hall into a real class. Adjusting her glasses on stage, she announced, "Special shout out to Zhang Cheng. He got first in all 3 subjects again. 149 in Chinese, 150 in math, and 148 in English. Only 3 points off." And the only lost points were standard essay deductions. The class was drooling with envy. "Keep it up," Ms. Zhang said, calling him to get his paper. She patted his shoulder for encouragement. "Thanks, teacher," Zhang Cheng nodded, heading back to his desk with his perfect paper. I sighed. Reborn people are supposed to have an edge, so why are my grades a total mess while Zhang Cheng is doing even better than I remembered? Next, Ms. Zhang called out the rest of the grades for students to collect their papers. "Kishi, great job on your Chinese, but work harder on English." Ms. Zhang nodded at Kishi, then called my name. "Someone wanted to tutor others in Chinese? You should worry about your own score first." As we crossed paths, I snorted at Kishi. She'd used tutoring to get close to him. Right then, Ms. Zhang looked at me, confused. "Tang Zixuan, your math and English are fine, but why is your Chinese only 67? Kishi snickered. My face burned bright red. I literally just mocked my future green tea rival, and now I was the embarrassed one? Kishi whispered, "Tang Zixuan, looks like your Chinese isn't good enough to tutor Zhang Cheng." That green tea witch dared to mock me? I was furious. Since we were in class, I had to hold my tongue. Then Ms. Zhang said, "But Tang Zixuan just transferred. Was your old curriculum different? After all, our class moves a lot faster in Chinese than other subjects." I nodded like a woodpecker. For the first time, I actually found our homeroom teacher sweet. "Then you need to work hard," Ms. Zhang murmured. Suddenly, she looked at Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng, since Tong Zixuan is your deskmate, help her out more on a regular basis. Jiang Cheng's eyes widened. Talk about a major assist from our teacher. Hearing this perfect arrangement, I almost jumped for joy, but I had to remember we were in class, and right in front of Jiang Cheng. Keep it cool, keep it cool. Teacher. Swallowing my excitement, I walked back to my seat. I gave Jiang Cheng a playful wink. Looking back, Keishi's face was twisted with pure rage. Both evening classes were spent going over papers. Jiang was super experienced. The moment the final bell rang, she finished the last question and dismissed class. Jiang Cheng, I'll be in your care from now on. Turning around, I grinned happily at him. Jiang Cheng rolled his eyes, obviously knowing I'd used the teacher's order as an excuse. We only talk about studying. Nothing else, he said calmly. Fine by me. Actually, Jiang Cheng, I don't get what this poem means. Can you explain it? Slid my paper over, pointing at a line. Jiang Cheng looked down and was instantly speechless. The line read, "A graceful girl is a fit mate for a gentleman. Tomorrow," he sighed. "School is over." Jiang Chen thought about it, pushed my textbook back, and just walked away. From what I could tell based on the mock exam, since I was reborn, I clearly didn't get any cheat codes, especially not in the brain department. Once Jiang Chen left, Xiahua gave me a thumbs up. She said, "You are amazing, Zixuan. How did you pull that off?" I smiled smugly and replied, "Hey, I had no choice. It was the teacher's idea." But Kei Qian strutted over, sneering that Jiang Chen didn't actually like me, especially with my trash grades. She claimed I would never understand him. Kei Qian spun on her heel and walked off, leaving me zero chance to clap back. Like I cared. Why is she in my business? I rolled my eyes. Not understand? Please. There's not a single inch of his body I do not know. I packed my things. "Xiahua, let's head back to the dorm." Lin Xiahua nodded. She hesitated, then told me that while tutoring with Jiang Chen was great, my Chinese grades were trash. I sighed, knowing she was totally right. Just thinking about it gave me a massive headache. With my awful mock exam scores, my parents would absolutely drag me back to my old school. Raising a 67 to a passing grade in 1 month felt impossible. And of course, the universe decided to serve me exactly what I feared most. That night, my mom called. Our homeroom teacher had already leaked my mock exam scores to my parents, and my dear mother was absolutely furious. She warned me that if my monthly exam grades did not improve, I was going back to our hometown. I knew their drill. The next morning, I slumped on my desk, my head spinning from the stress. Suddenly, I sneezed. I grabbed a tissue and quickly blew my nose. Stood up to throw the tissue away, but my legs felt like jelly. Talk about bad luck coming all at once. My mom was breathing down my neck about the exam, and now my body was giving up on me. I dragged myself to the trash can. As I headed back to my seat, I froze, overhearing some guys whispering, "Look at her, even her sneeze is so cute." Seriously, if she hadn't fallen for Jiang Chen on day 1, I would have confessed by now. She is so pretty and cute. I have zero resistance. The others scoffed. "Please, you just know you can't compete with Jiang Chen." The 2 boys glanced at me, whispering. Their whispering made my blood boil. Cute? A sneeze is cute? Seriously, if I could... I wanted to choke them and wish their entire families a lifetime of endless sneezing. Suddenly, someone tapped me. "Zixuan, do you have a cold?" I turned around. It was Lin Xiaowa. "Yes, Xiaowa, I think I caught something," I groaned. "Do you have any tissues? I am running out." I turned around to face her, but the second I did, another loud sneeze hit me. "Hold on, let me grab you some," Lin Xiaowa said, quickly pulling a pack from her bag. I sighed with relief. "Thanks, besties are the absolute best, unlike those tasteless boys." She blinked. "You think of me as your bestie?" She looked surprised. We had only met yesterday, after all. Realizing I misspoke, I quickly tried to smooth it over. "I just think you are amazing, so I want us to be close." She smiled warmly. "Thank you, I really like you too." Then she asked what the boys did. I spilled the gossip, and she immediately covered her mouth to hide her laughter. "At least they were complimenting you," she teased. I snorted. "Who compliments a sneeze? Whatever, forget it." I cannot let Jiang Chen see me looking like a zombie. It would ruin everything. I slapped my cheeks to wake myself up. Right now, my future husband has zero opinion of me. It is a blank canvas. If I mess this up, I am doomed. First impressions are impossible to erase. Lin Xiaohua teased, "What if Jiang Chen was the one calling your sneezes cute?" I did not even hesitate. Why would I be mad? I would literally play along and act even cuter. My response made Xiaohua crack up so hard she almost cried. But our fun was cut short by a sharp voice. "Stop disturbing the class, or I will have you move to the back," a voice snapped. I whipped around. "Who asked you?" I glared at the girl lecturing me. It was morning reading for Chinese, so of course our class representative, Ke Qian, was power tripping. "I am the class representative, so it is my job." Ke Qian smirked. The green tea energy was radiating off her. I forgot how fake she was back in high school. Ziawa stepped in, trying to defend me, promising we would stay quiet. Do not apologize, Xiahua. She is just trying to find an excuse to separate me from Jiang Chen. Posed her little plan instantly. So what if I am? I have the rules on my side, she sneered. Stood up, letting my inner boss lady energy take over. Even at 17, my presence is intense, but a massive sneeze ruined my vibe. Qiqian laughed at me. I grabbed another tissue and glared. Do not get too comfortable, Qiqian. Before we could keep going, a freezing cold voice cut through our argument. If you are going to fight, do it somewhere else. I turned around. Jiang Chen was standing there. Qiqian immediately gasped, apologizing to him with her fake, sweet voice. She asked why he was late in her signature good girl act. Even Jiawa rolled her eyes at how fake she was being. Jiang Chen gave her a freezing look. If you are done, get out of my way so I can sit down. Ahau and Keishi nodded and left. I slid over to Jiang Chen with a smug grin. Hey, you made Keishi leave. And not me? Does that mean you like me better? In your dreams, Jiang Chen muttered, calmly sitting down. Come on, there has to be a reason. It was obvious he was just acting tough. But he glared at me like I was an idiot. I wanted you gone too. But your seat is right here. And by the way, when I told people to shut up, that included you, Jiang Chen added coldly. I wasn't making a scene, I have a cold at chew. See, I whined, grabbing a tissue. I gave Jiang Chen a pitiful look. Back then, whenever I got sick, he would always take such sweet care of me and keep me company. But he has zero memory of me now. What was I even hoping for? Honestly, when you're down, every single memory just feels depressing. I sighed and collapsed onto my desk, trying to stop my head from spinning. But right then, something happened. A hand appeared right in front of me. I looked up, only to see Jiang Chen giving me a totally casual glance. If you are sick, take medicine instead of pick fights, he said flatly. He pulled his hand back, leaving a packet of 99 cold medicine. My heart leaped. That familiar green packaging was the exact medicine I always took. Jiang Chen, I gasped. I know why you got to class late today. I sat up straight, pointing at him. You saw me sneezing and ran to the clinic, didn't you? Right? It is so obvious who you like. Jiang Chen silently looked back at his book, but I was absolutely sure it had to be. Otherwise, why would you randomly bring me medicine? You care about me. I happily got up, grabbed some hot water, and took the medicine. Seeing his silent, icy attitude, I teased him with a grin. Jiang Chen, if you like me, just say it. If you want to ask me out, I won't say no. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. Honestly, everyone in class knew who was actually chasing whom here. But I was actually right. From what I could tell, he really did get those meds after seeing me sneeze, even if he wouldn't admit it. Judging by his coldness, he seemed afraid of a tragic end, wanting to keep his distance. By the way, to avoid any misunderstanding, he suddenly said, I think I need to explain, Jiang Chen told me as the bell rang. Wait, explain what? I asked, totally confused. Before I could process that, Jiang Chen pointed at Zhang Fan, who just walked in. That medicine wasn't for you. It was actually for him. So after class, you should probably go get him another pack. I looked up. Zhang slumped back to his desk, muttering, Shoot, today sucked. My homework wasn't turned in, the teacher caught me, and now I have a cold. Achoo. Honestly, feeling sick was the absolute worst. My head spun all day. If Jiang Chen weren't my desk mate, I would have skipped class and gone to bed. I remembered my old school days, when I'd skip whenever I got the chance. During evening study, I rested my chin on my hand, staring at Jiang Chen. Look at that face. Those deep, intense eyes. I could never get tired of looking at him. Before I was reborn, I was always so busy with company work. Back then, I wanted to cling to him every day. Maybe being reborn is a blessing. No company stress, and Jiang Chen is right by my side. The only downside is, he doesn't remember me. Getting back together means chasing him all over again. But honestly, I do not mind one bit. In fact, I am kind of excited to try. Hey, Jiang Chen, remember what our teacher said yesterday? I whispered, leaning in close to him. What? He asked. Teacher said my grades are terrible and told you to help me, I said, opening my textbook. So classmate Jiang Chen tutor me from now on. No, he said, shaking his head. Why? The teacher literally ordered it. Besides, aren't classmates supposed to help each other? I whined. Jiang Chen sighed. Most of your lost points are because you don't memorize the texts. Instead of a tutor, just study harder yourself. I was speechless. His critique hit way too close to home. If you don't want to fail the exams, then shut up and study. I don't want to talk. Jiang Chen added coldly. I pouted, totally defeated. But I still grabbed my book. Flirting was my main mission, but if I failed the exams, I'd be sent back to my old hometown school. But the tiny print was so boring. After a few minutes, I yawned and collapsed onto my desk. I just couldn't focus. Or maybe it was the cold. Either way, I fell fast asleep during study hall and started dreaming of a trip with Jiang Chen. Let me drive. I have been so busy with work, we haven't hung out in forever. So hand over the wheel and just admire your wife. That started our playful bickering over who got to drive. I loved that feeling so much. Even a silly fight about driving felt incredibly romantic as long as I was with him. After a bit of play fighting, he finally gave in and let me drive. But right after that came the horrifying crash. The ambulance arrived. Lying in a pool of blood, I screamed to save him, but no sound came out. I woke up, gasping for air. Luckily, there was no bloody crash scene, just our quiet, peaceful school classroom. In front of me, Kishi stomped her foot and stormed off. Is she crazy? I muttered, rubbing my eyes as Lin Xiaohua patted my shoulder. Well, you slept like a baby, Tang. Wait, what did I do? I asked, completely confused. Do you have any idea what just happened? Lin Xiaohua giggled. What? I blinked, totally lost. Qi Shi just tried asking Jiang Qing out, and he totally shut her down. No wonder he looked so pissed, but why is he taking it out on me? I was totally lost. Apparently, Kishi tried to confess with a love letter, but one move from Jiang Cheng sent her running off in a total rage. What did he do? I asked, totally curious. Lin Xiaohua leaned in, looking all mysterious. Feel your shoulder, she whispered. My shoulder? I pulled off the fabric. It was Jiang Cheng's jacket, the exact one he was wearing today. Lin's, we know who he likes. No way he'd date Cake she's so fake. Honestly, I am totally on your side, Zixuan. I've got your back, Lin Xiaohua added, clearly living for the drama. At least you are way more real than she is. Thanks, I said, looking around. I should probably return his jacket. Lin Xiaohua stared at me like I was a total idiot. Did you sleep your brains out? She scoffed. It's Friday, everyone is packing up to go home. Then she started muttering under her breath. Such a waste, she muttered. He cares so much. If you confessed while returning it, you'd lock him down. Too bad he's already heading home. No way. Not a waste at all. My eyes lit up. Lin Xiaohua had just given me the perfect excuse. I could use the jacket to get close to him. So what if he went home? I knew the way to his place better than my own house. I'm back, Jiang Cheng said. He saw his dad sitting there, chain smoking. From what I could tell, his dad looked totally crushed by worry. But the moment Jiang Cheng walked in, his dad wiped his face clean. Oh, you're home. Come on, let's get some dinner. Dad hurried to the kitchen and brought out a steaming pot of noodles. Jiang Cheng nodded, grabbing bowls to scoop some for both of them. Dad picked up his chopsticks, then set them down with a heavy sigh. Son, I'm sorry. Jiang Cheng frowned. Dad, why say that? You're my dad. Jiang Cheng smiled warmly. From what I could tell, that clean smile only made his father feel 10 times more guilty. Your teacher called about your mock exams. I wanted to reward you, but things at the factory are tight. His dad looked consumed by guilt. Dad felt awful facing his brilliant son, but Jiang Cheng knew the timing. It was obvious he realized exactly what was bothering his father. Do you trust me? Jiang Cheng asked. His dad looked confused. Jiang Cheng continued seriously. Dad, staff shakeups at work are totally normal. How did you know? His dad gasped. Jiang Cheng just smiled. I guessed. Anyone could see you've been stressing over work lately. Rumor is there are massive layoffs coming. His dad sighed heavily. I'm just terrified my name is on that list. With his mom gone, his dad carried all the financial weight. Look on the bright side, Dad. You're a veteran. Why not a promotion? Dad froze, then let out a weak laugh. Wow, son, I never expected you to be the one comforting me. Let's eat before it gets cold, his dad said. Jiang Cheng nodded, immediately digging into his bowl. That was all Jiang Cheng could say. From what I could tell, he knew his dad would get promoted, but his dad was too panicky to see it. Dad was terrified of losing his job. He carried that entire home. It was obvious that if he broke, their whole world would crash. Saturday morning brought a cold drizzle. His dad left for overtime, leaving Jiang Cheng alone in his room, killing time with a book. Right around noon, a sudden knock rattled the door. Jiang Cheng opened it to find a familiar face. Hey, Jiang Cheng. Stood there in a white tee and tight jeans. Judging by his quick glance, my outfit definitely caught his eye. Wearing his thin jacket, I gave him a sweet smile. Thanks for the jacket. I didn't realize you cared so much last night. You didn't bring an umbrella, he asked, noticing my hands were totally empty after I handed him his jacket. The rain was starting to pour. Yeah, I replied. I was just complaining about how fast the weather turned on my way up here. Maybe I'm just cursed today. But don't worry, I kept your jacket completely dry, I promised quickly. Felt the fabric, bone dry. But looking at my damp hair, he probably thought I was an idiot for protecting his jacket over myself. Get inside, he muttered, stepping back. I quickly followed him in. Coming. What are you doing? I asked, following him. The place felt incredibly old, but I still remembered every single corner of it. Dry off, he said, handing me a warm, damp towel. Oh, awesome. Thanks, Jiang Cheng. I flashed him a grateful smile, but then he slapped an umbrella down in front of me. You can leave now. I blinked, totally stunned. If you only came to return the jacket, you can go, he said, his face completely blank. I pouted. What, you won't even let me hang out for a bit? Judging by his expression, he wanted to roll his eyes. My dad isn't home, it doesn't look right. Plus, I'm busy, he said flatly. I just shrugged. Who cares about that? If I'm fine with it, why are you scared? Just relax. Do your thing, I won't bother you. I'll be super good. Since I said that, he couldn't exactly throw me out. Suddenly, he looked at me suspiciously. Wait, how did you even know where I live? I asked around. We have tons of classmates. But don't ask who told me. I actually have some principals. Jixwan already had her excuse ready, claiming she was studying. I didn't plan on giving her any attention. I had to keep my distance. No contact, period. I had to keep my rebirth a secret. Too much hanging out and she'd catch on. Sure, study then, I said. She followed me into my room, completely shameless. As I reached into my bag for my textbooks, I hesitated. Sure, my past grades were decent, but no teen studies this much. If I wanted to play the part of a normal high schooler, acting obsessed with textbooks felt fake, so I pivoted. I grabbed an old magazine my dad brought from the factory. The cover was totally worn out. I sat down, opened it, and tried to ignore her. I ignored Zixwan. But after a brief silence, she leaned in, her eyes wide as she stared at me with drama queen energy. Hey, Zhangchen, look at this, she said. I shrugged. Just killing time. It doesn't hurt to learn about new things. Zixwan pointed at the cover with a bizarre look on her face. Okay, but why do you need to know about this? Do you have issues down there? Something felt off. I snapped the magazine shut and looked at the cover. Staring back at me in huge letters was, Caring for Men's Health, Expert Guide. Seriously, Jiang Chen, she teased, why are you reading this? Do you actually have a problem? She was clearly struggling to hold back her laughter. From what I could tell, she found it hilarious seeing her future husband reading this stuff at our age. Just an ad, I said, rolling my eyes. How dare she question my manhood? Honestly, besides me, she was the only one who knew I was perfectly fine. Still, I saw a chance to push her away. If you think I'm broken, you're free to leave. No way, she laughed. I'm not going home, since I'm already here, as my host. Aren't you going to ask me to stay? She slid right next to me, sharing the magazine. The sweet scent of her perfume instantly filled the air. I tried to keep my cool. Being alone in a room with her was dangerous. The scary part wasn't some accident happening. It was knowing that if it did, she would probably just shrug it off. If we had just traveled back in time without the horrific car crash and facing death, I wouldn't mind reliving our sweet high school romance. But our rebirth came with a heavy cost. Suddenly, I felt a weight rest on my shoulder. What do you think you're doing? I snapped, pulling away. She had leaned her head right on my shoulder. My eyes are bad, she pouted. I have to get close to read. Problem? She smiled playfully. Yes, problem, I replied. Cold, direct, zero hesitation. You want to read it, take it. I shoved the magazine into her lap. From what I could see, she wasn't happy about that. I knew she didn't care about the articles. She just wanted to look at me. But then, she noticed the horoscope and gossip section in the back. Judging by the spark in her eyes, she had just gotten an idea. Hey, Zhang Chen, let me ask you something. What? I frowned. What was her game now? Come on, I won't bite, she giggled. Why are you sitting so far away? Hurry, come look at this. She waved me over impatiently. What is it now? I muttered, leaning in. I leaned closer. You were reading this page earlier, right? She asked. Yeah, sure, I mumbled, barely paying attention. Truth was, I was just trying to figure out how to get her to leave. Want to try? She asked. I'm an expert. An expert in what? Totally lost. You know, horoscopes and compatibility, she explained, waving her hands. Basically fortune-telling. I'm basically a psychic, she bragged, acting like some wise master. It was obvious that the magazine page had given her a sudden burst of inspiration. She probably figured she needed a teenage angle to break my walls. Back in high school, everyone was obsessed with horoscopes and personality tests. Even if we knew it was fake, we still got secretly excited when our signs matched our crushes. You actually know this stuff? I asked, skeptical. I didn't remember her ever having this skill. Skeptic, she laughed, grabbing my hand and pulling it into her warm palms. Let me read your palm. Her hands were so warm, that familiar comforting feeling flooded back. It was clear she was savoring the moment too, marking our first real physical contact. Our first touch since traveling back. You call this fortune-telling? I stared at her, completely deadpan. Her grasp gave her away immediately. What psychic strokes someone's hand like a puppy? I looked up at her face. She had this total dazed, lovesick look, practically drooling over me. Duh, real psychics do this all the time. Seeing my reaction, she clearly panicked for a second. But she likely assumed a regular high school kid was easy to fool. I need deep physical contact to read your energy, she said deadpan. I let out a dry laugh. All right, so what do you see? Well, I sensed that your past luck with girls was pretty terrible, she said. Fine by me, I shrugged. Hey, don't write yourself off yet, she protested. I said past luck. Not now. She traced silly patterns on my palm with her finger, acting all mysterious. According to my calculations, your romantic luck is spiking right now. Oh yeah, how so? Her deadpan face almost broke my composure, but I managed to keep a straight face. Think about it, she urged. Have you recently met a new girl? Because your line says she's your absolute destiny. She laid it on thick, sounding completely full of it. I knew exactly where she was going with this. I looked at her, entirely unimpressed. Let me guess. You're going to say that girl is you? Bingo! She snapped, her fingers grinning. No wonder you're number one in our class. She leaned closer, her voice dropping to a soft whisper. See, even fate wants us together. And since I'm pursuing you, just give in already. I rolled my eyes. I wanted to reject Tong Swan and keep my distance, but seeing her love me even after rebirth, I just could not do it. Front door clicked open. My dad, Zhang Xinhua, was finally home. Our old apartment is tiny, so the living room connects right to the entrance. Tang Zixuan and I saw my dad the second he walked in. Naturally, my dad saw us too. Tang Zixuan stood up, greeting him politely. I could tell Dad was shocked I had a girl over after his shift. From what I could tell, Dad was shocked I had a girl over. Hello, Uncle, I am his classmate and also his. Tang Zixuan said. Desk mate, I am Tang Zixi, she introduced herself confidently. My dad nodded, acknowledging her. But his brow furrowed. High school romance is a touchy subject, especially since my grades had just finally started improving. Dad did not jump to conclusions. Instead, he decided to feel things out. Are you here to see Jiang Chen for something? He asked. Yes, uncle. I am here to return his jacket, Tang Zixuan said happily. I fell asleep in class on Friday night. So he put his jacket over me. Hearing that, my dad frowned even harder. This was getting way too cozy. No way was that just a friendly gesture. It was obvious Tang Zixuan knew exactly what my dad was thinking, though. Don't worry, uncle, Tang Zixuan quickly added. Our teacher asked him to tutor me in Chinese. At school, we only talk about studying. Hearing it was the teacher's idea, my dad instantly relaxed. Parents always fall for that one. It is almost lunchtime. Want to stay? My dad offered, sounding much more relaxed. Tang Zixuan quickly shook her head. I only stayed because of the rain, but it looks like it stopped. I should head out, Tang Zixuan said, glancing outside. The rain had cleared up. All right, go walk your classmate out, my dad told me, nodding toward the door. I walked Tang Zixuan downstairs. She winked at me. So did my little explanation save you from getting grounded? She teased. There is nothing to misunderstand, I muttered, annoyed. How can you say that? She pouted. Even if I am the one chasing you. Our palm readings do not lie. You have to believe in fate, Jiang Chen. Tang Zixuan was always so dramatic. You need to cherish your destiny. See you, she called out. I just turned around and walked away. She giggled and ran off. But as I stepped back into the stairwell, I could not help but glance back at her. Seeing her walk away left me feeling incredibly conflicted. I knew she still loved me in this life, but I had to keep my distance to prevent the tragedy. Constant tug-of-war was tearing me apart. Back inside, my dad put some braised beef on my plate to celebrate my mock exam scores. Dad smiled, but I just stared at my food without touching my chopsticks. What is on your mind, son? He asked, looking concerned. I hesitated, then finally looked up. Dad, can I ask you something? Sure, shoot, he nodded. You once said if you could go back in time, you would not have married Mom. If you knew the risks, why not just avoid having me? I was trying to figure out my own mess with Tang Zixuan. Dad chuckled softly. If I got a do-over, we could try to avoid it, Dad said. But even the smallest risk can still end in tragedy. Paused, his expression turning solemn. Honestly, I would just stay in the shadows, watching over her to make sure she is safe and happy, even if she hated me for it. But I do not have that chance. I am sorry, Dad, I whispered, feeling terrible for bringing it up. It is fine, Dad waved off. Just come visit your mother with me. Monday morning, I walked into class only to hear Tang Zixuan screaming my name. Classical Chinese is impossible. I cannot memorize this, she groaned, completely losing her mind over her homework. Tang Zixuan could handle corporate contracts, but ancient text was her kryptonite. Failing the next exam meant she would get sent back to her old school. You have to do the work yourself, Zixuan. Nobody can memorize it for you. Kishi, our class rep, interrupted, looking down on her. Who asked you? Tang Zixuan pouted. I am asking Jiang Chen for help, not you. I am the class rep, so yes, I can, Kishi snapped. Why don't you write the text 5 times to help you learn? 5 times? No way, Tang Zixuan scoffed. I am just giving you friendly advice, Kishi sneered back. Tension was thick. I stepped in, giving Kishi a cold look. The teacher asked me to tutor her, not you. She froze. Meanwhile, Tang Zixuan looked like she was about to explode with joy. I guess she saw it as me defending her. I remembered my dad's words. Sometimes the best way to protect someone is to just stand by their side and keep them safe. Ensure nobody hurts her. That is what I am doing now, even if she does not fully understand it yet. Qi Shi hid her red face behind her textbook. Tang Zixuan looked like she just won the lottery, grinning from ear to ear. Were you standing up for me just now? She whispered, leaning in close once she sat back down. Shot her a look. I was just stating facts. But she just smirked, clearly not buying my tough guy act. Right, just facts. Totally protective boyfriend vibes, I get it. Rolling my eyes, I just grabbed her textbook to start studying. It was that classical Chinese from last week. Zhang Chen pointed. Ugh, why are we looking at this? I groaned. Zhang Chen spoke slowly. 5 times isn't enough. Copy it 10 times, I wanted to cry. 10 times? For real? That's insane, Zhang Chen. Isn't that way too much? I stared at him, pleading with my eyes. I whined, basically begging. I knew he couldn't resist my baby talk, but judging by his smirk, he saw right through me. Don't copy it then. I'll tell Teacher Jiang you refuse tutoring and get you a new seat. Hearing that threat, I panicked. I'll copy. I'll do it right now. Forget 10 times, I'll do 20. Honestly, classical Chinese is just so beautiful and poetic. After first period, it was time for morning exercises. Zhang Fan came to grab Zhang Chen. I stood up. Hey, Zhang Fan. Sports rep, right? Yeah, why? From what I could tell, his mouth answered me, but his eyes were glued to Zhang Chen. Can I stay inside during exercises? I needed that time to finish copying. Zhang Fan sneaked a glance at Zhang Chen, pressing him. You're the sports rep. If you say yes, I'm allowed to stay. He looked hesitant. Well, technically, so is that a yes? Zhang Fan turned to Zhang Chen. It was obvious he wanted Zhang Chen's approval. Zhang Chen was deadpan. Exercises are for health. Why stay in the classroom? Zhang Fan shrugged. Sorry, guess you can't. I pouted and sighed. If it had been just Zhang Fan, I would have pushed back. But Zhang Chen said no, so I had to listen. Lunch break became my only hope. While everyone headed to the cafeteria, stayed behind, writing like mad. Suddenly, Lin Xihua peered over. Not eating, Zixuan? Are you copying that text? Yeah, this is on the monthly exam, I sighed, getting a headache. Wow, you're actually studying? She asked. Lin Xihua looked skeptical. She already knew my lazy vibe from living in the dorms together. She used to binge dramas in secret, but on my first day I joined her and recommended 10 more shows. Supposed to be the slacker. I slumped. I have to. Jing Chen made me. She got a thoughtful look. She leaned in close. Hey, did you ever tell Jiang Chen that failing means you'll have to transfer? I nodded, sighing. Yeah, I did, but he said he couldn't wait for me to fail so I'd stop bothering him. Just giggled. I puffed my cheeks. Are you really my bestie? Laughing at my tragic rejection? No, wait. She waved her hands, grinning. I'm laughing because I'm happy for you. Happy for me? I frowned. I rolled my eyes. You're totally mocking me. She turned serious. I'm not. Think about it. What if he was just hiding his real feelings? Why would he want you gone? I blinked. But he hates me. I argued. He literally told me to shut up once. She shrugged. Words are cheap. Actions speak louder. Actions are what count. What actions? I asked, totally lost. She tapped my textbook. He's forcing you to study so you don't fail and leave. If he wanted you gone, why would he care about your grades? I froze. That actually made sense. Why didn't I see that? Thanks, Xiaohua. I'm suddenly super motivated to copy this. I took a deep breath and started writing. But a few seconds later, I looked up at her again. Hey, can you grab me takeout? I need to crush this task for Zhang Chen. Thanks. Later, I heard Zhang Fan tease Zhang Chen in the cafeteria about our tutoring, then begged him for a huge favor. Apparently, Zhang Fan leaned in close. Zhang Chen glanced at him. What? Next week's basketball game. We're short on players. Zhang Fan pleaded, worried the teacher would fire him if he couldn't find 5 starters. Zhang Chen looked confused. I thought tons of guys played last semester, Zhang Chen noted. This time is different, Zhang Fan argued, counting on his fingers. Exams are at the end of the month, and basketball is the week before. We're a top school, so everyone's studying. So nobody's signing up. Plus, 2 days after exams, we have the track and field meet. Gym teacher put me in charge of basketball, and Zhang Hao got track. But by then, exams are over. So everyone will sign up with him. Zhang Fan stopped, looking completely stressed out. If my list is empty and his is full, I'll look like a joke. That's why I need you. You crushed me in one-on-one the other day. You dominate. Plus, your grades are amazing. So I don't have to worry about your studying. Zhang Fan winked. Fine, sign me up, Zhang Chen agreed. Zhang Fan gave Zhang Chen a massive bear hug and patted his shoulder. Get off me, gross, Zhang Chen grumbled, rolling his eyes. He scanned the cafeteria. Now let me ask you something. Zhang Fan wiped away dramatic tears. Seriously, ask me anything. My whole reputation as sports rep is in your hands now. I asked if he'd seen Tong Zixuan since we arrived. He looked around the cafeteria and shrugged. Actually, I don't think so. Maybe she ate off campus, Zhang Fan said. Sure, maybe. But I knew she didn't do that, especially with her weird obsession with clinging to me. If I was eating here, she'd definitely show up. Since she wasn't, she probably hadn't even left the classroom. Was she skipping lunch to copy those lines? I frowned, muttering to myself. Suddenly, Zhang Fan leaned in with a smirk. Man, why do you care so much? Is there some gossip here? No, I replied flatly. Then why do you care if she ate? Fine, I talk too much. Zhang Fan cut himself off the second I glared at him. Zhang Fan wisely shut up since he needed my help. I handed him my meal card. Pack a lunch to go for me. still hungry, or is that for Tong Zixuan? Zhang Fan's gossip radar was going wild. It's for her, I said. I didn't dodge the topic. He smirked. Ha! I knew you couldn't reject a girl like her. So what's your deal now? Zhang Fan grinned like he'd solved a mystery. I just took a sip of soup. We're classmates. She skipped lunch because of my assignment. So bringing her food is only fair. Assignment? What kind of assignment? Something dirty? Zhang Fan had a totally filthy look on his face. Get lost, I muttered, rolling my eyes. The teacher made me tutor her, so I ordered her to copy last week's text 10 times. Back in the classroom, I looked at her desk. Tang Zixuan slammed her pen down and stretched like a lazy cat. Finally done. Been writing since the bell rang? I sat down and asked casually. Yeah, 10 whole times. Check it. I finished. Tang Zixuan pushed her notebook toward me. I glanced down at the pages. I almost snorted. You actually wrote this? Yeah, your handwriting looks like it's literally dancing. Can't help it, she said, pouting defensively. But my signature looks pretty good, right? It's okay, I said, nodding. I knew why her handwriting sucked. In the future, everyone just types. Nobody writes by hand. But she could sign her name well, mostly because she'd eventually signed tons of business contracts daily. Her stomach rumbled loudly. She rested her chin on her desk, staring at the door. She looked miserable, probably wondering where her friend was. From what I could tell, she was too starving to even try flirting with me. The smell of food wafted over. She looked up excitedly, but instead of her friend, she saw Zhang Fan holding a takeout box. She looked disappointed, but Zhang Fan stopped right at her desk and set the food down. Hey, Tang Zixuan, here's your lunch. For me? She stared at him, looking completely baffled. He was my best friend. Why would he buy her food? Don't get the wrong idea, Zhang Fan said quickly. That guy made me get it. He pointed right at me to clear his name. Jiang Cheng got this for me? Her eyes lit up. My job is done, ask him, Zhang Fan said, turning on his heel and bolting. Turned to me with a smug smile. You're so good to me having your friend bring me food. I made you copy the text. Since you skipped the cafeteria, I got you some food. I already had my excuse ready. I held out my hand. Pay me back. $10. Her eyes widened. We don't have that kind of relationship. Desk mates. Did you think I was treating you? I knew my words sounded cold, almost harsh. Fine, as long as it's from you. She dropped $10 in my hand, brushing her fingers against mine. You look like someone I used to know. Next time, ask someone else. I hate doing this. I threw cold water on her. I had to keep my distance. Unless you had seen her covered in blood, you wouldn't understand my guilt. Pure helplessness of watching her die in my arms. But your food smells better. She opened the container. You got my absolute favorite dish. Is this fate or what? She took a bite, looking pleased. Zhang Fan bought it, I reminded her. Oh, right. She stuck her tongue out. In reality, I had told him exactly what to buy. Soon her friend Lin Xiaowa walked back into the classroom with a lunchbox. Lin Xiaowa froze when she saw Tang Zixuan stuffing her face. She hesitated and hid her takeout container. Instead, she sat down and tapped Tang Zixuan on the shoulder. Tang Zixuan turned around. You already got food? Yeah, sort of. Didn't you ask me to buy you lunch? Why do you have another? Let me tell you. Zhang Cheng got it for me. She quietly pointed in my direction. Bought it? Lin Xiaowa looked shocked. Crazy, right? I didn't expect it either, Tang Zixuan squealed. But I thought he was super cold to you. You literally said he acts totally immune to girls. Why the sudden change? Lin Xiaowa looked completely baffled. Who knows? I guessed he just felt bad making me copy those essays 10 times. But my bestie Xiahua was skeptical. No way. If he doesn't like you, then why would he care? Xiahua asked, looking totally baffled. Do you think maybe Zhang Chen actually likes you? But he just won't say it? I scoffed. Not a chance. I actually have self-awareness. Sure, he got me food, but he is still ice cold to me. Xiahua looked skeptical. Really? He bought a girl lunch. And he is still acting cold? That makes zero sense. Watch this, I said, turning to tap Zhang Chen on the shoulder. Hey, Zhang Chen. Want to grab dinner tonight? Not interested. Zhang Chen snapped before firing another shot. Next time, wipe your mouth before you speak. I grabbed a tissue, wiped off the grease, and shrugged at Xiahua behind me. Xiahua nodded, looking thoughtful. It seemed I was right. Honestly, Zhang Chen's attitude towards me had me totally baffled, too. Was Zhang Chen seriously this immune to girls during sophomore year? I had been throwing myself at him, but he barely even blinked. If I did not know I would eventually win him over senior year, I would think he played for the other team. Back in our dorm, I vented to Xiaowa. Zhang Chen was a sophomore, and so was Yawa. I figured a classmate would understand him way better than I could. Girl, I think you have a major misunderstanding about what active means. Hearing my doubts, Xiaowa shook her head with a sigh. Wait, am I not being bold enough? I asked. Bold? She cried. That is not bold. That is straight up terrifying. Yawa rolled her eyes. You confessed on day one and then stalked his address to show up at his house. What girl does that? Because I like him. Is that really so wrong? I protested. Duh, of course it is, Xiahua shot back. Fell for Zhang Chen at first sight, but he did not fall for you, Xiahua lectured. Girls need to play it cool. Be reserved, drop subtle hints so he feels the vibe, but I had absolutely no idea how to pull that off. We need a custom strategy. Tell you what, since we are besties, I will share my secret stash, Xiahua waved me over. She grabbed her backpack. What secret stash? I asked, peeking inside as she started pulling things out. Behold, read and learn. Seeing the pink and white cover in Xiaohua's hands, I knew instantly what they were. You want me to study this? I pointed to a trashy romance novel titled The Cold School Prince Falls for Me. What? Xiahua shrugged. Everyone borrows these from me. Xiahua dumped the pile in front of me. Now they are yours. Study up. Though many girls read them, maybe there was some actual wisdom inside. I swallowed hard and nodded. Fine, I will try. The next morning, I got to class super early, waiting for Zhang Chen to walk through the door. I braced myself and gave Xiahua a confident wink. You got this, she whispered as Zhang Chen finally approached. Put on my coolest face. Morning, Zhang Chen. He just gave a tiny nod. That was literally it. Actually, Zhang Chen, I want to apologize, I said, turning to him seriously. Apologize, he muttered, clearly surprised. Judging by his face, he probably thought I was pulling another stunt. I nodded solemnly. I was too intense at first. Sorry about that. But I had a real reason for falling for you, I added quickly. A reason, he asked. You look like my relative. I looked him dead in the eye. Who? He asked, unable to resist. I raised my chin. My dad's future son-in-law. Zhang Chen froze in pure cringe, and I heard Xiahua facepalm behind me. Restroom, he mumbled, quickly walking away. Xiahua, how is that? It is a total romance novel line, I squealed. Girl, you cringed him so hard he ran away. Xiahua looked at me like I was hopeless. My dear bestie, you were supposed to learn from the cool prince, not some cringy boss. Just then, Li Wenqi walked over to represent Qi Qian. What do you want? Xiahua and I groaned in unison. Qian glared at me. Want to make a bet? It's about Zhang Chen. Little did I know this bet would totally ruin me. Why would I bet with you? I pouted, annoyed. Any talk about Zhang Chen got my guard up. Why bet? Zhang Chen is mine anyway, but Xiahua yanked my sleeve. Wait, get over here. Xiahua waved me closer. I leaned in as she whispered, if you win, you eliminate the competition. You will be his only option. Slow and steady, girl. You will wear him down. Is that really how it works? I asked, doubtful. If you are the only girl chasing him, does he even have a choice? Xiahua grinned. I smiled. Totally made sense. I sat up straight and faced Qi Qian. Fine, what is the bet? Qi Qian pointed to Zhang Fan, who was wandering around the back. Trying to fill the basketball roster, Kachin explained. And Jiang Fan told me Jiang Chen is definitely playing. That is the setup. Go on, I nodded, listening intently. Since Jiang Chen was playing, he is going to get thirsty. Obviously, he will need water. Yeah, so, we bet on whose water he takes. Xian laid out the terms. Deal, I agreed instantly. But if I lose, I leave him alone forever. Stay far away from him. You too, Kei-chan sneered, referring to me. My classmate Lin Jiahua apparently sensed a trap and tried to warn her bestie, Tang Zixuan, but Zixuan blurted out, deal, before Jiahua could finish. Buan agreed instantly. Kei-chan smirked. It's a deal. If you back out, I'll send the voice recording straight to Zhang Chen, letting him know what a hypocrite you are. Kei-chan slid a Samsung phone out from under her book, spun on her heel, and walked off. Total green tea girl, Zixuan muttered, rolling her eyes. Beside her, Jiahua looked completely exhausted and said, Zixuan, seriously. How could you agree to that? Why not? I've got total confidence. Even if Zhang Chen doesn't have feelings for me yet, there's no way he'd like her. His taste isn't that trash. Zixuan was beaming with confidence. Xiahua sighed. I'm not talking about that. Keen just played you, Xiahua urged. Zixuan blinked, looking totally lost. Wait, what mind games? Xiahua pointed toward Kei-chan's desk. Think about it. The loser stays away from Zhang Chen. She sits rows away, but you're his literal desk mate. So who loses more here? Zixuan finally got it. Judging by her pale face, she realized she hadn't just lost. She got absolutely wrecked. Total rip-off. Just before the bell, I walked back into the classroom. Remember, I'm the cold school hunk here, not some cheesy CEO. Xiahua whispered to Zixuan before I reached my desk. And even if you read too many CEO romance webtoons, don't act like one of them. Got it, got it. Let me think of some smooth lines, Zixuan muttered, planning her move. The second I sat down, she rested her chin on her hands, staring at me with sparkling eyes. What are you looking at? I muttered. Pouted. Looking at you, obviously. You never talk to me first. It's so annoying. I scoffed. If I'm annoying, then don't look. I organized my textbooks. Zixuan leaned in close, murmuring, but looking at you because you're annoying is the best part. She smiled sweetly. It means you're adorable, and I'll never get tired of you. After classes ended, Zhang Fan grabbed me for lunch. At the cafeteria, Zhang Fan brought up basketball. Let's shoot some hoops during lunch. With your insane physical strength, we've got this. We'll definitely crush Class 6. They were our tournament rivals. I agreed easily. It wasn't like I didn't know how to play. Plus, with my upgraded post-reincarnation body, high school games were a breeze. Playing with the guys was honestly just to keep up appearances. I didn't want Zixuan getting suspicious. Right after Zhangfan and I sat down, a voice cut in. "Oh, hey, Zhangchen." A guy with a buzz cut sat across from us. It was Class 1's monitor, Zhang Hao. Apparently, Zixuan had confessed to him once. I just gave a dry nod. Zhang Hao smirked. "Here you're playing basketball. Haven't seen you touch a ball all semester. Why the sudden interest?" "Is about class honor," Zhang Hao scoffed. "Don't push yourself." He pretended it was about sports, but I knew his real game. I knew Zhang Hao was targeting me over Zixuan. Other teens might miss it, but with my adult mind, I saw right through him. Besides, with Zixuan always clinging to me in class, anyone could see our relationship was different. The whole grade was whispering. But before I could even speak, Zhang Fan stepped in. "Shut it, Zhang Hao. What do you even know? Let me tell you something. Jiang Chen's skills are insane now. He'd crush you easily." "Crush me?" Zhang Hao raised an eyebrow at me. "One-on-one after lunch, then? Unless you only know how to show off in front of girls." I didn't hesitate. "You're on." It was time to set him straight. Not just anyone gets to mess with my girl. Time to play hero. After lunch, we headed out to the crowded school courts. Zhang Fan grabbed a ball and cleared space, yelling for everyone to back up. Hearing there was a one-on-one, a massive crowd gathered. On the courts, all beef gets settled with a simple one-on-one. Stepping to the center, Zhang Hao spared Zhang Fan a glance, then glared. Smirked at Zhang Fan, but kept his eyes locked on me. "You guys are close. Should I go easy on him?" "Isn't that the tall center from Class 1? Some guy whispered. "Who is he playing?" "That Jiang Chen kid. He's super handsome. Top of our grade last month, too. Girls are obsessed. Word is he's dating that super cute girl, Tang Zixuan." "Ah, no wonder. Didn't Zhang Hao get rejected by her last month?" The crowd gossiped, piecing the puzzle together. They knew exactly what this was about. Total love feud. This was the exact kind of high school drama they lived for. "All right, cut the talk," Zhang Fan muttered. "Win the game before you brag." Zhang Fan scoffed at Zhang Hao. He acted like he actually stood a chance against me. Zhang Fan was the sports rep and our best player. Yet, just last week, I had absolutely demolished him 9-1. Only point was because I played with my hands in my pockets. He wasn't even mad. He knew my physical strength was insane. "You take first possession. First to 5 wins," Zhang Hao sneered, tossing me the ball. "Fine by me," I replied. Caught the ball, didn't hesitate, and let it fly. Swish! The crowd gasped. Before anyone could even process what happened, ball ripped through the net. I stood beyond the arc, holding my follow-through. "So, how many points for a three-pointer?" My physical stats were maxed out. Perfect coordination. Everyone, including Zhang Hao, stared with their jaws on the floor. Only Zhang Fan looked normal. In fact, Zhang Fan was just snickering in the background. Stunned? Yeah, you should be. I had the exact same reaction. Playing dirty while no one was looking? The moment Zhang Hao snapped out of it, he glared hard at Zhang Chen. "If you are mad, we can redo it. Besides, you never specified how much threes count," Zhang Chen said casually. Zhang Hao muttered, "They're 2 points, but no redo." "No way you fluke a second one," Zhang Hao growled. He got into stance, spreading his arms wide to lock Zhang Chen down. But Zhang Chen just flicked his wrist. Swoosh! Another 3. Everyone stared at Zhang Chen like he was some kind of freak. How was he this accurate? Zhang Hao looked like his brain was short-circuiting. In one-on-one, defenders can't cross the arc before a dribble or shot. "No freaking way," he muttered. Not holding back on the last shot, Zhang Hao snarled, firing the ball at Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen caught it easily. Good, because I'm not either. That, Zhang Chen leaped for a shot. "I'm shutting you down," Zhang Hao soared, his hand practically shoved right in Zhang Chen's face. But I noticed a sneaky detail. Zhang Hao jumped right off the three-point line, breaking the one-on-one rules. Was he really that desperate to win? I choked on my own words, though. Zhang Chen leaned his entire body backward, leaving Zhang Hao grasping at thin air. The fadeaway. That's a pro-level move. Swoosh! The ball snapped through the net, and Zhang Hao just stood there, completely frozen. 3 three-pointers? "No way," Zhang Hao muttered. It was a 5-point game, and threes counted as 2. Zhang Chen hadn't just beaten him. He'd completely blown past the target score. From what I could see, Zhang Chen looked genuinely confused by Zhang Hao's shock. "Didn't you say we shouldn't waste time?" "I'm going back to class," Zhang Chen said, walking off. I just grinned, waving him goodbye. Then I turned to Zhang Hao, gloating. "Go on ahead, bro. I'll stay and comfort our dear class monitor." I laughed, heading back inside the building. Near the stairwell, a frantic patter of footsteps suddenly screeched to a halt. It was Tang Zixuan. "Zhang Chen, you're back." She was completely out of breath. Zhang Chen frowned, looking at her. "What's the rush?" "Everyone's saying you're playing Zhang Hao one-on-one. I wanted to cheer you on," she panted, looking a little let down to see him already back. Is it already over? Jiang Chen nodded, heading up the stairs. She scrambled to keep pace. So, you totally destroyed him, right? I knew it! She beamed, a smug little grin on her face. Honestly, I didn't think you'd actually fight him for my sake. Wasn't for you, Jiang Chen corrected flatly. She pouted immediately. Liar, you knew he hit on me the very first day of school. She tilted her head, giving him a knowing look. It makes total sense. Why else would you play him? You were totally jealous, weren't you? I mean, when a dragon goes after a princess, the prince has to save her. And you're my prince. It's totally true. But don't worry, I only have eyes for you. Jiang Chen suddenly stopped. You seem like you have way too much free time. Wait, did I actually nail it? She teased, circling around him. Jiang Chen just gave her a cool, effortless smile. If you're that bored, copy this week's classical Chinese text 10 times during study hall. Honestly, within half a day, the rumor mill exploded. News of Jiang Chen destroying Zhang Hao spread like wildfire, especially in our class. Everyone already thought Jiang Chen and Tang Zixuan were practically together. Naturally, the rumors were out of control. Still, nobody actually claimed they were dating, even though Tang Zixuan had been boldly chasing Jiang Chen since day one. Jiang Chen's attitude was honestly impossible to read. When she said morning greetings, he barely acknowledged her, just pulling out his books to study. If she tried to chat, he'd quiz her on classical literature. If she asked him to lunch, he'd tell her to go copy assignments instead. All the guys in class were dying inside seeing how he treated her. They wanted to scream, "Stop chasing him! Look at us instead!" A few guys even tried to call Jiang Chen out for being so cold. But before Jiang Chen could reply, Tang Zixuan snapped at first. Mind your own business, she told them. I don't care how he treats me. We were all devastated. Why was our literal goddess acting like this? Why play the simp? From what I could tell, she knew other guys only cared about her face. Jiang Chen was different. He'd protected her when he was struggling. Judging by her face, him saying save her first while bleeding out was the ultimate romantic line. A week flew by and the basketball tournament arrived. After lunch, Tang Zixuan practically bolted over to Jiang Chen. Good luck in the game today, Jiang Chen. You're going to crush it. I'll be cheering loudly. Just for you, obviously. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. Don't you have... I know. Copy the text, she groaned, cutting him off. You always use homework to get rid of me. Well, I'm not leaving. Let's go, Jiang Chen told me, standing up. I'm coming too, Tang Zixuan chirped, keeping right on our heels. I cleared my throat, feeling incredibly awkward. Zixuan, we're heading to the locker room to change. Might be a little weird if you follow. Knowing her, it's not like she hadn't seen him shirtless. If he hadn't lost his memory of her, she'd have probably jumped him by now. Fine, but I'll be waiting by the court. I smiled, thanking her. Appreciate the support. Thanks for cheering for our class, I added politely. She looked at me like I was stupid. Are you kidding? I'm only cheering for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen and I walked out of the cafeteria. Tang Zixuan went back to clean up her lunch tray. Her friend Lin Xiaowa laughed as she sat down. Let me guess, did he use the homework excuse to get rid of you again? Don't remind me, she sighed. If copied homework counted as love letters, I've practically written him 100 by now. Are you seriously laughing? What did you tell me again? A guy chasing a girl is a mountain, but a girl chasing a guy is a breeze. So why do Jiang Chen and I have zero progress? Lin Xiaohua just looked at the sky and shrugged. Hey, the logic is solid. I'm not wrong. She played innocent. But who knew the veil between you and Jiang Chen was a steel mesh fence? Okay, I'm totally kidding. As my bestie, Lin Xiaohua finally tried comforting me. Sure, Jiang Chen is still icy, but at least you get more time together, right? I guess she was right. Thinking about it, she was right. Sure, Jiang Chen constantly makes me copy classical prose, but that means he actually has to talk to me. That was way better than Qi-chan, who barely gets a word in all day. By the way, Lin Xiaohua warned, don't lose your bet with Qi-chan today. As Lin Xiaohua cheered me on, I smiled, totally confident. Don't worry, nobody understands Jiang Chen better than I do. Our bet was simple. We'd both offer Jiang Chen water and see whose bottle he actually drank from. Normally, you'd think he'd obviously choose his favorite drink. I knew exactly what Jiang Chen loved. Soon it was almost time for the basketball game to start. Students started drifting toward the court. Since Kei-chan and I were both in Class 1, finding her was ridiculously easy. Within minutes, Qian strutted over holding a sports drink. She eyed my plain water bottle, smirked, and mockingly asked, You seriously bought that? Are you sure Jiang Chen will even touch yours? Absolutely, I replied. Kei-chan sneered. Even an idiot knows sports drinks taste better than water. Kei-chan sniffed dismissively. I just smirked. Oh, really? When Jiang Chen drinks my water, you'd better accept your defeat. Qian sneered. Whoever backs out is a loser. Got it on tape. Lin Xiaohua suddenly whipped out her phone to record us. Qian gasped. Started with the mind game, so don't cry when we play dirty too. Lin Xiaohua snapped. Qian shrugged. Whatever. I'm not losing. From what I could tell, Keiichian was incredibly confident, clearly hiding some secret plan. Suddenly, someone yelled, "They're here!" "They're coming out!" someone shouted near the court. The players from Class 1 and Class 6 finally stepped out of the locker room. "Go Class 6!" Across the court, their girls started cheering loudly. Of course, Class 1 wasn't about to back down. "Go Class 1! Go, hubby!" Wait, did something super weird just get mixed into the cheers? Everyone instantly spun around to find the source, including Ki-chan. It was obvious everyone was dying to know who this hubby was. I just smiled. "Oops, sorry." "Total habit," I admitted cheerfully. Cupping my hands, I yelled, "Go Jiangchen!" Even Lin Xiaohua couldn't help but facepalm and roast me. "Zixuan, I don't know if you'll win this bet, but if we're measuring thick skin, you definitely take the crown. Nobody touches my Jiangchen or else." After a quick warm-up, the gym teacher blew the whistle to start. Both classes lined up. The match was finally starting. Zhang Hao walked over and whispered to Jiang Chen, "Jiang Chen, you're guarding Sun Lei. You're both small forwards, so you'll be matching up. Just watch your back. He's incredibly crafty, physically strong, and their captain." From what I could tell, Zhang Hao was still salty about losing to Jiang Chen, but class honor came first. Naturally, they had to unite. The Sun Lei that Zhang Hao mentioned was this Class 6 guy who literally looked like a monkey. "What are we planning?" "Listen to me. I'm the sports rep, and I've got a strategy," Zhang Fan announced, gathering our 5 starters. Zhang Hao asked skeptically, "What strategy?" Zhang Fan shrugged, "Simple. After the pass, give the ball to me, and I'll pass it to Jiang Chen." Pause followed. And then, someone asked. Zhang Fan rolled his eyes. "We already gave it to Jiang Chen. What do you mean, and then?" Everyone was speechless, but we all knew Jiang Chen had crushed Zhang Hao one-on-one. Tactics decided, the team lined up at midcourt. Class 6 finished up too, ready for the tip-off. The whistle blew our Class 1 possession, and we immediately went on the offensive. Zhang Fan executed his master plan and passed to Jiang Chen. Waiting outside the three-point line, Jiang Chen caught it, jumped, and released a smooth shot. Clean through. He was so handsome. Girls from both classes started squealing, and Lin Xiaohua nudged me. "If you didn't like him, chase him myself." Hearing that, my cheering stopped. I raised my hands like little claws and growled playfully, "No way." Joking. "Why are you so tense?" Lin Jiahua loved teasing me, especially since she knew how sensitive I was about Jiang Chen. I was super defensive about him. "Jiang Chen is mine. Nobody is allowed to steal him, and I am totally serious." Bared my teeth to look super fierce, making Lin Jiahua laugh so hard she practically choked. Okay, he's yours, but you should probably figure out how to actually win him over." With Jiang Chen playing, the match was completely one-sided, though he kept passing to open teammates. Judging by his face, Zhang Hao had mixed feelings. He scored 10 points, all from Jiang Chen's perfect passes. Only his teammates knew how flawlessly he delivered. The one-on-one hadn't earned his respect. Playing together definitely did. During halftime, even the PE teacher acting as referee was staring at Jiang Chen. They actually debated recruiting him for the varsity team. But one teacher shook his head. "Recruit him? He's the straight-a genius who ranks first in school. Even if you do, the principal will drag him back." So they dropped it. Soon after the second half started, Class 1 was up by 20 points. The rest of the game was basically garbage time. Anyone could see Sun Lei Class 6's captain was completely losing his mind over their massive defeat. During freshman year, they actually played close games. Why was the gap so huge now? Sun Lei glared at Jiang Chen, whom he'd completely ignored back then. Jiang Chen was playing like he had cheat codes. My mind was a mess. Sun Lei fumbled at half court, losing the ball and scrambling to save it. Luckily, Sun Lei kept his feet in bounds and saved the ball. But I was right there shouting, "Go Jiang Chen!" It was obvious I made him gulp. Jiang Chen had cheat codes and a hot girl like me cheering. Judging by his face, Sun Lei felt bitter. Since I was right there, he got an idea. From what I could tell, he had an idea. Since they were losing anyway, Sun Lei followed the ball's path and deliberately faked losing his balance. Fell right toward me. I couldn't even react. He was about to crash into me, but suddenly someone grabbed his arm in a death grip. "If you're gonna play right," Jiang Chen said casually. Anyone could see Jiang Chen had seen right through Sun Lei's dirty little trick from the start. But the whistle blew and the ref called Jiang Chen for a holding foul. Sun Lei glared at him. It was just an out-of-bounds ball anyway. Didn't affect the game, which quickly resumed. Lin Jiahua smiled, patting my shoulder. "Looks like you and Jiang Chen are making some real progress, huh?" What? I was still shaken, thinking Sun Lei was going to crash into me. Lin Xiahua added that Class 6 guy almost tackled you, but Jiang Chen ignored the foul. "Stopped him," Lin Jiahua explained. She added that, as an outsider, she thought Sun Lei's fall looked totally intentional, like he wanted to touch me. Really. A huge grin spread across my face. In other words, Jiang Chen didn't want another guy taking advantage of me. That had to be it. Lin Jiahua nodded. I smiled, watching my sweaty boy on the court. My future husband really treats me the best. Lin Jiahua added, even if it wasn't love, definitely has feelings for you, she analyzed. So your bet with Kei Qian is a sure thing, right? Of course. I happily squeezed my water bottle. Why did I choose mineral water? I had this vivid memory of working late and literally sprinting home just to see Jiang Chen sooner. I ran the whole way from the bus stop. Sweating and exhausted, I grabbed a soda from the fridge, but Jiang Chen grabbed my wrist. Too much soda ruins your teeth. Drink this instead, Jiang Chen said, handing me mineral water from the fridge. I didn't listen to him back then. A week later, my teeth were killing me. Ever since, I replaced all the sodas at home with mineral water. Chapter 24, so frustrating. She actually got our teacher to help. With a loud whistle, the basketball game between Class 1 and Class 6 officially ended. Zhang Chen, the crowd swarmed him and Zhang Fan. Anyone could see Zhang Chen carried our class to victory. Then, someone nudged me. Tang Zixuan, you have amazing taste. But judging by the crowd, your boy is in serious danger, Lin Jiawa teased me. I was starting to feel the pressure. So many girls giving him hungry looks. Future husband, please control yourself. All right, Class 6 was a breeze, Zhang Fan yelled. Pack up and get ready to leave before old Bai comes to chew me out. Zhang Fan had to keep order. Our teacher, Zhang Shuli, was a total witch with zero patience. As the crowd cleared, Lin Xiahua urged, Quick, go! Go where? I asked, totally lost. Give him the water, Lin Xiahua hissed. Even if he likes you, if you don't go over, how's he supposed to drink your water? You can't win the lottery without buying a ticket. I was speechless, but she was right. Zhang Chen had no idea I was his future wife. He was just a normal guy who would drink anything after a brutal workout. Drink whatever was handed to him. If Kikian beat me to it, I'd lose. No way. I had to go now. Wheezing through the crowd with my water, a sharp voice suddenly boomed behind me. Tang Zixuan. I froze instantly. Turned around. Teacher Jiang, looking for me? She pushed up her glasses. Kiqian told me your grades are slipping. She kindly suggested a weekend study plan. I thought it was a great idea. Kind? Yeah, right. Kiqian was using our teacher to stall me. I couldn't believe her cheap tricks. Jiang, can this wait? I pleaded, glancing over to see Jiang Chen and Jiang Fan leaving the court. Kei Chen was already walking up to them. Do you have somewhere more important to be? She asked. That simple question completely stumped me. I couldn't exactly tell her I was rushing to give a boy water. To teachers and parents, that screams forbidden high school romance. If she called my parents, I'd be forced to transfer schools before next week's exams. Meanwhile, across the court, Qi Chan slipped through the crowd right to Jiang Chen, blushing like a schoolgirl as she offered him a drink. The crowd went wild. A girl giving a boy a drink, we all knew what that meant. For me? Jiang Chen asked, taking it. I watched you play and cheered the whole time, Qi Chen whispered. Thanks, Jiang Chen nodded. Judging by her face, Kei Qian was thrilled. He was holding her drink. If he opened it and took a sip, she'd win the bet. Beat me. But then Jiang Chen said, actually, I'm not thirsty. Jiang Fan, you want this? He rejected her and tossed the drink to Jiang Fan. Hell yeah, I'm dying of thirst, Jiang Fan cheered, cracking it open. Chugged it down. Kei Qian stood there frozen. From what I could see, she was totally baffled. But Jiang Chen wasn't lying. With his crazy athletic skills, a simple high school basketball game wouldn't even make him break a sweat. Sure, he could have had a drink, but it was obvious he knew that if I saw him drinking her soda, it would break my heart. Suddenly, Lin Xiaowa came running over from the other side, completely out of breath and holding my water. What are you doing? Kei Qian snapped. Then glared, knowing she was my best friend. Lin Xiaohua smiled. I'm here to deliver Tang Zixuan's water to Jiang Chen, obviously. Lin Xiaohua held up a water bottle, shouting that Tang Zixuan bought it for me. Glancing past the crowd, I spotted Tang Zixuan staring right at me. Tang Zixuan finally finished listening to Zhang Shuli, bowed and jogged over to me. Here she comes. Give it to him yourself, Lin Xiaohua said, handing the water back. It was obvious she wanted to help since Tang Zixuan bet Kei Qian over my choice. Thanks, Xiaohua, Tang Zixuan said with a nod. Then she threw a cautious look at Kei Qian and me. Drink her water? She asked. Wait, Kei Qian's drink? Right here, I chugged the whole thing. Zhang Fan waved the empty bottle and burped. As for Kei Qian, she looked furious. Zhang Chenxi said he is not thirsty. If I didn't win, you won't either. Not thirsty? After basketball? No way. Tang Zixuan marched right up to me and handed over the bottle. Jiang Chen, I got this for you. You must be exhausted after the game. The second half was just garbage time, I replied. I have been resting. I already figured out she had a bet with Qi Qian, but I wanted to tease her. Well, if you are not thirsty. Her bright eyes darted around as she scrambled for an excuse. But talking wears out your throat. Drink some water. A dry throat is the worst. You have to stay hydrated. It is healthy, replenishes your energy, and helps your blood circulation. She was literally using every bit of science she knew just to make me drink. Suddenly, I snatched the bottle from her hand. I unscrewed the cap. I am not thirsty, I said casually, but after hearing all that, you actually made me want a drink. No way, Ki-chan's eyes widened. Is that even allowed? That is totally cheating. Before Kei-chan could argue, Lin Xiaowa leaned in and whispered, a bet is a bet, Kei-chan, deal with it. I have a recording on my phone. Back in the classroom, Tong Zishuan beamed. Jiang Chen, I cannot believe you actually drank my water. She turned to face me with a massive grin. It is just a sip of water, I said calmly. Is there a problem? She leaned in closer. Then why did you refuse Kei-chan's drink? You must like me a little, right? If that is what you think, then I am not drinking this. I pushed the bottle away. No, wait. Do not do that. She panicked. Anyway, I am just really happy, she beamed. Instead of celebrating, you should worry about what is happening in 2 days, I said. Her smile vanished, and she looked totally deflated. Judging by her face, she was not faking her misery. The monthly exams were right after the weekend, but after a brief silence, she turned back to me eagerly. Jiang Chen, tutor me in Chinese this weekend. Come to my place. No, I flatly refused. Go to her house? Heaven knows what she would try. If she plays with fire, things will get completely out of hand. Oh, okay. She did not push it. She probably knew tomorrow was a special day anyway. Finally, the dismissal bell rang. Everyone packed up and headed home. Around 8 p.m., I finally walked through my front door. My dad, Zhang Xinhua, was busy in our cramped living room organizing incense, paper money, fruit, and flowers. Oh, by the way, he said. My dad called me over, holding a bag of grave-sweeping supplies. Take some of this with you tomorrow morning. I might be late. With the factory layoffs, I have to work overtime to keep my job. I get it, Dad. I nodded. I wonder if your mom likes her new spot after the cemetery renovation. He sighed, lighting a cigarette. He took a deep drag. The next morning at 9, my dad was already gone. I grabbed the bags and headed out. Drizzling, so I grabbed an umbrella and hailed a cab. Liwan Cemetery, please. You got it. The driver hit the gas. Watching the wipers clear the rain, I suddenly remembered something. Take the development zone bridge, please, I told him. The driver looked confused. The bridge? That is a detour. You sure? I have driven here 30 years. The tunnel is faster. Anyone could see he was baffled by my request. Yeah, but the tunnel exit gets congested easily. I want to get there fast. I offered a reasonable excuse. Ah, I see. Fair enough. He did not mind making extra cash. In truth, I remembered a massive accident happening near the tunnel entrance today. That crash would have delayed me for hours. Thanks to the detour, I arrived at the cemetery right around 10. Walking past rows of tombstones, I did not need to search. I walked straight toward a familiar spot. Stopped. The tombstone read, Tomb of Li Jing Xinghua, husband Jiangxin, son Jiangchen. I knelt down and arranged the fruits. Then I lit the incense. Mom, I am here, I whispered, holding the sticks with both hands. I knelt, closing my eyes. She left me the moment I was born, and I have no memories of her, yet this bond still feels incredibly real. Feeling the gentle drizzle and wind, I finally placed the incense in the holder and bowed 3 times. Chen, I am here. My dad's heavy voice came from behind me. It was a somber place, after all. Anyone would feel heartbroken here, especially with their soulmate, my mom, buried under this dirt. Get up, Chen, my dad said. Let me talk to her. My dad patted my shoulder. I nodded and stood up, but as I stepped aside for him, I noticed a girl in a black dress standing behind my dad. She held a bouquet of white chrysanthemums. I frowned. Why are you here? Chapter 26. I just happened to pass your house in a cab. And since your dad was heading out, we came together because it was on my way. Tong Xishuan said, sounding way too casual. So those flowers were just a coincidence too? I glanced at the chrysanthemums in her arms. Not really, she replied. They sell them at the entrance. Tong Zishuan handed me the bouquet. Give these to your mom for me. I hesitated for a second, but then I nodded, placing them beside the headstone. She didn't say a word, but I already knew what she was thinking. Since I remembered the tunnel crash, it was obvious she did too. It wasn't her first time following me here on my mom's anniversary. We stood in silence. My dad mumbled to the headstone, his voice cracking. Jinfeng, our boy, is grown. His grades are excellent. I'll get him into college for a bright future. Choking back tears. Tong Zishuan tugged my sleeve. Hey, can you come over here for a second? I nodded, walking away with her. Your dad told me something in the cab, Tong Zi said, looking dead serious. I kept my voice flat. What did he say? He said if he had a second chance, he would stay far away from your mom, she said. And even if he couldn't, he'd only protect her from the shadows. But I think that's wrong. Her face was serious. Having died and returned to this era myself, I was far more sensitive to rebirth regrets than anyone else. Why? I wanted to know her reason, but my face showed no emotion. Although I was doing exactly what my dad wanted to do, the only difference was that he never got the chance, while I was luckier. Tong Zishuan nodded confidently. Your dad only thought about himself. Did he ever think about what your mom would do if she got a second chance? I'm sure she'd still choose him, definitely. Her tone was incredibly firm. My heart skipped a beat, but I forced myself to stay calm. Aren't you afraid of the same tragedy happening? I asked. I'd be terrified. But what's the point of fear? She stole a glance at me. If a guy I deeply loved went through this, and I got a second chance, I'd still go after him. As for the tragedy, we can change it using what we already know. Changing things only lowers the risk. Nothing is guaranteed, I said flatly. Who knows, she said dismissively, as long as we try. If you love someone that much, why let fear keep you apart? Her last words left a bitter taste in my mouth. If I don't even have the courage to be with him, what's the point of starting over? I'd rather die. She sniffed, her eyes tearing up as she looked at me. Anyway, I'll try no matter what, even if you're right. And it only lowers the chances. If I don't try, how will I? No, I refuse to watch the guy I love be with someone else. Honestly, I don't want to see you with another guy either, even if he's just flirting. In the end, I couldn't say those words out loud. Just a hypothetical, I said, handing her a tissue. Just then, my dad stood up and I walked over to him. Chen, we should go, my dad said heavily. Then he turned to thank her. Hey, Tang. Thank you. The cab driver said there was an accident in the tunnel. If you hadn't come, I might not even be here yet. Don't mention it, I just happened to pass by, she said, wiping her eyes. Dad, let's come back to see Mom next year, I said. He nodded. All right, I have to go to the factory this afternoon anyway, so I can't stay much longer. 3 of us left the cemetery. The light rain was still drizzling, just like when we arrived. But a new thought had bloomed in my mind. A fresh start. No one knows what the future holds. Should I give it a shot too? Chapter 27. You promised. No backing out. Outside the cemetery, unless it's tomb sweeping day, there's usually no one. After waiting for a while, only one taxi arrived. Because of her help, my dad wanted her to take the cab first, but she smiled, stepped back. You go first, sir. I'm not in a rush. I can find another taxi. All right, I'll head to work then. Chen, I might be home late tonight. Just make yourself some fried rice. Sure, Dad. With that, he got in and drove off. Shall we walk to the bus stop to catch a cab? Tang Zixuan turned to me with a beaming smile. I nodded and walked along the highway with her. So nice, she said, hiding her hands behind her black skirt, tilting her head to look at me. Walking in a drizzle with the one you love must be magical. Judging by her face, opportunities like this were rare. No work, no contracts, just me. Want some water? I stopped outside a small grocery store. She froze for a second, then smiled sweetly. Sure, your treat. Since my rebirth, this was the first time I'd taken the initiative. I nodded. Her eyelashes fluttered. Don't tell me you've finally decided to accept my pursuit? You wish. Thanking you on behalf of my dad. What do you want? I closed my umbrella and walked inside, instinctively reaching for a cola, because I knew she loved it. But she closed her umbrella and stepped in. Just bottled water. Water? I raised an eyebrow. But I still grabbed 2 bottles and paid the shopkeeper. Is it that strange? Because someone once told me, soda tastes great, but it's terrible for your teeth, Tang Zixuan warned, standing right next to me, unless you like toothaches. I pretended to be clueless and asked why. Duh, of course, she said. A toothache isn't a disease, but it'll literally kill you. I had one once, and it almost finished me. It was obvious she was still shaken. I handed her a bottle of water. She took it, saying, thanks, and took a sip. But then I realized she hadn't even opened it. This is Jiang Chen's first gift to me. I'll cherish it forever. It'll be so sweet later. Tang Zixuan went to stuff the bottle into her leather bag. Only alcohol lasts, I remarked. Keep water that long and it'll just grow mold. Her hand shook, almost dropping it. Ugh, Jiang Chen, you're disgusting. If I'm so gross, why are you still following me? I opened my umbrella to leave. Well, I can't help it. Who told me to like you? Too bad, no matter how I chase you. You never agree. She sighed deeply, following me out of the store. I saw her instinctively reach to open her own umbrella, but seeing mine already open, she just squeezed right in. But whatever, reject me all you want. I'm still sticking to you. The tiny umbrella forced her to press right against me. Hey, Jiang Chen. I get you not letting me pursue you, but why do you ignore me when others do? She seemed genuinely confused. At 17, most teens crave romance. You know my family's situation. Romance can wait until college. I offered a reasonable excuse. Oh, is that so? She muttered. Wait, if I wait until college, will you finally be my boyfriend? From what I could tell, she'd found a loophole. Wait till college? Froze, totally caught off guard by her words. Yeah, I've chosen you, as long as you agree to be my boyfriend. I'll wait forever. Her eyes showed absolute determination. Whatever, do what you want. For once, I didn't flat out reject her. I gave a vague answer because my own mind was spinning. If I tried to change things now, would that day really not happen? You agreed. You actually agreed. Suddenly, she was jumping up and down in front of me. Snapping out of it, I asked, agreed to what? To let me chase you. You just said whatever. Her face flushed with excitement. No, wait, I'm not listening. Bet it, so no take-backs. She didn't even give me a chance to argue. Honestly, I didn't want to. Either way, look. Look at what? You're literally the only thing that matters to me. She squeezed her skirt, her little hands balled into fists. Judging by her intensity, this was her entire purpose for returning. I casually replied, "The monthly exams are after the weekend. If you fail, you'll be sent back." Anyone could see she was panicking, wishing for easy poem questions. Her terrible grades clearly had her overwhelmed. It was obvious she'd swap her business knowledge for high school Chinese. What use was corporate strategy when she couldn't even save her parents' doomed startup? Probably throw her in a psych ward if she told them to shut down. "Ugh, I need to study right now," she groaned. "Jiangchen, let's share a cab." She looked at me with puppy dog eyes just as an empty taxi pulled up. "No time. Go home yourself." I hailed the cab. "If you don't send me home, I'm not moving," she pouted, acting cute. But I remained completely unfazed. "You're really not moving?" "Yep," she said defiantly. "Fine, then I'm leaving." Monday morning arrived. Walking into the classroom, I saw all the desks spaced far apart. This monthly exam was a big deal, grade-wide and fully ranked. Everyone was stressing out. Starting with the Chinese exam was basically a death sentence for half the class. Tong Zixuan sat at her desk, nervously clutching her sleeves. It looked like she'd planned to cram between tests, hoping to memorize whatever she could. But this starting lineup totally ruined her plans. "Hey, Tang Zixuan, are you okay?" Lin Xiaohua whispered from behind, clearly seeing her friend on the verge of a breakdown. Tong Zixuan's eyes lit up. "Xiao, how's your Chinese? It's decent, right?" "Why? Don't tell me you." Lin Xiaohua glanced around warily. She mouthed the word, "Cheat? Just this once, please," Tong Zixuan pleaded. I could tell she knew cheating was only a temporary fix. She'd be exposed eventually, but this test was too critical. "I want to help, but I can't," Lin Xiaohua whispered. Lin Xiaohua pointed at Tang Zixuan's desk. "You're in front of me. If I throw a note, teacher will see. And you can't just turn around." Tang Zixuan looked defeated, realizing her favorite seat was now a curse. "How am I supposed to find someone smart in a better spot?" she groaned, face palming. "You don't need to ask me," Lin Xiaohua whispered. "If you really want to cheat, don't you have a better option?" Lin Xiaohua gestured toward my desk. By then, I had already cleared my books and was completely ready. Tong Zixuan blinked, realizing the truth. Smart guy in the perfect spot was me. Her face instantly lit up, but right then our teacher cleared her throat. "Take this exam seriously," she warned in a cold, sharp voice. "Anyone caught cheating faces immediate expulsion. Accomplices get the exact same treatment." Tang Zixuan swallowed her words. From the look of it, she was utterly out of options. Before she could think, the bell rang. The exam papers were handed out, and she took a deep, shaky breath. Now I could only pray for a miracle, like super easy questions, but reality always bites. Just look at this first multiple choice question. The next line of "a dog's lungs in the mist" is A, B, C, or D. I stared, analyzed deeply, and wrote D. Definitely D. The question had dog and animal. Option D had two animals. It was called matching. At least that was the brilliant logic I came up with. I shook my head. The more I thought about it, the more sense it made. But why didn't I even believe myself? Better start the classical dictation first. I flipped the test paper over. Thank goodness Jiang Chen had forced me to copy this classical passage at least 10 times. Seeing those familiar characters actually felt comforting. Next up was reading comprehension and the essay. Only 15 minutes left on the clock. Finish up and check your work. Teacher Zhang Shuli warned a bit later. I stared back at that first multiple choice question, utterly miserable. 30 whole points for multiple choice. I couldn't just blind guess. Do I use that trick? I recalled the legendary cheat code from my Slacker days. Ultimate Slacker rulebook. When in doubt, pick the odd one out. If two are long and two are short, go with B. If they are all random, choose C. But let's be real. Slacker tricks are completely unreliable. Just as I was panicking, completely lost. Chapter 29. Zixuan, you dropped your scratch paper. I peeked over cautiously. It was indeed scratch paper. Keep it from blowing away, a pen was thoughtfully resting on top. Best of all, it landed right between Zhang Chen and me. Paper fell, so why wasn't he grabbing it, I wondered. Zhang Chen just sat there, completely motionless. He seemed totally unfazed, like he didn't even notice. But the sound was loud enough for me to hear. No way he missed it. No reason to miss it. Unless he was just in the zone? Yeah, maybe. But then, a wild thought hit me. Could the answers be written on that paper? Jiang Chen ranked first in the entire grade last time. If I could copy his work, my grades would be saved. But how could I grab it? Bending over is way too obvious. The teacher would definitely spot me. My own scratch paper was easy. I could just slide his under my exam and pretend it was mine all along. Easy. But scratch paper needs a name on it. What if the teacher checks? I'd still get busted for cheating. No way, bad idea. I shook my head violently. This was too risky. Teacher Zhang had made it clear. If anyone gets caught cheating, Both the cheater and the helper get expelled. If I got kicked out, I'd just inherit my family's phone company. No big deal. I'd go right back to being a powerhouse CEO. But what about Zhang Chen? His family is struggling. He can't afford to get expelled. Jaswan, why are you shaking your head? Sharp-eyed teacher Jing suddenly snapped. I nearly jumped out of my skin, utterly speechless. Right then, Zhang Chen raised his hand. Yes, Zhang Chen, is there a problem? Teacher Jiang's voice softened. Teachers love star students. You forgot to give me scratch paper, teacher, Zhang Chen said calmly. Really? Let me check. Teacher Jiang walked over with a fresh sheet. Sure enough, his desk was completely bare. Wait, what's this? She bent down, picking up the paper from the floor. Game over. I fell into total despair. Teacher Jiang holding it, there was zero chance to cheat. Zixuan, you are being incredibly careless, she said. Suddenly, she glanced at the paper and slapped it onto my desk. Huh? Careless? I squeaked, my brain totally short-circuiting. You dropped your paper and didn't even notice. Look, your answers are here, not on the exam. What if time ran out? Teacher Zhang urged me to hurry. Get those answers down. Trembling, I pulled the sheet closer. I looked down. There they were, perfectly numbered answers. But why on earth did Teacher Zhang think this was mine? I glanced at the top where the name goes. In bold handwriting, it read Tong Zixuan. Seeing my own name, my jaw literally hit the floor. Did the universe pity me because of this hard test and transmigrate me again? Future me leave these answers? No way. I had been fully conscious the entire time. Plus, I recognized that handwriting. Oh, I get it now. Zhang Chen raising his hand, drawing Teacher Zhang over, and leading her right to that paper. It all clicked. Zhang Chen totally set this up for me. Talk about stubborn, and he claims he doesn't care about me. He claims he doesn't like me, yet he feeds me answers? He clearly can't stand the thought of me transferring. Grinning, I copied them fast. Right as the bell rang, Teacher Jiang called for our papers. She told us to review our math formulas in the hallway. Everyone piled their exams on the podium and left. Jiang Chen was the first to hand his in and vanish. The second I handed in my paper and walked out, I couldn't hold back my excitement. Hey Jiang Chen, wait for me. Chapter 30. I'll let you kiss me as a thank you. For what? Jiang Chen scoffed, leaning against the wall with his notebook. I leaned in close, practically feeling his breath. He looked up, frowning slightly. Hey, let me ask you something. Scanned the hallway to make sure no teachers or students were watching. Once the coast was clear, I whispered. Drop that scratch paper on purpose? No, he denied instantly. You can't fool me, I said, feeling completely smug. You literally wrote my name on that scratch paper and got Teacher Jiang to hand me the answers. Don't act like you didn't plan this. You planned this from the start. Why would I waste my time? Zhang Cheng muttered, looking back at his notebook, but I knew better. If I fail, I'll have to transfer. I stared at him, my eyes pleading. If I leave, you'll be totally alone. Finally, some peace. Zhang Cheng didn't even look up. Then no one will bring you milk. I hate milk anyway. You totally set this up, admit it. Stared at him, totally frustrated. He went through all that trouble, but he won't admit it. Is saying I like you really that hard? Fine, since you put it that way, I'll be honest. Zhang Cheng suddenly snapped his notebook shut. My heart started pounding against my ribs. Was he finally going to confess? He is my future husband, but building our love from scratch still feels incredibly rewarding. But right then, Zhang Cheng yelled across the aisle. Hey, Zhang Fan, get over here! Zhang Fan looked over, looking totally lost. I frowned. What did Zhang Fan have to do with this? You called? Zhang Fan walked over, looking completely puzzled. Zhang Cheng leaned back. Let me ask you something, Zhang Fan, before the test. Didn't you say you wanted to copy my paper? Zhang Cheng asked. Zhang Fan slapped his forehead, suddenly remembering. Oh yeah! Yeah, I was. Zhang Cheng cut Zhang Fan off, as long as you remember. Then Zhang Cheng turned and shot a cold glance at me. Any other questions? Zhang Cheng asked. I bit my lip, hiding my face. Then how do you explain my name being on that paper? To avoid getting caught, I didn't write my own. Who's dumb enough to write their own name on a cheat sheet? Zhang Cheng countered. But you shouldn't have written mine, I argued, still skeptical. But how else would you explain a cheat sheet to the teacher? You saw it. The answers on that sheet were perfectly formatted. Zhang Cheng continued. They were, even I had to admit that much. Even the question numbers were marked. Without those, any teacher would catch us, so it's simple. I needed a scapegoat. If I got caught, I'd get punished, so I thought of you. You just happened to find it. Zhang Cheng said it so casually. I stood there, completely frozen. Writing my name wasn't to help me. He was setting me up. I'm so mad at you. Why make me take the fall? We could get expelled for this. My eyes burned with hot, angry tears. I know, but you said you'd get expelled anyway if you failed Chinese again. So same difference. Zhang Cheng shrugged. Jiang Cheng, you big idiot. I turned around and bolted toward the restroom before he could see me cry. Time. The tears actually fell. I could handle people mocking my grades, but Zhang Cheng actively trying to get rid of me? That broke me. I couldn't accept him wanting me gone. Behind me, Zhang Fan gasped. Dude, what did you do? Why is she crying? Zhang Fan stared at Zhang Cheng, looking totally confused. Zhang Cheng sighed deeply. Nothing. Zhang Fan slapped his forehead, remembering something. Wait, why'd you ask if I wanted to cheat earlier? I ask every time, and you always say no. Some friend you are. Zhang Cheng offered a faint smile. Next time, for sure. Yeah, right, like I'd believe that. Zhang Fan rolled his eyes. 10 minutes later, everyone filed back into the classroom. Zhang Cheng sat down, and I slid right back into my seat. My eyes weren't even red anymore, and I acted totally fine. Zhang Cheng actually smiled when he saw me. He only dared to play that trick because he knew my personality. Hey, I was wrong earlier. I'm not even mad. Actually, when you think about it, this is straight up destiny. I sat down, eagerly laying out my logic. Look, you wrote my name, I found it, and it saved my Chinese grade. Now I won't get expelled. See? Doesn't this mean the universe wants us together, right? From what I could tell, Zhang Cheng didn't expect me to be this optimistic. See, silence means consent. We're totally fated. I pouted happily, completely pleased with myself. Besides, you said I could chase you, so I'm not mad. Then why were you yelling at me earlier? Zhang Cheng countered. That wasn't yelling, I argued. Fighting is affection, yelling is love. Idiot is a total term of endearment for couples. Couples call each other dummy all the time. I wouldn't know, he muttered. Judging by his cold face, he wasn't letting me get close. Fine if you don't know. My eyes darted around mischievously as a plan formed. But since I called you an idiot, I showed my love. To be fair, you have to hit me now. Zhang Cheng looked completely baffled. But you wouldn't have the heart to, I quickly added. And since you don't understand the whole physical affection thing, just be direct. Since I took the fall, how about you kiss me? Whoever caught you in our past life must have been a fairy. As I leaned my face closer, I saw his eyelashes flutter slightly before he quickly masked it. Are you like this with everyone? No way! I leaned on the desk, terrified he'd misunderstand. I am literally only like this with you, okay? Zhang Cheng paused. Just a reminder, math is next. I doubt you remember last week's formulas. Pff, please, like I even need to memorize them. I sat down and pouted, complaining silently. But in my heart, my future husband was a blank canvas, and more beautiful than any masterpiece. He's handsome, studious, and works hard to help his family. Total boyfriend material. No wonder he spoils me so much in the future. I couldn't help but tease him. Zhang Chen, a guy as amazing as you has got to have a secret backstory. Dory, he asked casually. I nodded. A guy like you? Honestly, no girl has any resistance. Whoever scored you in a past life must be an absolute goddess. I was totally bragging about myself. He smirked but let it slide. Bell rang, and the nightmare of math, English, and other exams finally ended. Our teacher actually came through and let us off early. We got to head back to the dorms early. Since I survived the literature exam, I was lying there, grinning like an idiot. No way, Six Swan? My roommate Shen-Chin saw my love-struck face and teased me about Zhang-Chen. Shen-Chin wasn't just some ordinary classmate, though. He held back a year in senior high, which is why he ended up in my dorm. Being older, he loved treating us like little kids. Yeah, I am thinking about my Zhang-Chen, so what? I pouted, totally pleased. Too bad Zhang-Chen did not have a cell phone yet. Otherwise, I would show everyone in this era what a real late-night call looks like. Give me a break, Lin Jiawa scoffed. Since when is he yours? You talk like he actually accepted your confession. Well, he hasn't fully accepted, but half accepted is still something. I shot back. Half? What does that even mean? Shen Qin and Lin Xiaohua stared at me, totally confused. Because he agreed to let me chase him, I declared. Plus, I only felt safe about my literature exam because of him. Even if things did not go exactly as planned, the result was still good. Basically, I figured Jiang Chen dropped his scratch paper because he did not want me to transfer. Did he drop it for Jiang Fan or me? Who cares? Zixuan, are you sick? Shen Qin walked over and felt my forehead. I'm perfectly fine. I slapped his hand away. There is no way I'm sick. He literally just let you chase him, and you are losing it, Shen Qin said. Shen Qin mimicked my goofy grin. I smacked his shoulder. Get lost. You make me look like I have got dementia or something. I do not look that dumb. Sure, you are not dumb and you are pretty. Honestly, it's not just the guys in your class. Even in class 3, guys sneak over to catch a glimpse of you. Shenshin shrugged. But so what? You are still just simp number 1. For all you know, he's just keeping you in his dating pool. No way, I said, shaking my head. Jiang Chen wouldn't do that. Why not? Players always pull the push and pull routine to keep things ambiguous, Shen Qin analyzed. I mean, yeah, you're gorgeous. But Zhang Chen gets tons of female detention. How do you know he isn't playing around? Because I trust him, I said. I know him. I puffed out my chest confidently. Besides, I am his only actual pursuer. Seriously, you are just killing the vibe here. How can you be sure you're his only pursuer? Shenqin scoffed. Because he said so. Fine, then just wait. I am going to prove how ridiculous that sounds. Xiaohua, come with me, Shenqin yelled, dragging Lin Xiaohua out of our dorm. Hey, where are you guys going? I called out. Shenqin just flashed a smug grin. You'll see, we're going to verify something. Specifically, how cheap your only status is. He spat the word only, then bolted with Lin Xiaohua. 10 minutes later, they returned. But their faces were completely different now. Okay, seriously, what did you guys just do? I asked, totally baffled. Shenqin threw me a look, completely silent, and buried his face under a pillow. Lin Xiaohua, on the other hand, was giggling uncontrollably. Xuan Shenqin totally folded against Jiang Chen. It's too funny. What on earth happened? I demanded. The moment they mentioned Jiang Chen, I needed details. After catching her breath, Lin Xiaohua explained. He went to test your unique status. He literally walked up to Jiang Chen and claimed he wanted to date him. He had me record it to show you. So what did Jiang Chen say? I asked, getting impatient. Just listen for yourself, Lin Xiaohua said, handing me the phone. I hit play. First came Shenqin. Jiang Chen, I want to pursue you. What do you think? Then came Jiang Chen's totally casual reply. Sorry, my spots are like a full parking lot. No room. Turn it off. I am dying here. Shenqin groaned, totally defeated. Jiang Chen was savage. Shenqin had been trying to lose weight, and Jiang Chen basically told him he was too fat to fit. Talk about calling him out. I laughed along, but not because it was funny. I was grinning because I felt incredibly happy. No more spots? Sure, Shenqin was big, but maybe that spot was already taken by me. Right then, my phone buzzed. I looked down and saw the caller ID. Mom, great, the monthly exam results must be out. It was typical for my mom to call after exams. Ever since I reincarnated, my grades had actually nosedived. Parents always obsess over grades. The worse you do, the more they nag. But honestly, I graduated high school ages ago in my past life. My brain was packed with college finance, not high school algebra. I swiped accept. Hey, Mom, why the sudden call? Cut the act, she scoffed through the receiver. You know exactly why I'm calling, young lady. Let me tell you right now. If you fail literature again, you are coming straight back home. Your dad and I will start training you to run the company. She paused. Stop with that rebirth nonsense. You've read too many trashy romance novels. I'd tried telling them the truth, but of course they didn't believe me. If my own parents thought I was crazy, nobody else would believe me. So to get transferred to Yizhong, I had to resort to begging. Apparently, she threatened her parents with another hunger strike. After fighting so hard to transfer here, she wasn't about to go back, especially with a perfect excuse now. Faced with her mom's grilling, Tang Zixuan didn't seem worried at all. She apparently asked if she could stay at first high if her grades actually improved. Her mom scoffed that just not failing would be a miracle, but Tang Zixuan fired back, complaining that her mother simply didn't trust her own daughter's abilities. She acted huffy, but I could tell she was scheming. Her tone flipped as she asked her mom why she felt so confident about the monthly exams. Her excuse? The teacher supposedly assigned a top student to tutor her. She seized the chance to drag me into the conversation as her secret weapon. I guess she figured since I was her future husband, her parents would have to meet me anyway. Hearing that, her mother seemed to waver. Her mother seemed unsure if she'd actually improved in just a month. Tang Zixuan teased that she'd find out at the upcoming parent-teacher conference. She quickly hung up, claiming she was sleeping. I bet she was terrified her mom would test her on Chinese and expose her little bluff. The next day after lunch, we were heading back to class. My buddy Zhang Fan kept hyping me up, calling me an absolute genius. Zhang Fan wouldn't stop praising me. The rest of the class stared, clearly envious of my scores in Chinese, math, English, and science. Out of 750 points, I managed to score 746. I only lost 4 points on the essay, just like last time. One high score is luck, but doing it repeatedly is purely skill. A classmate told me I was insane for taking first place in the grade again. Even Zhang Hao came over to kiss up. Ever since our basketball game, it was obvious he worshipped me. High school rivalries are pretty simple like that. Everyone knew Zhang Hao liked Tang Zixuan, but my basketball skills and top grades completely won him over. He muttered something about me being number one. I shrugged it off and asked Zhang Hao if the class report card was out yet. Normally they post exam scores in the hallway first, but the hallway bulletin board was way too crowded with anxious students. I didn't feel like squeezing through the mob with Jiang Fan. I only knew my score because others kept repeating it. Getting near-perfect scores twice in a row definitely made me the target of some serious envy. Zhang Hao asked why I even cared since I was obviously first. I just glanced at the empty desk next to me. I told him I was just curious. He shrugged, saying the teacher had the master list first, so he didn't have it yet. Zhang Hao walked back to his desk. Zhang Fan shook his head, swearing I was hacking life this semester. My basketball skills had apparently gone wild. Zhongfan joked about how many girls were swooning over my grades and went back to his seat. I just stretched, letting out a yawn. I leaned onto my desk for a nap, wondering where she was. Right then, a familiar, bright voice echoed from the classroom doorway. Without even turning, I knew exactly who it was. She called my name again and tapped my shoulder before I could respond. I sat up and looked at her. Tang Zixuan was beaming with a massive grin, claiming she had some great news to share. She slid into her seat and boasted about getting 120 in Chinese, asking if I was shocked. I told her that only mattered to her. I acted like I didn't care at all, but Tang Zixuan just smirked and insisted it had everything to do with me. She teased that I got my wish since she didn't have to transfer anymore. I just rolled my eyes, highly doubting she could repeat that fluke. I muttered that I wouldn't pull the same stunt twice anyway. I knew exactly how she managed to cheat her way to that score. Suddenly, she slammed her hand on the desk, claiming I'd finally admitted it. I asked her what she was even talking about. She leaned in close, whispering right in my ear. She claimed I'd left my scratch paper out on purpose for her to copy. She connected the dots because I'd just let slip that I wouldn't do it twice, basically confirming I did it the first time. I told her coldly that whether it was for her or not, she wouldn't be able to cheat like that ever again. I didn't bother defending myself. Secrets always come to light anyway, so there was no point in arguing about it. All she had to do was ask Zhongfen to verify the truth. If she wanted proof, it was easy. She sighed and asked what to do. She complained about her awful Chinese grades compared to my top ranking. Resting her hands on the desk, she looked up at me. Her bright eyes looked innocent, but that smug smirk made me feel like a lamb led to slaughter. She suggested following our teacher's advice. She asked me to tutor her. She quoted some proverb about getting smarter by hanging out with geniuses like me. She claimed her grades would soar with my help. I knew she was just flirting, so I asked if she wanted to copy my notes again. I wasn't about to bite her bait. She countered that just copying my classical prose notes wouldn't cut it anyway. She joked that staying close was the main part, demanding hands-on tutoring. Honestly, the studying part was clearly just an excuse. She insisted on the hands-on part. I just rolled my eyes and ignored her. Later, during our lunch break, the teacher walked in. Our teacher, Ms. Zhang, announced the results. She singled out 2 students, starting with me for taking first place in the grade again. The other was Tang Zixuan for her massive improvement in Chinese. Our teacher seemed to assume her past bad grades were just from switching schools. After the teacher praised her, Tang Zixuan stood up with a sweet smile, publicly thanking me for her success. The entire room went dead silent. Everyone looked shocked that she dared to flirt openly right in front of our homeroom teacher. Everyone knew Tang Zixuan and I had something going on. But showing off in front of our old witch of a teacher? That wasn't even the craziest part. Zhang Shuli actually nodded and told Tang Zixuan that her fast progress was probably thanks to my help, urging the class to follow our example. While everyone stared, Tang Zixuan sat down grinning. She leaned in and whispered, "Look at that, Zhang Chen. The teacher is holding us up as role models." "Know what they call this?" she teased. "What?" I asked. "A model couple." Right after that, our exam results were posted. Tang Zixuan scored 581. For an average student, pulling close to 600 is huge, and from what I could tell, this score easily her personal best since she reincarnated. Once grades were out, our afternoon was spent reviewing tests. But during evening study, things changed. Our teacher announced a Friday parent-teacher meeting. She was calling everyone's parents. For slacking students like Zhong Fan, this was a public execution. Cue the crying. Top students were all smiles, probably dreaming of rewards. I, on the other hand, couldn't care less. With my current brain power, these tests are jokes. High school exams are a breeze. "Hey, Zhang Chen," Tang Zixuan chimed in. "You aced it. Why do you look so miserable?" It was obvious she noticed my blank face. I froze for a second, then quickly shrugged. It is not the finals or the college entrance exams. Those actually matter. My excuse worked, but I needed to mask my emotions better. I had to blend in with these kids, or else with Tang Zixuan watching me, she might figure out I also reincarnated back to this era. Luckily, judging by her expression, she did not suspect a thing. "Let's skip the cafeteria," she suggested. "Let's eat out, my treat, to thank you." "No," I snapped, standing up to leave. "Come on, Zhangchen, just this once," she pouted, looking pretty annoyed. "You are the one who told everyone I am your pursuer." "Then quit. I do not need a pursuer," I shot back, turning my back and walking out of the classroom. "Quit? Yeah, right." Anyone could see she was fuming as she stomped her foot. "Fine, I will just go eat with someone else." She marched out right behind me, but then some random guy blocked her path. "Hey, Tang Zixuan, can I buy you dinner?" Kid had sideswept bangs and actually looked kind of decent. I felt my eyebrows twitch. Didn't she just say she'd eat with someone else? Tong Zixuan looked totally speechless. When she had threatened to eat with someone else, she definitely meant her best friend, Lin Xiaohua. She clearly never expected a random guy to pop up like this. Talk about bad timing. It was like the universe wanted me to misunderstand. Jiang Chen, wait, it is not like that, she stuttered. I could tell she was scrambling for an explanation, but coincidences are impossible to explain. Before she could even construct a sentence, I glanced at her. Wait, didn't you say you were buying me dinner? I asked. But Yed, she stammered. Drop your bag at the dorm first, I interrupted. Then meet me at the track. I turned and left. Wait, you already have a date? The poor kid looked completely lost. Clearly, he was living under a rock and missed all the gossip. He had no idea she was chasing me. Tong Zixuan blinked, finally snapping out of it. Yep, I have a date with the guy I like. Bant. Her bluntness left him completely speechless. It looked like he thought his invite was bold, but she shattered his hopes without blinking. And no, it is not you. See ya, she flashed him a quick grin and practically skipped down the stairs. Clearly, her humming on the way back meant agreeing to dinner was an epic victory in her book, a golden opportunity. Chapter 34. If you want my body, I will not resist. Back at her dorm, her roommate chimed in. Hey, you aced those exams! Shen Qin noticed her massive grin right away. Yeah, but that is only half of it, Tong Zixuan admitted with a smirk. Shen Qin looked intrigued. Jiang Chen is taking me to dinner tonight, Tong Zixuan bragged, acting like she just won the lottery. No way. That brick wall agreed to dinner? Shen Qin gasped. Yesterday, she had tried flirting with me just to prove a point. And how did I react? I basically told her she was fat, hitting her right where it hurts. No way a guy like me was a player. Honestly, guys like me do not qualify as players. To girls, a completely dense guy is a much bigger headache than a smooth-talking heartbreaker. Players are at least nice and say sweet things. But a dense guy is like a brick wall. No matter how hard you flirt, bounces it right back. Shen Qin knew firsthand how impossible it was to get me out. Well, he agreed anyway, Tong Zixuan beamed. Shen Qin, what about this skirt? Tong Zixuan pulled out a white pleated skirt. Looks cute. Perfect. I am wearing this. As she started changing, her other roommate, Lin Xiaohua, walked in. Whoa, Tong Zixuan, what is with the outfit? She noticed Tong Zixuan was all dressed up and looking pretty. I am having dinner with Jiang Chen, Tong Zixuan squealed. Oh, by the way, how do I confess to a guy over dinner so he absolutely cannot say no? She rushed over to get some advice. Jiang Chen actually agreed to that? Lin Xiaohua gasped. Yeah, why is everyone acting like I, his only pursuer, am not good enough? Tong Zixuan pouted playfully. No, with any other guy it would be normal, Lin Xiaohua replied. But with Jiang Chen, it is a miracle. Exactly. It's highly suspicious, Shen Qin chimed in, nodding. Tong Zixuan waved them off. All right, whatever, you still haven't given me any advice. Tell me what to do, she pleaded. Lin Xiaohua grinned. Well, since you managed to get him to sit down for dinner, make your move. A little physical contact goes a long way. No friction, no sparks. She sounded like a total expert. I nodded slowly, lost in thought. Shen Qin stared at me, totally confused. Zixuan, you didn't actually believe her, did you? Is there a problem with that? I asked. Shen Qin sighed. Xiaohua has literally never even dated anyone. You're letting a dating rookie coach you? Lin Xiaohua huffed defensively. So what if I haven't dated? I know the theory. Look at how solid things are between you and Jiang Chen. That is totally on me. Come on, Zixuan, back me up. Xiaohua turned to face me, but I had already bolted, slamming the door. Shen Qin laughed. She's rushing to her date. No time for you. Ugh, she totally chose a boy over her bestie. Lin Xiaohua sighed, looking betrayed. Meanwhile, I headed to the school playground to meet him. Jiang Chen, I'm here, I called out. Spotting him, I quickly jogged over and came to a stop right in front of him. I gasped for air. So what are we eating? I had dolled myself up a bit, making my already pretty face look even more eye-catching. From what I could tell, even Jiang Chen couldn't help but steal a few glances. But keeping his cool, he simply asked, Are you asking me? Who else would I ask? I blinked, confused. Deadpan, Jiang Chen replied. I figured you were asking that other guy you had a date with. Oh my god, it's not what you think. That was a total coincidence. I don't even know him. You have to believe me. I was panicking. Did he actually believe it? Seeing me on the verge of tears, it was obvious he decided to stop teasing me. Let's just grab a quick bite then. I nodded eagerly, walking out of the gates with him. Since First High was a boarding school, we had 90 minutes at noon and 2 hours in the evening. But if we weren't back on time, the guards would write us up. What should we eat? I scanned the bustling street. There were plenty of restaurants, but the one where we first ate in my memory wasn't open yet. Jiang Chen was the one who had introduced me to it. If you can't decide, I'll take you somewhere, he offered. Turned into a narrow alley. Sure, but are you sure about this way? I asked, cautiously following him as the sky began to darken. The quiet alley felt surprisingly creepy. Why is it so spooky here? Is it safe? I asked, shivering a little. Scared of bad guys? Zhang Chen teased. Of course not, I replied instantly. There's nobody here. If there's a bad guy around, it's definitely you. He smiled faintly. You're really not afraid of me? Why should I be? Honestly, if you tried to take advantage of me, I wouldn't even fight back, but I kept one thought to myself. I was mostly worried he was too young to actually try anything. Is there really a restaurant here? I muttered. Suddenly, Zhang Chen stopped. I crashed face first into his back. Ouch, we're here? I rubbed my forehead and peeked over his shoulder. It was a rundown little diner, seemingly serving only locals. There were only 4 staff members, including the boss, and they looked like a family. It was clearly a family-run joint. The place was bare bones, concrete floors, unpainted walls, and zero decor. Even the sign above the door hung crookedly, ready to fall. But when I read the name on it, my jaw dropped. Jiang Chen, I can't believe you brought me here. Written on the red sign was Joe's Diner, our exact first date spot from my past life. But how was it open here already? I felt a wave of nostalgia. People always remember their first date forever, especially since this was where Jiang Chen and I first ate. Let's eat here then. The food is amazing, I said, turning to him. Jiang Chen nodded. Judging by his face, he was playing dumb as he asked, Oh, have you been here before? Yeah, once, but a long time ago, I lied, nodding. I ate here back during my freshman year. Tiny, but the food is great, Jiang Chen explained. It was clear he wanted to keep his rebirth a secret from me. Well, hello, students. What can I get for you? The owner welcomed us, handing over a menu the moment we sat down. It was just a simple laminated sheet. I saw seaweed soup, braised eggplant, and shredded pork with potatoes on it. Without even looking, I ordered my favorites. Coming right up. Have some tea first, the owner said, pouring us 2 cups. He left to prep the kitchen. Taking a sip of my tea, I smiled at Jiang Chen. Hey, does this count as a date? No, he answered flatly. Why not? You agreed to let me pursue you. How is sharing a meal not a date? I argued. Just lunch. Totally normal, Jiang Chen replied in a low voice. I pouted, totally annoyed. Don't treat me like a clueless teenager. When a guy and a girl eat alone together, it's a date. Period. Jiang Chen took a slow sip. Based on his calm expression, he had already made up his mind when he brought me here today, regardless of the outcome. But without trying, he'd never find answers, especially after seeing another guy ask me out after school earlier today. I could tell he hated seeing me close to other guys. I poked my tongue out. Well, you wouldn't know. You've never dated. My future husband's love life was currently a blank slate. He glared at me, probably thinking I hadn't dated at this age either. Leaning in close, I whispered playfully, You know, you can always practice with a girl. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. Like you? Prune. He gave me a knowing look. Tong Zixuan kept nodding as the owner brought over our soup. She immediately ladled a bowl for herself and one for me. Jiang Cheng, are you seriously not even going to consider it? Zixuan pressed. No need, I replied, keeping my voice deadpan. You don't need to date to know what dating is like, I said. Right, like you're some armchair expert? Zixuan pouted. That reminded me of what Xiaohua said back at the dorm. Zixuan seemed totally used to my rejection by now, treating me like a hopeless case. Judging by her sigh, she found me impossible to win over. It's not a paper theory, I corrected. It's just a shift in perspective. Figures the straight A kid has endless excuses, Zixuan muttered under her breath, letting out a dramatic sigh that echoed through the small diner. I don't even know why I try, she sighed. I took a sip of soup. Actually, I am a little curious about it. Really? Zixuan's eyes lit up. Anyone could see she thought this was her golden chance. After all, she was the closest girl to me. Who else would I date? Jiang Cheng, did you finally change your mind? Zixuan leaned in. Do you want to go out with me? She asked so bluntly, but my answer was still a firm no. She didn't even flinch. Then I added, But you could teach me. My sudden pivot threw her off. Teach you? What's that supposed to mean? Zixuan blinked, completely lost. I can tutor you in literature. And you teach me how to date. We'll call it even. My chest tightened, a nervous jolt running straight through my veins. Even though I was looking at my future wife, saying this after waking up back at 17 sent a massive wave of adrenaline through me. I had finally taken the first step. Jiang Cheng, did I hear that right? Zixuan asked, her jaw practically dropping to the floor. She scratched her ear, looking like she thought she was dreaming. Even if we weren't official yet, tutoring me meant she was halfway there. Victory was basically in her hands. Yeah, I said calmly, playing my part as the clueless, innocent high school boy to perfection. Ignoring the other customers staring at us, Zixuan blurted out, No problem, absolutely zero issues. If I had a problem, I'd be crazy. Good, I nodded, keeping a straight face. As long as you're on board. Teacher Ting's dating class was officially in session. I didn't push it further. Zixuan cleared her throat with ridiculous drama. All right, student, if I'm the teacher, you have to follow my rules. She tried to look all professional. To learn how to date, you need a practice partner. So, for the sake of your education, Will sacrifice myself to be that partner. Plus, I am your only pursuer, so it's a perfect match, right? Then Zixuan argued logically. Spoke like she was dealing with a clueless toddler. Watching her act so serious, I had to bite my lip to keep from laughing. Here's your food, the owner said, placing the eggplant and pork dishes on our table. Zixuan's eyes immediately lit up with mischief. No time to waste, student, Zixuan declared. Lesson 1 starts right now. All right, I replied casually. I'm all ears. Couples need to show physical affection, Zixuan explained, standing up and grabbing my empty bowl. Take eating lunch, for example. You love seaweed soup, so she has to ladle it for you. I took the bowl from Zixuan. Okay, what else? I took a sip. Zixuan picked up a piece of eggplant with her chopsticks and held it out to me. Open wide. I gave her a flat look. Are you treating me like a toddler? Just accept the affection when she offers it. Zixuan huffed. And what do? I asked. You copy me. For example, I love these shredded potatoes. Feed them to me. Zixuan pointed to the plate. I picked up some shredded potatoes and brought them over, but she quickly pulled her bowl away. Stop! Zixuan snapped playfully. You can't just drop it in my bowl. My hand hovered in the air. Then, what? I literally just demonstrated this. Zixuan leaned forward and bit the potatoes right off my chopsticks before I could even react. Perfect. Zixuan chewed happily, her eyes shining. It was clear she loved being fed by me. We're eating like this today. We take turns feeding each other, deal? Zixuan beamed. You're the teacher. I shrugged, not wanting to ruin her fun. Awesome. Eat up, student. Zixuan giggled, continuously piling my favorite dishes into my bowl with her chopsticks. She kept picking the eggplant because she knew it was my favorite, just like I knew she loved the shredded pork and potatoes. We ate from 8 until almost 9. Even though Zixuan looked completely stuffed, she kept trying to order more food. From what I could tell, she didn't care about the food. She just loved me feeding her. Boss, more food, she called. The owner scratched his head, checking the clock. For a small family diner, staying open past 9 was pushing it. Aren't you full? I asked. Zixuan gave me a sweet smile. Totally stuffed, but I don't want this to end. We're done then, I told the owner, calling for the bill. Thanks, kids. The old man smiled, tallying the total. 27 yuan, he said. Sorry to rush you, but my wife wants to expand our little restaurant. We're renting a spot near the high school, so nights are hectic. Sorry about that. Ah, that makes sense. Zixuan nodded. It explained why this diner was located across from the school in my memories. They must have relocated right before I transferred. Juan leaned in close, whispering in my ear. Couples need mutual respect, not bossy rules. So, are you going to listen to me? I asked her out of the blue. Tong Zixuan froze. It was obvious she was reliving that bloody red nightmare. If only she had listened to me and let me drive instead of taking the wheel, maybe we could have avoided that tragedy. I will listen to you. About everything, Tong Zixuan said with a serious face. Do not take it seriously, I snorted. I was just asking. I paid the bill. Hey, Zhang Chen, I was supposed to buy you dinner, she complained. Tong Zixuan pouted. When a boyfriend and girlfriend go out, who usually pays? I asked. Oh, she mumbled. Tong Zixuan obediently stepped back. Once we settled the bill, we left the restaurant. Right then, the night had fully set in. Pitch black outside. Anyone could see she was terrified of the dark, gripping my jacket the entire way. So Zhang Chen, she started. You did great. You already know how to protect your girlfriend, she said. As we left the alley, she looked incredibly proud. Now that we ate, we should head back to school, I said flatly. Sure, but Zhang Chen, she teased. I have a question. I did not want to ruin the mood earlier, so I waited. She paused, thinking. She finally asked. Go ahead, I nodded. Why do you suddenly want me to teach you how to date? She looked up at me, completely curious. From what I could tell, she saw this as a golden ticket to win me back, but she clearly could not figure out why I suggested it. Luckily, I already had an excuse ready. You said I do not understand dating since I have never tried, so I want to learn. Got a problem? Do not worry, I will teach you well, she nodded eagerly. But we cannot go back to the dorms yet. Why? I asked. Because after dinner, a girlfriend wants milk tea, she said like it was obvious, and the boyfriend has to tag along. She dragged me to a milk tea shop across from the school gate. We ordered 2 chocolate milk teas and sat down inside. Judging by the way she stared at her straw, she was thrilled. Now she had the ultimate excuse to hang out with me. I could tell. She thought she could date me whenever she wanted now. Meanwhile, someone was rushing back to school from the internet cafe across the street. Students had 2 hours for dinner, and most used it to sneak out to internet cafes to play games. That was exactly what was happening. My friend Zhang Fan was one of them, still cursing under his breath about losing a game after almost getting a pentakill. Zhang Fan pulled out his student ID to enter. He froze and rubbed his eyes. Anyone could see he was struggling to believe his eyes. I was sitting right across the street with Tong Zixuan. To Zhang Fan, it probably looked insane since I always claimed I did not like her. Tang Zixuan leaned over and took a sip of my milk tea right from my straw. Zhangfan swallowed hard, looking like he just choked on PDA. Chapter 37. They are together. Slurp! Tang Zixuan aggressively sucked up the boba pearls through her straw. Are you trying to be childish? I asked. I rolled my eyes. Even if she was 17 and not a grown woman who had been reborn, that move was incredibly childish. What do you mean, childish? You clearly have not been paying attention to my lessons, she said, putting her hands on her hips. She looked serious. This is a girl initiating intimacy. You do not call that childish. Oh, then what should I say? I asked, amused. For a second, I felt glad she was reborn. She could finally drop the crushing pressure of work and life. Be herself. You should say, oh baby, you are just too cute. You have completely stolen my heart, she giggled. I burst out laughing and she giggled along. See, Zhangchen, dating is fun. Stop worrying about studying all the time. Your future job will not even relate to what you study. Oh, then what is my future job? I asked. She paused, looking hopeful. Your job is to travel the world with me. Traveling the world. I remembered her telling me that dream on our high school graduation day. Afterward, she wanted to have a baby girl. She had even picked out the name, Zhang Yinran. But dreams are just dreams. In reality, she took over her family's phone manufacturing company during her senior year. Within a year, she rebranded it into a tech startup, scaling it into the country's top 100. As a powerful female executive, she had zero time to travel or even dream. Soon, we finished our milk teas. When I reached to pay, I froze. My dad barely gave me any pocket money, and my future's investments had not paid out yet. I still needed a few more months to make my first real fortune. My turn, Tang Zixuan said, stepping in. You got dinner. I get the milk tea. Now we are even. She had clearly noticed my empty pockets before I could even pull out any change. Paid the clerk. It was obvious she was trying to protect my pride. She did not want me feeling insecure around her. With only 10 minutes before the 10 o'clock curfew, we stopped at the dorm fork. So Zhangchen, we have to say goodbye now, she said. Do you know what to say next? She smiled. Goodbye, I said. Wrong, that is only for friends, she corrected. If you want me to be your girlfriend, you cannot just brush me off. Fine. What do you want me to say? I asked. I raised an eyebrow. She dramatically pressed a hand to her chest. You should say, oh, my darling, sweet dreams, I will see you in my sleep. Then I headed back to my dorm. Lin Xiahua and Shen Qin were already washed up for bed. Seeing me come back so late, they asked where I'd been. I just smirked, dating Zhang Cheng, obviously. From what I could tell, they didn't buy it. They knew Zhang Cheng was a total block of wood. Apparently, Zhang Fan was teasing Zhang Cheng, calling him a sly player. I heard Zhang Cheng just rolled his eyes. The next morning, Zhang Cheng walked into class with his usual breakfast bread, but I was already waiting. I actually beat him to school today. Hey, Zhang Cheng, your milk, I said, sliding the carton onto his desk. Ever since my first day here, I brought him premium milk daily. He used to ignore it and stuff it back in my desk when class ended. It looked like Zhang Cheng was going to reject it again, but then he hesitated, took it, and poked the straw in. Thanks. Anytime, I grinned. Well, it's not all for you. I want some too, I said, shaking my head. It was just one single carton of milk. 2 people. I whipped out a second straw and squeezed it right next to Zhang Cheng's straw. 2 straws, 1 tiny hole. Before Zhang Cheng could complain, I cut him off. Don't ask. This is a lesson. Take notes. Behind us, Lin Xiaohua stared, her jaw dropping. What on earth happened between us in just one night? Judging by Lin Xiaohua's face, she was analyzing everything. She probably remembered me coming back late last night, wondering what we actually did. It was obvious that Lin Xiaohua suspected we'd crossed a major line. Right then, Zhang Fan walked over. Don't be shocked, Xiaohua. They're like this now. Lin Xiaohua turned to Zhang Fan, totally curious. Wait, do you know the inside scoop? Since he was close with Zhang Cheng, she figured he knew. Zhang Fan just snorted. I don't know crap. I just saw them sharing milk tea yesterday, Zhang Fan said. Sharing tea is nothing compared to this. Lin Xiaohua hissed, pointing at my satisfied face. That's not even the half of it, Zhang Fan muttered. Wait till you hear about the straws. Lin Xiaohua decided she had to grill me during break. She needed to know if my confession actually worked. Meanwhile, I quickly pulled out my textbook to look busy. The teacher was definitely watching. But if you're fast enough, they can't prove a thing. Before 8, our teacher, Ms. Jiang, arrived early to postpone the sports meet due to weather. But Friday's parent-teacher conference was still on. Chapter 38. The Fruit of Your Love. Once Ms. Jiang finished her lecture, I immediately spun to face Zhang Cheng. Finally, after being reborn, I could stare at my husband all I wanted, and he was still completely innocent. What are you staring at? He muttered. Because you're handsome, I teased. I paused, but he seemed completely unfazed. He kept his eyes glued to his textbook. I pouted. Hey, Zhang Cheng, you're supposed to say you're pretty too. Yeah, you're pretty too, he mumbled. Then actually look at me, I complained. Just then, someone tapped my shoulder. Xiaohua? I asked, turning around. She pointed outside. We need to talk. Outside. Sure, I said, standing up. Don't miss me too much. I'll be right back, I teased Jiang Cheng. I could tell Xiaohua suspected we were already official. At the end of the hall, she finally exploded. Did you actually confess? Are you guys together? I wish, I sighed. He'd never agree that easily, I said. Then what was that? She gestured, mimicking our double straw trick. Oh, that? Tapped my chin. Honestly, I actually need to thank you. I'm treating you to a massive dinner on Friday. Food? Heck yeah! Wait, how is this about me, she asked. I smiled. Didn't you tell Shen my love advice was useless? But that it was all just theory. Yeah, but what does that have to do with Jiang Cheng? She demanded. Well, I brought that up at dinner. I told him he knew nothing about romance, and guess what? I teased. She looked like she was trying to predict his reaction. Punched you? She guessed. I rolled my eyes. He would never hurt me. Get this. He actually asked me to teach him how to date. I'm his romance tutor. Oh my god, she gasped. So you're using that to get close? She caught on fast. Bingo, I smirked. But why would a guy like him ask for that, she wondered. To me, it made perfect sense. He's the school's top student, and geniuses want to master everything, including dating. Plus, don't let his cold, distant act fool you. He's just being shy. At our age, who doesn't want a little romance? Hearing that, Xiaohua finally nodded in agreement. Shy is a weird word for him, she teased. Whatever. You get it. By the end of the day, I was loving my new tutoring gig. It was actually working. As long as I didn't push it too far, Jiang Cheng did whatever I asked. Like sharing pens for homework or making him recite his lessons to me first. Still, there were downsides. Being at school meant no cafeteria dates or walking the track. He always had the perfect excuse. What if the teachers catch us? Honestly, we were basically an old married couple already. Why care about teachers? Finally, evening study hall arrived. All the teachers were called into a big staff meeting, leaving just the class president in charge. Hey, Jiang Cheng, no teachers around now. I leaned in close to him. So, what's our lesson for tonight, he asked. Anyone could see he knew I was just using this to flirt. Totally right. Let's see, I replied, putting on my most serious teacher voice. Tonight's lesson is absolutely critical. Parent-teacher meeting is Friday. Know what couples call that? She teased. Meeting the parents. I blurted out. She gasped. Classmate Jiang Chen. You're way too smart, she laughed. I rolled my eyes. Why did she treat me like a 7-year-old instead of a 17-year-old? All right, evening study hall just started. Your dating lesson is officially over. I sat up straight. She blinked. Wait, what does that mean? She looked totally lost. I shrugged and said, I told you. You coach me on romance and I coach you on schoolwork. Teacher wants me to tutor you tonight. Tang Ziswan swallowed hard, looking nervous. How exactly do you plan on doing that? Well, since you were so enthusiastic, I should return the favor with double the passion. Really? She gasped. I smirked. Yeah, copy today's classical text 20 times. Double passion meant brutal homework. I could tell she was fuming. But the real torture started after school. Just as she was about to ask me out for dinner, I tossed her a massive study guide. Do every folded page. I'm checking it tomorrow. Are you seriously giving me homework? She looked completely shell-shocked. Yep, if you can't finish it, forget about dating me. Worry about your grades first, I said coldly. Fine, I'll do it, she groaned, completely defeated. That threat was her kryptonite. Apparently, back in her dorm, she was sighing up a storm. Her roommate, Shen Qin, asked why she looked so miserable. Smelled like cheap romance yesterday. Why the long face today? Shen Qin teased. Shh, quiet, Lin Xiaohua hissed. She has actual work to do, Lin whispered. Shen Qin watched as she dragged out the heavy study guide I had given her. No way, she bought a study guide? Shen Qin's eyes widened. Since she transferred here, homework usually made her miserable. This was a miracle. Why is she voluntarily doubling her homework? Because Jiang Chen assigned it to her, Lin whispered. Oh, now I get it. Shen Qin nodded in understanding, patting her shoulder with dramatic gravity. My dear friend, don't suffer. Look at it this way. Jiang Chen's book plus your notes, that's basically the baby of your romance. Other couples get cute babies. She got a textbook. Friday morning arrived, and everyone in class looked like they were marching to their doom. Parent-teacher conference was that afternoon. Slackers feared getting roasted, and even nerds worried about getting snitched on. I was the only one totally chill. So nervous. Classmate Jiang Chen, are you sweating it? Even Tang Zishuan was totally losing her cool. Her little fists were literally shaking. What are you so stressed about? I asked, keeping my actual thoughts to myself. We both got reborn, so why was she acting so chaotic? Why couldn't she be chill like me? Freaking out won't change anything, I muttered. Grades are already set in stone, I added. Ugh, I'm not stressing over grades, she groaned. I'm worried about you meeting my parents before we finish our dating lessons. I bit my lip. How did she go from cold CEO to this drama queen? What you dread always comes first. Morning classes flew by, and by lunch, parents flooded the halls. Everyone stood outside, waiting anxiously. Whether we'd get rewards or a beatdown this weekend was anyone's guess. Soon, my dad, Zhang Xinhua, spotted me and patted my shoulder. Xiao Chen, your teacher texted me. You killed it on the exams. It was all right. I'll keep pushing, Dad, I replied. I nodded. Great, that's really great, he said. From what I could tell, he was hiding something in his pocket. Dad, is something else on your mind? I asked. Well, he hesitated. Since you're boarding at school now, don't have a phone, which makes emergencies tough. He dug into his coat, pulling out a sleek black Meizu phone. I recognized it instantly. Back then, it cost $2,500, more than half his monthly salary. Knowing our tight finances, my heart sank. I sighed. Dad, don't waste your money. I can manage. Come on, the other kids have one, he insisted. Why shouldn't you? Take it. The SIM card is already inside. Memorize your number, and make sure you save mine. Shoved it into my bag. I nodded, feeling emotional. Honestly, before my rebirth or after, he had always treated me with endless love. I knew why, too. It was his way of making up for me growing up without a mother. Dad, once my future's trades pay off, our lives will change, I promise, he sighed. I'll count that as a reward for your good grades. Just focus on studying. Okay? From what I could tell, he still thought the stock market was a scam. Got it, I replied, fully confident. Hi, Uncle. Tang Zixuan hopped out of the classroom, waving at my dad. Oh, hey there, classmate, he beamed. I never got to thank you properly for last time, Dad said. No worries. My desk mate Zhang Chen helped me tutor Chinese. This exam, my grades were totally thanks to him, she said proudly. Classmates should help each other. Teach him if he gets stuck too, Dad smiled. She nodded, but judging by her expression, she was holding back a laugh. Study-wise, there was nothing I didn't know. But dating? Yeah, she was definitely schooling me. I'll head inside first. You kids talk, Dad said, heading in. She practically bounced over. Classmate Zhang Chen, save my number. She whipped out her phone, practically vibrating with excitement. I saved my dad's number first. Before she even started speaking, I almost typed her number from memory. Luckily, I caught myself. Go ahead, I said. Once I typed it perfectly, she gasped and stopped me. Wait, how did you know that? Change my contact name, I grumbled, crossing my arms. Zhang Cheng smirked. Oh, and what should I call you then? It was obvious he knew I was up to something. How many times do I have to tell you? I'm your girlfriend. Nobody saves their girlfriend's real name. Try baby honey or wife. Zhang Sheng actually nodded. Fine, let's go with the last one. Seriously? My eyes lit up. I hadn't heard him call me wife in forever. But when I looked at my contact card, he typed grandma. I instantly lost my mind. Am I seriously that old? I lunged for Zhang Cheng's phone, determined to delete that second word right then. Shoro, you're a girl. What on earth are you doing? A freezing cold voice cut through the air behind me. My entire body froze. I turned around slowly. Mom, I stammered, frantically trying to play it cool. I'm not doing anything. I swear, nothing at all. My eyes darted around guiltily. In my mom's eyes, I was still just a sweet 17-year-old, and I had been standing way too close to Zhang Cheng. If she noticed anything, I was dead. But my mom's eyes locked right onto Zhang Cheng. She wasn't stupid. She knew something was up between us. She clearly suspected we were dating. But then, Zhang Cheng stepped in front of me, totally calm. Hello, Auntie, he said. I was hoping we could discuss how to help Tang Zixuan with her schoolwork. My mom blinked, shocked by how fearless and poised he was. Didn't look guilty at all, which completely threw my mom off. From what I could tell, she started wondering if she'd totally misread the situation. Why else would he bring up studying? Zhang Cheng nodded, yes. Our teacher asked me to tutor her in literature. I wanted to share where she needs improvement. Hearing this, my mom's face softened. Her teacher had already texted her about my terrible grades anyway. She knew I'd actually made progress recently. If a classmate was really helping me raise my scores, she was honestly ready to thank him. You think her grades can go up even more? My mom asked. Zhang Cheng nodded. Yes, I helped her prepare for most of this last test. She got lucky. To keep this up for the next exam, she has to work harder. I stared at him, my mind completely blown. Brilliant. How did I never realize my future husband was this genius back in high school? Now, if I bombed the next test, I had the perfect excuse. Oh, I see. Well, thank you so much for helping her out, my mom said, a warm smile spreading across her face. She asked politely, since she still has room to grow, what should I do? Should I buy her more study guides? I actually made a list on my phone, Zhang Sheng said, handing it to her. It had titles of all the toughest prep books. My mom scanned the screen and nodded. Perfect. I'll make sure she buys every single one of these after the parent-teacher meeting. Anyone could see she was totally relieved. She'd seen us leaning close over the phone earlier, and now she believed we were just studying. I completely forgot to ask your name, my mom added. Even if the teacher assigned you, you're the reason she did so well. Mom, his name is Zhang Chung, I blurted out, stepping in. Nobody else got it, but I knew exactly what this moment meant. It wasn't just my mom meeting a classmate. This was my mom meeting her future son-in-law. I assume your grades are good too? She asked. Mom, just wait, I smirked. The teacher is going to announce his scores today because his grades are actually insane, like superhuman. Really? Now I'm actually curious, my mom said, turning toward the classroom. All right, I'm heading inside. Keep up the good work. Xiaoro, behave yourself. He's trying to help you. I know, I know. I watched her walk away and let out a massive sigh. I grinned at Zhang Chung. Wow, classmate, I can't believe you actually fooled my mom. He looked at me, totally calm. Fooled her? How? Because when she walked up, she definitely suspected we were dating, I whispered, getting serious. You totally saved us. Seriously, if my mom catches us dating, we are dead. Zhang Chung shrugged. I'm not dating anyone, so why are you telling me? Ouch. A wave of disappointment hit me, but I quickly covered it up. Well, people might misunderstand my dating lessons, so good job fooling her. She only cares about my grades anyway. Zhang Cheng looked down at his phone. I leaned in to peek, but he suddenly looked up. I wasn't fooling her, he said. I literally mapped out a daily study plan for you. I glanced at his screen. Just one look, and my eyes nearly popped out of my head. Endless essays, massive practice tests. It was literally double my normal homework load. Stared at him, completely shell-shocked. Jiang Chung, I need to confirm something. When I told you to treat me like your girlfriend, did you actually listen to a word I said? Jiang Chung shrugged. I did, but remember, we're just pretending. Fine, pretend or not, you said you'd treat me like your girl. I took a deep breath, and then I completely snapped. Then why are you burying me in homework? Are you literally trying to torture your future wife? The parent-teacher meeting started soon after. Inside the classroom, Zhang Cheng's dad, Zhang Xinhua, sat in his son's seat. Judging by his face, he seemed totally restless, despite his son ranking first. Anyone could see he felt incredibly overwhelmed. Usually, when kids score top of the class, parents are thrilled, but he looked deeply troubled. Other parents would shower their kids with massive rewards, but he'd only managed to get Zhang Cheng a basic phone, just a normal school's essential. You could easily hear the mom behind him bragging on her phone, talking about taking her kid on some luxury vacation abroad for winter break. A vacation abroad? It was obvious he was stressed. He was facing layoffs at work, with zero money or time for trips. Even if my dad had the time, he didn't have the cash. Suddenly, heels clicked. An elegant, younger-looking woman sat right next to him. She sat right next to my dad and introduced herself. Hello, you must be Zhang Chen's father, right? Chapter 41. I only care about you. You know me, my dad asked. Judging by her expensive clothes, his confidence completely shrank. She obviously came from money. Actually, my daughter knows your son. I wanted to thank you and Jiang Chen on Xiaoro's behalf. Tong Zixuan's mom was polite and down to earth. My dad finally relaxed. Oh, so you are young Tong's mother. Hello, I'm Jiang Chen's dad, he said. Tong Zixuan's mom smiled. You're probably older, brother Jiang. Just call me Xiao Wen. After some small talk, they discussed our grades. Hearing my scores had skyrocketed, she looked like she finally understood how I helped her daughter. Obvious. She thought a student who recently improved would make the best tutor. She probably wanted me to help Tong Zixuan instead of some cram school. Soon, the teacher started the meeting. No surprise here. As the top-ranked student, I was the first one she showered with praise. Wen Jinlan stared in disbelief hearing my score. No wonder Tong Zixuan called me a freak. 746 is straight-up national champion territory. Even when the teacher praised Tong Zixuan's progress, her mom didn't seem to care. She just waited impatiently for the meeting to end. Brother Zhang, Wen Xinlin turned to my dad with a serious look. What's wrong? My dad blinked. Can we grab dinner tonight? Both kids. Consider it a thank you to Jiang Chen. Her tone left no room for argument. Xiao Wen, you're being way too polite. My dad couldn't even find an excuse to decline. I'm not being polite, she insisted. I hate owing people. If you refuse, I'll think you're worried tutoring Xiaoru will ruin his grades. She laid it all out, leaving my dad no choice. All right then. Thank you, brother Zhang. See you at Liwan restaurant then. She gave him the address, nodded and walked out. My dad stood there, processing it all. My dad left through the back. Outside, Tong Zixuan rushed to her mom. You won't kick me out now, right? Where's Zhang Chen? Wen Xinlan countered with her own question. Tong Zixuan flinched. Judging by his face, he was terrified she'd found out how close we'd been getting. Whatever. Just tell Zhang Chen yourself, Wen Xinlan muttered. We're having dinner at Liwan restaurant after school. He and his dad are coming. Behave yourself. No acting up. Tong Zixuan seemed totally lost, unable to process why his mom was inviting my dad and me to dinner. Don't go spreading this around, Wen Xinlan whispered in Tong Zixuan's ear. I'm going home to discuss it with your dad, about how to get Zhang Chen to keep tutoring you. This dinner is crucial. Tong Zixuan grinned from ear to ear. They actually wanted me to tutor him long term. Transferring schools was officially off the table. I'll go grab your dad. You and Jiang Chen head over after school, Wen Xinlan said, then took off. Meanwhile, at the classroom back door, my dad let me know about the dinner. After giving me the details, he headed home first. No night study on Fridays, but with one period left after the meeting, our teacher let us do self-study. Once the bell rang, I left. Hey, aren't we having dinner tonight? Let's walk together. Why are you leaving by yourself? Tang Zixuan yelled, running up from behind me. Aren't you going back to the dorm to pack? I shot him a look. Tang Zixuan realized. Oh, right. See you at the school gate. About 10 minutes later, Tang Zixuan rushed out of his dorm. The moment he reached the school gate, he spotted me standing there. I was staring down at my phone. Sorry to keep you waiting. Tang Zixuan ran over, breathless. I quickly shoved my phone into my pocket. I had been checking my futures earnings. I knew the ones I bought would slowly grow over the next 6 months. The online charts confirmed it. Everything was moving exactly as I predicted. They should peak by late January next year, which would be my perfect chance to sell. But I couldn't let Tang Zixuan see any of this. I knew that without the cheat ability I got after my rebirth, things would be different. Tang Zixuan's business mind would easily crush mine. If he saw, he'd suspect me. I still didn't have the confidence to lay my cards down. If we ended up together like in my past life, could we really avoid the tragedy? Let's cross over to grab a cab, Tang Zixuan suggested. Tang Zixuan pointed across the street, but I shook my head. Go ahead and take a cab. I'll just catch the bus. Treating Tang Zixuan to dinner this week, my pocket money was completely drained. No way I could afford a cab. Tang Zixuan looked stunned. Then he walked over. I'll go with you. I could tell he knew my family was struggling. We both headed to the nearby bus stop. Past the time, Tang Zixuan kept chatting. He kept bringing up relationship advice, clearly trying to find a way to bond with me. Hey, Jiang Chen, now that you have a phone, do you know what couples do when they aren't together? Tang Zixuan asked. Call each other, I guessed. Not quite, he replied, shaking his head. He was practically beaming, though. At least I said call each other instead of a girlfriend. It probably made him feel special. Based on his smirk, he probably thought he was already my partner. He confidently added that texting also works besides calling. Pop quiz. If you text good night at night, what do you send in the morning? Good morning, I asked instinctively. Wrong, Tang Zixuan corrected immediately. You can't text in the morning, you have to call. Why? I blurted. Because you have to call them first thing, and then blow into the receiver like this. He blew into his mic. Know what I'm doing? I raised an eyebrow. So what if it is just a breath? Some say mornings are for planning, but honestly, all I care about is you. Chapter 42. Actually, I'm not since 17 either. We did not wait long at all before our bus to Liwan Hotel arrived. Zixuan and I squeezed through the crowd. Our bus route passed 3 different schools in the city, and mine was the very last stop. By the time we boarded, every single seat was already taken, but there was barely even room to stand. Zixuan complained about the heat, fanning herself with her hand. I scanned the crowded bus and called out, "Come over here." I pushed through the crowd to clear a path for Zixuan toward the exit. As the bus moved, a cool breeze started blowing through the door cracks. Much better. Zixuan nodded with a satisfied smile, turning to look at me. Thank you, Jiang Cheng. You've improved so much, Zixuan teased. Improved how? I asked. You actually know how to look after your girlfriend on a bus now, she smirked happily. A soft smile played on her lips. Back in high school, we took this bus home together every Friday. But since my house was closer to school, I always had to transfer after seeing her off. Don't you usually grab a cab home? I asked out of nowhere. Sure, but cabs are boring compared to this, Zixuan pouted. Looking at her, I could tell she was remembering high school. Back when we rode together, there was only one seat left, so I gave it to her, but she hated seeing me stand. Extremely shy back then, she made a very bold move. She shyly suggested that I sit down so she could sit on my lap instead. I still remember how both of our faces flushed bright red that day. Our faces were burning, like we were doing something totally forbidden. Back then, that was easily the most intimate physical contact we had ever shared. Bus did not matter. Getting close to me did. But from the look on her face, she probably figured I would never let her do that now. I did not mean to, but meeting her a year early changed my whole vibe. To her, I probably seemed like a completely cold, distant stranger. Without our fake dating lessons, I probably would have shut down all her attempts to get close. I was brutal. But then, the bus took a sharp turn. The carriage tilted hard. Zixuan lost her grip on the handrail, stumbled backward, and crashed straight into my chest. She glanced back, realizing I had been standing right behind her the whole time. A playful spark lit up her eyes, and she fake yawned. Hey, classmate, she murmured sleepily. Aren't you tired? I frowned. Are you sleepy? I knew her habits all too well. Zixuan always got incredibly sleepy whenever she traveled. Back when we did business trips, she only brought me along so I could wake her up before we arrived. bend. Yeah, and there are no seats. Let me borrow your shoulder. She rubbed her eyes, acting exhausted. Before I could even answer, she rested her head right on my shoulder. Honestly, her acting was so realistic, I did not suspect a single thing. She was basically just playing herself anyway. Her soft hair spilled over my shoulder, tickling my cheek. Even when I breathed, I could feel her right there. Every breath, I caught her scent. Clean shampoo mixed with her own sweet perfume. I glanced down at her beautiful resting face. Her eyes were closed, completely at peace. Even though she believed I was actually 17 and not reborn, she seemed to trust me with everything. It made me think about us. We both traveled back in time, yet her love for me was so fierce, completely unstoppable and fearless. But I was always hesitating, holding back. At first, I did not even know if I should let myself get close to her again. I just wanted to see if we could prevent our past tragedy, but I was acting like a clueless, hesitant girl. I am a man. I love her. Why was I afraid to admit it? Right then, I made my decision. Suddenly, the bus swerved hard again. Juan grabbed my shoulders to balance herself, her wide, clear eyes locking onto mine. I took a deep breath. Actually, I am not 17 either, I blurted out. Chapter 43. But instead of taking my confession seriously, Zixuan just blushed and pouted at me. She looked highly annoyed. Fine, you caught me flirting. Next time, just tell me to stop faking it. I am not denying anything. Clearly, her little scheme was busted, but she refused to back down. And stop lying about not being 17. Even if you were 16, 15, 14, or even in kindergarten, I would still tease you. I stared at her, totally speechless. What kind of logic was that? Hey, classmate, she quickly corrected herself, realizing how ridiculous she sounded. I did not mean to flirt. I am just training you as your dating coach, she explained confidently. When a girl gets physically close to you, you need to play along. But hey, I get it, you have never dated, so making up a ridiculous age excuse is normal. I wanted to laugh. She had absolutely no idea I meant being reborn. Honestly, she seemed to love the thrill of chasing me and building our connection all over again. So I had to tease her. Any girl I should play along with anyone? No, absolutely not, she gasped. She shook her head furiously. Only with the girl you like, someone like me. 30 minutes later, our bus pulled up near the Grand Hotel. Zixuan and I stepped off one after another. The restaurant was just a short walk away. Stepped inside, and Zixuan immediately turned to look at me. Hey, classmate, are you nervous? Why should I be nervous? I asked. Because our parents are meeting. This is literally a massive deal that could decide our entire future, she said, looking dead serious. I rolled my eyes. Are you serious? Come on, I am helping you practice. What will you do when you actually meet your future in-laws? Life is a rehearsal, she added. Do not get so nervous that you start blurting out weird lies about not being 17 again. Merked. The one who should be nervous isn't me. Tong Zixuan mumbled. What's that supposed to mean? Let's find them first, I said, pointing to the front desk to ask about Wen Jinlan's private room. The waiter led us over. I pushed the door open. My dad, Zhang Xinhua, was already sitting there, hands clenched between his knees. Anyone could see he was incredibly tense. Tang Zixuan's parents were sitting on the other side. A massive stack of reference books sat on the table. You're here. Take a look, her mother called out. These are the books Jiang Chen said you need, Wen Xinlan said. Tang Zixuan looked like she wanted to faceplant straight into the tofu and end it all. Mountain of books was a death sentence for her. I stepped forward. Auntie, I can actually start assigning her weekend homework from these right now. Sat by my dad, while Tang Zixuan squeezed between her parents. Let's toast Jiang Chen for tutoring Xiaoro, her mother said. I really appreciate it. Wen Jinlan stood with her glass and her husband joined in. We all clinked cups to start. They had invited my dad and me for one reason. Our grades. Naturally, the talk revolved around school. Her parents treated me with total respect, constantly praising how much they love motivated, hardworking kids. Tang Zixuan had looked miserable at first, but now she seemed to relax. Judging by her expression, she was relieved that our timeline's parents still liked me. From what I could tell, she was pretty satisfied. In her eyes, my transformation into a straight A student was definitely working in her favor. Though, she probably thought my EQ was rock bottom, thinking I went from sweet to completely oblivious. Either way, our families enjoyed the dinner together. The vibe was great, but Wen Xinlan had an agenda. Once the main dishes were cleared, she cleared her throat to test the waters. Brother Jiang Chen, she said, wringing her hands, we just want our daughter to succeed. Since you two sit together in class, it is easy to study together. Could Jiang Chen tutor Xiaoro more? Her father chimed in, only if it doesn't hurt your own grades, of course. So, forget we asked. Wen Jinlan nodded quickly. My dad looked over at me, hesitant, waiting for my call. Chen, it's up to you, my dad whispered. I kept my voice flat. Actually, I'm already tutoring her in Chinese daily, per our teacher's orders. No, that's not what I meant, when Jinlan waved her hands. I meant during the winter and summer breaks, if that's possible. I can't do breaks, I said bluntly. Their smiles faltered. I need to work part-time jobs during vacations. A job, they echoed, trading glances. Then, they grinned. If that was my only issue, this was going to be easy. Working and tutoring didn't conflict at all. I'm sorry, you two, my dad said, standing up with an apologetic smile. Money is tight for us, which is why Chen wants to work. My dad probably thought they were looking down on us. They drove a nice car and hosted us at a fancy restaurant. Their wealth was obvious. Uncle, you misunderstood, Tang Zixuan said quickly. If Jiang Chen wants a winter job, he can work for us. It won't get in the way of tutoring. How? My dad asked. Well, we run a mobile phone company, Wen Jinlan explained. We hire tons of graduates and seasonal student workers every year. We even have positions for high schoolers. Why not work for us? I didn't want to jump at it immediately. I'll think about it, I said. Here's my number, Wen Jinlan said, handing me a slip of paper. If you decide to work this winter, you're always welcome. Tang Zixuan sat there with a smug grin. From what I could see, she was thrilled she wouldn't have to beg me to hang out over break. Her parents' assist was massive. Clearly, they had no idea their daughter was plotting to get close to me. Around 8 p.m., we finally wrapped up. My dad and I headed home too. Chen, I bought some dried noodles, he said. I've got overtime at the factory this weekend, so I won't be home. Boil some for dinner. I nodded. Okay. Suddenly, my dad hesitated, grinding his teeth as if making a hard choice. Pulled out a 100 yuan bill and handed it to me. Go eat out, you're growing, Chen, I won't let you starve. Dad, I mumbled. I sighed, knowing exactly how hard he was trying. In this world, money isn't everything, but trying to live without it is a nightmare. That is why, when I got my rebirth wish, I specifically demanded the power to make money. Back in my bedroom, I grabbed my phone. I checked the futures market. Aside from my stocks, everything was moving exactly as I predicted. Now I just had to wait for January's massive harvest. Phone buzzed, a text message. The sender was Tang Zixuan. Asleep yet, classmate? Let's start remote tutoring. When your girlfriend texts you, how are you supposed to reply? I paused, then texted back. Low on credit, add my chat app. She didn't even need to ask me for the account details. She added my number instantly from memory. In our past life, logging into my account to play Bronze Glory was her favorite way to pass the time. Her own account had been permanently banned for feeding and throwing games. She was a total menace to her teammates. She'd lost her mind when it happened, insisting she wasn't throwing, just slightly bad at gaming. Hey, classmate Zhang Chen, her message popped up. She added me, said hi, and sent a giant red heart. I kept it brief, get to the point. Want to hang out this weekend? She asked. Movies, shopping, maybe the amusement park? Those are essential dating lessons, she added, practically buzzing. I raised an eyebrow and replied, Did you finish the weekend homework I assigned you? A row of dots popped up, followed by a sighing face. Fine, guess I'm staying home. That's what I get for liking you. You can't just hide inside, I replied. Get some exercise. I'm signing up for next week's track meet, and you should too. Count me in. Tang Zixuan texted me back immediately. How about the relay? If you're passing me the baton, I might even break a world record. Judging by that text, she was definitely daydreaming about us on the school track. In her head, I'd hand her the baton, she'd accidentally grab my hand, and we'd run together in front of the whole school. Hand in hand on the track. From what I could tell, she craved that cliché high school romance. I shattered her fantasy with a question mark. Relays are gender segregated. Yeah, I'm better off in the stands, I replied. On Monday morning, Tang Zixuan slid some milk onto my desk, like it was already our daily routine. Good morning, Jiang Chen, she chirped. I just gave her a side eye. Did you do the prep work? Obviously, she said, handing me her workbook while complaining that this assignment totally ruined her weekend plans. I couldn't even watch the show Hua recommended. I flipped through the pages. The work was done, but whether the answers were actually correct was a mystery. I'll grade it during evening study hall, I said, handing it back. Tang Zixuan suddenly perked up. Oh, by the way, Jiang Chen, since you're giving me homework, shouldn't your dating coach give you some too? Instantly, a terrible feeling washed over me. Do this, she said, her face lighting up. I'll take you to my parents' company this weekend. You can check out winter break jobs. Just that? I asked, highly skeptical. That didn't sound like her at all. Yep, my homework is easy, unlike yours. Unlike some people, she sighed dramatically. It was obvious she had calculated this perfectly. Visiting her family's office meant one thing. She got a weekend date with me and a solid excuse to skip her massive homework load. Anyone could see she was proud of her genius plan. Just then, the class president, Zhang Hao, approached my desk, clutching a clipboard. Zhang Chen? It had a list of names. What's up? I asked, looking up. The sports meet is this Friday, he said. Wondering if you'd join? Zhang Hao rubbed his nose awkwardly. Everyone in class knew how close Tang Zixuan and I were, especially since he'd tried hitting on her on day one. We were textbook rivals, and we'd even played a tense one-on-one basketball match to settle things. But after that game and me leading our class to victory, Zhang Hao was completely humbled. I had better grades and better skills. I beat him at his favorite sport, leaving him zero room to compete. Plus, everyone knew the real reason he backed off. Tang Zixuan was aggressively chasing me. Honestly, I didn't hold a grudge. It's natural for guys to fall for pretty girls. Besides, he stood zero chance with her. Glancing at his clipboard, I asked, "Are you guys short on signups?" "Yeah, after the parent-teacher conference, everyone's stressed," Zhang Hao admitted with a weak laugh. "Especially the relay. We need 4 people." "So far, only 2 signed up." I looked at the list. "Just Zhang Hao and Zhang Fan." "Put me down for it," I said. I pointed to the slot. "Awesome, thanks, man. And hey, let's forget about our past drama," Zhang Hao said. "Dinner is on me sometime." I just nodded, keeping my thoughts to myself. Zhang Hao then glanced cautiously at her. "Hey, Zixuan, want to sign up too?" Instantly, both of us locked our eyes on him. For a split second, he looked terrified, like invisible daggers were piercing his chest. "Wait, don't get me wrong. I only asked because the girls' relay is short on players too," Zhang Hao stammered, sweating. "And honestly, Tang Zixuan, I was totally out of line before. You made the right call rejecting me." Hearing that, my cold stare finally vanished. Tang Zixuan pouted anyway. "Forget it, I have zero athletic talent." Zhang Hao set his clipboard on my desk, scanning the room. "Who's next?" "The girls' relay still needs one more." Suddenly, Tang Zixuan snatched his clipboard away. She stared hard at the list. "What is it?" Zhang Hao asked. "Sign me up, I'm doing the relay." It took her less than 5 minutes to completely change her mind. "Really? You're sure you want in?" Zhang Hao was thrilled. His only goal was filling the spots. "Yep, I'm absolutely sure," she nodded firmly. No room for doubt. "Great, thanks so much. Oh, and Zhang Chen." Zhang Hao grabbed his clipboard. Before leaving, he called out, "Wish you two a happy marriage." "Why does everyone think we're dating?" she whispered, turning to me. I just rolled my eyes. With her giving me private dating lessons, it'd be a miracle if people didn't think we were together. "Why the sudden change of heart?" I asked. "Because she's running too, I'll prove I can do anything she can." I refused to lose to her. Pouted, glancing toward Keishi's seat. At lunch, she headed to the cafeteria with Lin Xiaohua. In the lunch line, Xiaohua asked how her chase was going. Tang Zixuan confidently boasted she was thrilled with our current progress. Xiaohua looked worried. "If Jiang Chen finds out you're just using this to get close, won't he be mad at you?" "Relax, he won't. He has 0 romance cells. He'll never figure it out," she bragged. "Besides, I'm technically still teaching him how to date." Xiaohua rolled her eyes. "You mean teaching him how to date you?" I giggled, totally fine with that. But Lin Xiaohua rolled her eyes, teasing, "Seriously, Zixuan, you have the thickest skin ever." I shrugged. "Whatever. As long as I win him over, you can say my skin is thicker than steel." But right at that moment, the girl ahead of us spun around. "So that's why I got close to Zhang Shen," Lin Xihua and I froze. It was Qiqian. Chapter 46. "Enjoy your lunch," Qiqian said, giving me a cold smile. Even though she was next in line, she walked straight out of the queue. "What are you standing there for? Go after her," Lin Xiahua urged me anxiously. "She is definitely going to tell Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen finds out you're playing him, you're dead," Lin Xiahua snapped. But I stood there frozen. "What are you waiting for?" she yelled. Anyone could see Lin Xiahua was losing her mind with worry. I lowered my head, whispering, "I did do it. I don't know how to explain." I was in the wrong, and I knew it. There was no excuse. "But you two are so close," Lin Xiaohua insisted. "He will definitely believe you." "Do you really think we're close?" I looked at my best friend, biting my lip. "I only got Jiang Chen to hang out with me by scheming." Lin Xiaohua froze. It was obvious she agreed with me. Would Jiang Chen, who rejected me on day 1, really believe me over Kichan? "Unlikely," Lin Xiaohua muttered. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. "Hey, Zixuan, aren't you just lacking confidence? I have an idea. About whether Jiang Chen will believe you, I have a way." "What way?" I asked, curious. "Test the waters." Lin Xiahua winked at me. "Jiang Chen's best friend is Jiang Fan. Let's drag him over and ask." "Will that really work?" I asked, worried. "Don't worry," Lin Xiahua said. "At least we'll find out where Jiang Chen stands with you." "What if he doesn't even care?" Lin Xiahua said, always the optimist. I nodded thoughtfully. Honestly, I thought Qi Qian telling him would be disastrous. Deep down, I felt playing with someone's feelings was shameful, even as a reincarnated soul who would still choose Jiang Chen as my husband. But those excuses were mine alone. After getting my lunch, I realized this was the first time since transferring to Liushi High School that I deliberately sat far away from Jiang Chen. I didn't even peek at him once. By now, Kei Qian had probably told him everything. If only I had chased after Kei Qian. Maybe I could have defended myself and spun the story in my favor, right now. totally spiraling. But what was done was done. I had to follow Lin Jiao's plan and use Zhang Fan to test the waters. By 1 p.m., the cafeteria was clearing out. I'll go grab Zhang Fan, Lin Jiahua said, standing up and heading out. I nervously fidgeted with my fingers, completely lost. Soon, Zhang Fan's complaining voice echoed, Xiaohua, why'd you drag me here? I have a game. The courts are gonna fill up. I looked up and saw Lin Xiaohua angrily dragging a protesting Zhang Fan toward our table. Zhang Fan, Zixuan, and I have a crucial question. You're not leaving until you answer, Lin Xiaohua demanded. What is it? Zhang Fan muttered. Let me ask first, Lin Xiaohua said, pulling Zhang Fan down across from me. Did Keiqian find Zhang Chen? Yeah, how'd you know? Zhang Fan asked curiously. Do you know what they talked about? Lin Xiaohua pressed. Oh, a ton of stuff, Zhang Fan replied. I was on my phone registering an account, using Zhang Chen's number, Zhang Fan recalled. Lin Jiahua kicked his shin. Who cares about you? I asked about them. Suddenly, Zhang Fan slapped his forehead. He looked up at me. Oh right, Zixuan, they actually talked about you. Anxiety tightened in my chest. Pen definitely told him. So how did Zhang Chen react? Lin Xiaohua pressed immediately. Face was terrifying. Zhang Fan shuddered. Lin Xiaohua and I exchanged a tense glance. Judging by how terrified Zhang Fan looked, it was bad. Zhang Chen must have been furious. Zixuan, should we skip this afternoon? Lin Xiaohua whispered cautiously. I can't hide forever, I muttered, knowing running wouldn't solve anything. But with Zhang Chen this mad, Lin Xiaohua trailed off. It was clear she didn't know how to comfort me. Maybe we slip back in right when the bell rings? I suggested. Lin Xiaohua nodded. Can I go now, ladies? I'm missing my game, Zhang Fan pleaded, still anxious to play. Get lost. Lin Jiahua waved him off. The real nightmare was facing Zhang Chen. We sat in silence until the afternoon bell rang. But we had to go back. Stepping into that classroom felt like walking straight through death's door after a fatal car crash. Zhang Chen hated me. It would kill me all over again. But I had to walk forward, right to my seat next to him. Sat down, keeping my head low, and peeked at Zhang Chen. To my horror, he was staring right back. His eyes were incredibly cold. He was furious. What if he confronted me? What if he never spoke to me again? How would I ever win him back? I couldn't stand seeing another girl by his side. Is this your answer? Zhang Chen suddenly demanded coldly. Bye. Tears pricked my eyes. I had no idea what to say. Zhang Chen continued. The weekend assignment wasn't just about finishing it. You were supposed to do it seriously. For example, this reading comprehension question has a reference. Why didn't you look at it? Weekend assignment? Hearing that, I froze. I looked up at Zhang Chen, totally dazed, completely baffled. Chapter 47. So that's why he was mad. If not the homework, what did you think? Zhang Chen asked. Zhang Cheng looked at me, deadpan. Your teacher and mom want me to tutor you. You need to actually try. This sloppy attitude is not cutting it. How am I supposed to help you? Was he using homework to lash out because Qi Qian sold me out? No, that didn't make sense. Knowing Zhang Cheng's temper, he should be giving me the silent treatment. I was so confused. This guy is literally my future husband. I honestly couldn't read him. Zhang Cheng, I said, are you really mad about my homework or is there something else? Decided to just lay it on the line. Zhang Cheng raised an eyebrow. Something else? He asked. What else would I be mad about? If you don't study, that's your problem. I am not angry. Wait, did Kichan not tell him? No, Zhang Fan swore he heard it. Did she really not expose me? No way. Someone like her would love to have dirt on me. But why hasn't Zhang Cheng said a single word about it? Fine, I will just say it. I gathered my courage and peeked at him. Zhang Cheng looked completely unfazed. What are you trying to say? About what Qi Chan told you. Are you really not mad at me? I decided to be direct. He shrugged. You mean the part where she said your dating lessons were just a setup? Yes. I nodded like crazy. You seriously are not mad? Why should I be? He asked, not hesitating for a second. Wait, you don't think I was playing with your feelings? I asked, completely floored. Is that what you think? Zhang Cheng asked. No, no way, I quickly replied. I promise, it was a setup, but I never played with your feelings. I swear, I held up 4 fingers. Your oaths mean nothing to me, he said. And why did you think I would care? He asked nonchalantly. Well, because I lied to you, I muttered carefully. Lied? He feigned confusion. Wasn't I the one who asked for dating lessons? It hit me like a ton of bricks. Oh, right. Back at the restaurant, he was the one who asked for them. If I was tricking him, he was basically my accomplice. Who helps their own killer? But I still played you. Seriously, you are not mad at all. I wanted to get to the bottom of this. I needed to be absolutely sure. Tricking me doesn't matter, he said flatly. Honestly, I think it is fine. Really? I grinned, feeling a massive wave of relief. At least it is fun, he shrugged. Fun, I blinked. Like that Sunday morning text, he said. He pulled out his phone, reading it aloud. You said you forgot last night, but we do not need good nights. If we can see summer stars, that is the best time to say it. And then I asked what you meant, exactly. You said, I can ask the difference between the stars and me. And how did I answer? I grinned sweetly. He read, "The stars are in the sky and I am in your heart." See? I told you I am a great teacher, I said proudly. Zhang Cheng rolled his eyes. Since you think this is fun, let me test you again. I was totally in my element now. He nodded. What do you call that spinning ride at the park? Carousel. Mwah! He looked like he was going to pass out from the cringe. Meanwhile, my best friend Lin Xiaohua was eavesdropping from the back row. She apparently expected a massive explosion between us. But this? Then, from the looks of it, she couldn't believe we were trading cheesy lines. Even real high school couples weren't this cringe. We probably looked like an old married couple. Just then, Zhang Fan ran in, panting, and begged Zhang Cheng to play basketball later. Those seniors crushed me all afternoon, Zhang Fan whined. No time, Zhang Cheng snapped back. You have to help me get revenge next time, Zhang Fan begged. Sure, Zhang Cheng murmured. Should I remind you what you did today? No, that was an accident, Zhang Fan squealed, bolting to his seat like he was terrified of being interrogated. Lin Xiaohua leaned forward and whispered in my ear. Hey, you are not done asking, remember? Zhang Fan said his face looked awful. Oh, right. I nodded and leaned closer to Zhang Qing again. He was already tapping away on his phone. Jiang Cheng, I said, I have one last question. My voice was way lighter now. It was clear he was not actually mad at me. Shoot, he muttered. He opened his social app. Jiang Fan said you looked furious after Qi Qian talked to you. I probed. If you had to deal with this, you would be pissed too, he muttered, still furiously typing. He seemed really busy. My heart started racing again. Was he just faking being calm earlier? What thing? I asked. She used my phone to register a website using my chat ID. And then? I asked, completely confused. This thing was not about my little setup at all. He turned his screen toward me, looking completely miserable. Now my feed is completely trashed, he sighed. I am still deleting posts. One look at his screen and I burst out laughing. I almost choked. His status from 12:39 p.m. read, "World's biggest online casino is live. Sexy dealers waiting." It even had a picture of a model. I was determined to win my future husband over. Afternoon class went on as usual. My mood was a million times better. Since he liked my dating lessons, I started planning my next move for this weekend. Was my shot. But how could I get closer to Jiang Chen at school? I was plotting my next move during night study when I felt a sharp glare next to me. Done with these? Jiang Chen asked, flipping to a page in my textbook. It was my homework for the day. Except the page was totally blank. On it, I snapped back to reality, staring down at the nightmare of random questions. I groaned. I was still stuck in high school, which meant I actually had to worry about my grades. Survival of the fittest, right? Plus, studying was my only excuse to hang out with Jiang Chen. For days, he tutored me in literature every single night. From what I could tell, Jiang Chen was a genius who barely needed to try. But me, I had to actually work to keep my parents off my back. Outside of class, I hit him daily with cheesy pickup lines and date hints. Instead of backing off, I turned the heat way up. Judging by his face, his self-control was insanely strong. Anyone else would have folded instantly. But then, things started shifting. One big change was Kishi. She stopped lurking around Jiang Chen. She would literally back away whenever he walked by. She was too scared to even look at him. It started when she tried warning Jiang Chen that I was playing him, and Jiang Chen shut her down. And, he had asked. Kishi was baffled, asking if he was mad that I tricked him. Jiang Chen just shrugged and said, "First, I wanted this. Second, people trash-talking behind my back is way worse." As he said that, it was obvious that Kishi felt threatened by his dead-eyed, icy stare. She was genuinely terrified of him. Soon, Friday's sports day arrived. No classes all day. Everyone from freshmen to seniors packed the field. The main group events were saved for late afternoon. It made sense. The school knew that for us, class pride always beats individual glory. Save the best drama for last. Once the games kicked off, I sneaked over to find Jiang Chen. "Did you sign up for anything?" "Nope," he answered flatly. I grinned. What a coincidence! Whenever we had these events, I'd immediately glue myself to his side. Me neither. We're practically soulmates. We both only signed up for the relay, I told him, totally hyped. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. Anyone could see he only skipped the events because he was lazy. "What do you want to watch?" he asked. I followed him to the corner of the track. "Let's watch Jiang Fan's long jump," he said. "Cool, then let's go support Xiaohua's race after." "She's running long distance?" Jiang Chen looked surprised. "Yeah, the 1,500 meters," I said. Honestly, even thinking about running that far made me want to die. "Why don't you get some exercise like her?" Jiang Chen teased. I shook my head, explaining that Xiaohua's mom guilt-tripped her into it. She lied about running 2 kilometers back in the day, so Xiaohua fell for it. Jiang Chen looked speechless. Still, parents bragging about their glory days is classic. Whether she actually ran 2 kilometers is highly debatable. Chilled as spectators, wandering around and soaking in the drama. Soon, Zhang took second place in the sophomore long jump. Damn it, if my butt hadn't touched first, I'd have won, he cursed. Zhang was still complaining when he joined us. What are you watching? Xiaohua's long run, I replied. Zhang squeezed next to Zhang Chen. Yeah, she is my bestie after all. I nodded, keeping my eyes on the track. And you, is she your bestie too? Zhang teased. I'm just passing time, Zhang Chen said, acting cool. Zhang smirked and waved me over behind Zhang Chen's back. I leaned in and he whispered, he's totally in denial. He only came because he saw you supporting Xiaohua. I grinned. You think so too? I thought I was hallucinating. I smiled, feeling pretty pleased. Zhang gave me a sneaky nudge. Get him, man. I'm rooting for you. Then why did you come watch her run, Zhang? I teased, glancing over at Xiaohua on the starting line. Zhang coughed awkwardly. To support my bro, obviously. It was a lame excuse. Go, Xiaohua. The starting gun went off, and I screamed at the top of my lungs for my bestie. One lap was 500 meters, so they had to survive 3 whole laps. It was brutal for high schoolers. Sprinted too early, and you'd collapse. Started too slow, and you'd get left in the dust. Luckily, Xiaohua paced herself perfectly, sticking right in the middle of the pack. By lap 2, the early sprinters were gassing out. The smart ones who paced themselves started making their move. Keep going, Xiaohua. Get that top 3, I screamed, totally losing my mind. I noticed Zhang Chen turn to stare at me. To be honest, I was loving high school life. No corporate stress, no annoying work meetings, just pure vibes. No real-world worries. Xiaohua's ended up taking 3rd in her heat. The top 2 were varsity runners, so no shame there. Hurry, let's go! I sprinted to the finish line to catch Xiaohua as she collapsed, looking completely dead. She waved me off weakly. I regret everything, never trust a mom. What happened? I asked. Definitely lied about that run. My entire body is broken, she groaned, collapsing onto the grass. After running the full 1,500 meters, Xiaohua just wanted to collapse. Zhang rushed over, handing her a sports drink and telling her to hydrate. Xiaohua didn't hesitate, twisting off the cap and chugging it down, but she choked after just 2 gulps. Zhang immediately warned her to slow down. Take it easy, I said, patting Xiaohua on her back. I glared at Zhang. Why are you rushing her? You can't chug water after intense exercise. Zhang nodded. I leaned in and whispered to Xiaohua, looks like he's totally into you. She blushed, telling me to stop talking crazy. Don't think you can play matchmaker just because he's Zhang Cheng's best friend, Xiaohua warned defensively. I laughed it off, saying I was just teasing. Whatever, I smiled. Once Xiaohua caught her breath, I helped her over to the stands so she could sit down and recover. Then, I practically floated back to Zhang Cheng's side. Hey Zhang Cheng, I said, sighing. I'm actually starting to regret something. He asked what it was. I regret not running the 1,500 meters, I replied with a grin. If I were that exhausted, you'd hover over me like Zhang did, right? Not a chance, Zhang Cheng replied flatly. Why not? I whined, refusing to believe him as he looked at me with his usual calm face. He explained that the race clashed with the long jump. I would have been watching Zhang jump, he said. I huffed in absolute frustration. Most guys choose girls over friends, but you do the exact opposite, I complained. By the end of the day, almost all the events were over. Our class's best result was Zhang getting 2nd in long jump. We are the academic elite, so our strength lies in exams, not athletics. Naturally, the athletic classes swept the awards, but the upcoming team relays were a different story. Each class had to field 4 runners. Sure, the sports class had star athletes, but their other 3 runners might choke. Plus, their specialties included music and dance, not just track. First up was the men's 4x100 relay. Go, Zhang Cheng! I shouted, following him all the way to the starting line to cheer. Our classmates were used to this, but guys from other classes stared, assuming we were dating. A well-meaning bystander even came over to gossip. Actually, they aren't dating, someone whispered. Then what is it? Another asked. Word is, she's the one chasing him, a girl pursuing a guy. Then, the starting gun cracked. Zhang Cheng was running our first leg, and he instantly exploded past every other runner on the track. By the end of his 100 meters, he'd left the last-place guy a third of a lap behind. Zhang cheered loudly from the final zone. With such a massive lead, victory seemed guaranteed. But our second and third runners weren't nearly as fast as Zhang Cheng. Luckily, his lead was huge. They just needed to hold the lead without losing too much ground. First place was practically ours. Finally, the baton reached Zhang for the anchor leg. But seeing the massive gap, Zhang barely had any motivation to sprint. Zhang Cheng's head start was so ridiculous that Zhang coasted across the finish line. It was our very first win today, yet Zhang looked totally bored. Damn it, Zhang Cheng, he grumbled. I should have signed you up for more events. With your speed, you could have swept every single sprint, Zhang complained. Before Zhang Cheng could reply, I stepped in, totally annoyed. No way. What if he gets too exhausted? I protested. Zhang raised his hands. Hey, it was just a joke. Look how defensive you are. He's not even your boyfriend yet, Zhongfan muttered under his breath. What did you say? I threatened. Don't make me ruin your chances with Xiao Hua. Hearing my threat, Zhongfan shivered instantly. My bad, my bad. Please, you and Zhongcheng are a match made in heaven. I shook my fist, but a brilliant idea popped into my head. If Zhongfan likes Xiao Hua, maybe he can help me win Zhongcheng over. Once the relays wrapped up, the final scores were tallied. Zhongfan grabbed the results sheet from the coach and sprinted back to us, visibly thrilled. We got first, Zhongfan yelled excitedly. Not just first in our heat, but the fastest in our entire grade. Oh, Zhongcheng said, standing up. Are you serious? Zhongfan asked. We won because of you. Aren't you even a little happy? Zhongfan looked confused. Let's go watch, Zhongkun muttered, walking away. Watch what? Zhongfan asked, following him closely. Oh, I get it, Zhongfan teased. You're heading over to watch the girls' relay, aren't you? Zhongcheng simply nodded. You mean you're going to watch your girl, Tang Zixuan? Zhongfan smirked. I'm just checking on our classmates, Zhongcheng replied casually. Zhongfan played along, but judging by his smug face, he knew my crush was totally in denial. Anyone could see Zhongcheng was going there for me. Don't drag us down, Qi Qian sneered, walking past me. We came in third last year. You're the one who shouldn't drag us down, I snapped back. She rolled her eyes and ignored me, walking over to the second leg position. I was running the third leg. Staring at Qi Qian's back, a fierce wave of determination washed over me. I couldn't just avoid dragging the team down. I had to leave her in the dust. The real deal doesn't lose to a fake. Rivalries like this demand total victory. The starting gun went off and our first runner flew forward, keeping us in second place at the exchange. We had a great start, but the moment Qiqian took off, she choked. Other runners blew past her, dropping us down to fourth place. And she was worried about me dragging the team down? Watch me fix this. I got into position, ready to snatch the baton and fly. But as I leaned forward to sprint, my legs went completely weak. Oh no, I froze. I knew exactly what this horrible feeling meant. Out of all the worst moments, my period decided to start right now. What are you doing? Run, Qiqian screamed, reaching me. She shoved the baton into my hand. I hesitated, totally panicked. I'd been so obsessed with Zhongcheng lately that I completely forgot to track my cycle. Of all days, it had to happen now. I watched as Zixuan steeled herself, gripped the baton, and bolted forward anyway. Xuan's face looked completely off. Zhongfan turned to me, confused, but I was already frowning. I quickly did the math on the date. It was that day of her cycle. I must have lost my mind as I sprinted toward the track. Hey, why are you running? Zhongfan yelled. Zhongfan chased after me, completely lost. Just then, a collective gasp rippled through the crowd of students watching the relay. What's happening? Everyone stood up, craning their necks toward the track. Zixuan had collapsed after just a few steps. I saw her desperately trying to crawl back up, but she had zero strength. With everyone staring, she looked like she wanted to crawl into a hole. It was obviously an incredibly humiliating moment. What a brutal coincidence for her period to start during the sports meet. Zixuan, what are you doing? Get up and run, Kishi snapped, marching over. We are so far behind, Kishi barked. Even if we don't place, you have to finish. It is just a simple relay race. Stop being so dramatic, Kishi yelled. She just clutched her stomach, gasping in sheer agony as I ran closer. Stomach hurts so much, Zixuan groaned. Kishi panicked. Don't blame me, I just handed you the baton. You fell on your own. You lost us the race, Kishi shrieked, desperately trying to shift the blame. Get lost, I barked, finally reaching them. My cold voice echoed across the track. Kishi stared at me in shock as I rushed over. She probably thought I never lost my cool. To her, I was always quiet and calm, but I had just cursed at her. Get out of the way, I growled, shoving Kishi aside. I knelt down and scooped Zixuan into my arms. Instantly, the entire school erupted. A guy carrying a girl bridal style too. Lin Jiahua froze mid-step. I could tell she wanted to help her best friend, despite being exhausted from her 1,500 meters. But she couldn't just leave Zixuan collapsed on the track. Zixuan looked incredibly pale. Looks like we are totally extra here, Shen Qin muttered, walking up. Shen Qin patted Xiaohua's shoulder. Xiaohua nodded in agreement. Tell me about it. Shen Qin shrugged. Looks like Zixuan doesn't need us at all. We worried for nothing, Shen Qin added. Totally. What a waste of energy. Xiahua huffed, stomping her foot in mock frustration. If they had looked at Zixuan in my arms, they would know. Her big eyes sparkled as she stared at me. She was clearly enjoying the moment. Chapter 51. How did you know my cycle? She leaned against my firm chest on the way, seemingly enjoying every second of being held. My rapid breathing, my pounding heart, and the warm, clean scent of my skin. It must have felt like we were back in our past life. Back to being a married couple. In her eyes, she was finally getting closer to her goal of winning me back. I was holding her tight, my face written with sheer panic. If that did not scream, I love you, nothing did. She probably realized that back in high school, I was stubborn. I watched her constantly but refused to admit my feelings, leaving her stuck between fire and ice. One moment, my coldness terrified her. The next, she felt my burning intensity. She probably wondered if I was just incredibly shy back then, loving someone but keeping quiet. Even without words, Zixuan could clearly feel how deeply I cared about her in this very moment. Burst into the school clinic in a frantic rush. "Doctor, please help her. She collapsed on the track and she is in severe pain." I pleaded desperately with the middle-aged doctor. She frowned at me. "It is just a fall, young man. Why are you so incredibly tense?" "It is not just a fall," I insisted, shaking my head. "She started her period while running a high-intensity sprint. Years ago, Zixuan had warned me that girls should never do heavy exercise on their period. I still remembered her exact words. We were hiking a mountain when she teased, 'Hey hubby, let me teach you. When a girl is on her cycle, she cannot run or strain. Otherwise, it hurts 10 times worse, and she might even damage her internal parts. Do you want your wife's parts broken?' Back then, I literally carried her on my back and climbed the entire mountain. Running on her period. Let me take a look," the doctor said, her face instantly turning serious. But Zixuan just stared at me, totally bewildered. She was probably wondering how I knew her cycle. "Wait outside, boy," the doctor commanded, turning to me as she began the examination. I was a teenage guy, after all. Zixuan bit her lip and murmured, "Doctor, actually, he doesn't need to leave." "I'll head out," I said, taking a deep breath. I stepped into the hallway, shut the door, and anxiously listened to them inside. The doctor was asking where it hurt. After a few tense minutes, she called out, "She is fine. Come back in." I burst inside immediately. "How is she, doctor?" I blurted out. "She is fine. Luckily, she stopped running immediately instead of pushing through," the doctor replied. "Otherwise, she could have done some serious damage," the doctor warned sternly. I finally let out a massive sigh of relief. As long as she was safe, I was happy. After the car crash, my first instinct upon waking up in this timeline was to stay away. I could avoid the car crash, but what about other accidents? Seeing the girl I loved bleeding out taught me what real heartbreak felt like. Watching her eyes drift closed forever was infinitely worse than dying myself. "Take her next door to rest," the doctor instructed. "But there is a bed over there. Let the poor girl rest for a while," the doctor gestured, pointing to the adjacent room. "Thank you, doctor," I replied. I went to scoop Zixuan up again, but she, stubborn as ever, insisted on standing up on her own. "Doctor's still here," she whispered. "We're dead if our teacher finds out." I smiled, draping her thin arm over my shoulder. I helped her lie down on the next bed. "How do you feel?" I asked. "Okay, I guess," she mumbled. "Just normal period cramps," Zixuan said, sticking her tongue out. I told her to wait, got a paper cup of hot water, and took a sip. Testing the temperature, I handed her the cup. "Drink up." Telling girls to drink hot water is a total meme, but it actually works when they're on their period. "Thanks, Jiangchen," Zixuan said, taking a huge gulp. She set the cup down and smiled sweetly. "I saw you take a sip earlier. Just testing the temperature?" I nodded. "Does that count as an indirect kiss?" she teased, a smirk on her lips. I rolled my eyes. "No way." "Why not?" "Because I drank from the other side," I said, pointing. Zixuan immediately grabbed the cup and drank from my spot. From what I could tell, drinking from the exact spot I touched made plain water taste like sugar to her. "Got any pads? I can grab them for you." "Yeah, they're in my dorm." "I'll text Xiaohua to bring some," Zixuan said, pulling out her phone and tapping away. She set her phone down and stared at me with pure confusion. "What is it?" I asked. "Jiang Chen, how did you know my period started today?" I froze. Honestly, after being reborn, I shouldn't have known her cycle. Teenage version of me back then had no clue. "Caught you?" Zixuan smirked, looking smug. She gave me a knowing look. Fine, since she figured it out, there was no point hiding it. I let out a soft laugh. I'd actually tried to confess on the bus last time, but she completely blew it off, totally misinterpreting my words. "I already told you before," I said. "Liar, you just stalked my social media profile." "Admit it," she demanded. Stalking her profile? Her words caught me completely off guard. "I posted about my horrible cramps the last 2 months. You probably did the math, right?" Zixuan said, biting her lip. "Still, I'm touched you actually care about my period cycle." My mouth fell open. I wanted to argue, but I had absolutely no comeback. My love lessons are paying off. Caring about your girlfriend is a major milestone. Just like how I care about you. "Wrong," I said, shaking my head. Zixuan blinked. "What do you mean wrong?" "You're talking about a girlfriend," I said calmly. "I only care because I need you to care about your Chinese grades." Zixuan looked totally speechless. Of course I had to bring up grades now, even if our tutoring was a trade-off for love lessons. "Are you seriously giving me homework today?" she sighed. "Not today. We'll resume next week," I replied. Zixuan let out a sigh of relief. "Good. But Jiang Chen, there's one thing I really need to know." Her gaze suddenly turned intense. "Tell me," I replied shortly. "You rushed over here, carried me bridal style, and comforted me. So, do you actually like me? She blinked. Judging by her face, she was absolutely dying to know the truth. It was obvious she wanted to know if her clueless husband had feelings. I'm just being a good desk mate, I replied. No way, she countered. Who cares about a classmate this much? You like me, period. If you didn't, you would have stayed far away. Especially since I cling to you so much. Her words stung. Honestly, right after being reborn, my plan was to avoid her entirely. I didn't want to drag her down or get her hurt, but wanting space doesn't mean you don't care. Sometimes staying away is the only option, I said quietly. What? Why? She asked. Nothing, I muttered. Just something my dad said. I smiled faintly. He said if he could start over, he'd stay away from my mom. Just watch over her from afar to keep her safe. Zixuan interrupted. But I told you that's wrong. That kind of thinking is stupid, she urged. If you love someone, no matter how many times you restart, you should be with them. Nothing is set in stone. If you don't try, how will you ever know? I stayed silent, just nodding slowly. Look at us, I love you, even if I pretend to just be your teacher. But if you use my lessons on other girls, I'll lose it. There's no way I'm letting another woman have my man. Her voice was dead serious. I froze. If I really kept my distance, would I be okay seeing her with someone else? No way. Absolutely not. Hey, Zhangchen, don't take it too seriously, she added. We aren't like your parents. Your dad was talking about a redo, but we're just starting. I got carried away. She flashed me a sweet smile. Anyone could see she was just trying to humor me since I hated hearing crazy talk about rebirth. She quickly backtracked. Suddenly, I let out a soft chuckle. What's so funny? She asked, confused. I'm laughing because if I can't use these love lessons on other girls, I have to use them on you. Duh, she pouted. Mark my words, you're definitely going to be my boyfriend. I guarantee it. Zhang Chen just smirked. Oh, really? I've got total confidence, I said, clenching my fist. No matter how many times my man gets reborn, he's mine. If you're treating me like your boyfriend, what do you want me to do right now? Zhang Chen asked, acting totally calm. It was obvious he figured that since we both wanted to make things work in this new life, he should give me some hope. Meanwhile, I was wondering if he was asking for a relationship lesson. Perfect. This was my chance to totally play him. A secret grin, I had a sudden brainwave. Hey, classmate Zhang Chen, let me teach you a thing or two. Right now, I'm your girlfriend, right? He nodded, quickly adding, hypothetically, of course. Fine, hypothetically, I said, waving my hand. So, assuming you're my boyfriend, when your girl is on her period, what do you do besides pouring hot water? No clue, Zhang Chen said, playing dumb. Let me teach you, I said, grabbing his hand and placing it on my stomach. Remember to rub right here. Helps ease the period cramps. Zhang Chen nodded, gently massaging my belly. There wasn't much fat, but it felt warm. Felt incredibly cozy. I closed my eyes, totally soaking in his sudden tenderness, but right at that moment, the door opened. Both whipped our heads toward the door. Lin Xiaohua was standing there, holding her hand over her mouth in shock. You guys are actually touching? Chapter 53. He's teasing me? No, I'm teasing him. Xiaohua, keep it down! I quickly shot Lin Xiaohua a look. The doctor was nearby. If she heard, whatever, but if our teacher found out, she'd think we were dating. Besides, I was literally touching Zhang Chen, and his princess carry across the running track was already impossible to explain. But Zixuan, what's going on between you and Zhang Chen? Are you guys dating? He cares so much. Lin Xiaohua walked closer, looking super curious. Just classmates looking out for each other, we blurted out in unison. I had to bite my lip to keep from cracking up. I couldn't believe I just used his exact excuse. As if anyone actually believes that, Lin Xiaohua said, looking completely unconvinced. Oh, come on, Xiaohua, I said. If we were actually dating, I'd openly admit it. Lin Xiaohua paused, thinking it over. She realized I was right. Nobody chased someone as crazily as I did. But Zhang Chen, do you like Zixuan? Lin Xiaohua asked. Otherwise, why carry her to the clinic? Everyone saw you holding her on the track. Lin Xiaohua was totally trying to help me out. Like I said, just classmate concern, Zhang Chen replied flatly. Lin Xiaohua pouted, clearly not buying his excuse. And let me remind you, we shouldn't talk about this right now, Zhang Chen added calmly. Why? Lin Xiaohua was totally clueless, but I knew exactly what he meant. I tugged her sleeve. If the teacher finds out… Just then, a voice came from the hallway. We all recognized it. It was Jiang Shili, our terrifying homeroom teacher. My heart leaped into my throat. Lin Xiaohua looked terrified for me. After all, everyone saw Zhang Chen carry me off the track. Even if our teacher missed it then, she definitely knew by now. Would she interrogate us? Her heels clicked closer. Zhang Shuli walked in, looking me over on the bed. How are you feeling, Zixuan? She asked, sounding surprisingly warm. I'm okay, I nodded, sweating inside. I could easily lie to my best friend, but not to our strict teacher. If I used the dating lesson excuse with her, she'd probably call my parents instantly. Good, Zhang Shuli nodded. She turned to Zhang Chen. Good job, Zhang Chen. Taking care of your classmate was the right call. To my absolute surprise, she didn't mention the Princess Carrie at all. Even though everyone was gossiping, she completely ignored it. She's my classmate and deskmate, Zhang Chen explained with a nod. Of course I would look out for her. Yes, classmates should help, she said, looking between us. Judging by her face, she knew exactly what that Carrie really meant. She had her reasons for staying quiet. Dating was banned, but Zhang Chen was ranked first in the grade twice. If he stressed him out now, his mental state and his grades might slip right before the college entrance exams. Plus, my Chinese grades had improved tons since transferring, which was obviously thanks to Zhang Chen's constant help. The dating ban was to keep grades up, but if they were actually improving, why bother enforcing it? Without hard proof, turning a blind eye was best. Still, she didn't want to encourage us, so she dismissed Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, go grab our relay award. Lin Xiaohua will look after Zaishuan. Sure, he said, walking out. She left after checking on me. You are so lucky, Lin Shua squealed, giving me a massive thumbs up. Lucky? My period started mid-run. You want to trade places? I complained, though I couldn't stop smiling. Oh, please, Lin Xiaohua teased. He carried you in front of everyone and massaged your stomach. Don't tell me you hated that. I grinned, my face heating up. Of course I loved it. Burked. See? My flirting strategy actually worked. Xiahua nodded slowly, still in shock that Jiang Chen had actually rubbed my stomach earlier. Sure, using dating lessons as an excuse to touch me made sense to her. But then Jiawa whispered, he still hasn't agreed to be your boyfriend, though. Aren't you just letting him take advantage of you? She whispered. I snorted. Please. Him taking advantage of me? I'm obviously the one taking advantage of him. Judging by her face, my logic blew her mind. Soon, the school sports meet ended, and we headed back inside. The teacher dismissed us after assigning homework. I rested a bit, then limped back to the classroom with Xiaohua's help to pack my things. She even grabbed my duffel bag from the dorms. Come on, I'm walking you home today, Xiaohua insisted as we left. But my eyes immediately scanned the room. I looked at Zhang Chen's desk, but his chair was empty. From what I could tell, he'd already left. No way, did he really just ditch me? Thanks, Xiaohua. You really are the best, I said as we walked out together. She grinned, totally proud of herself. Duh, look at Jiang Chen. He vanished. Like I said, boys are completely unreliable. Besties over boys, always. I agreed completely, but my stupid heart was still hoping to see Jiang Chen. The second we walked out the front gates, I searched. Bingo. Right across the street by the boba shop. He was standing there with his backpack all by himself. Spotting him was way too easy. Sneaky idea hit me. Hey, Xiaohua, want some boba? My treat. She hesitated, then shook her head. No, way too many calories. Time to bring out the big guns. I knew her exact weakness. What if I throw in a slice of chocolate cake from the bakery? I smirked. That did it. She couldn't resist. I've known her since we were kids. Sweets are her ultimate kryptonite. Awesome, let's go. I cheered, completely victorious in my little scheme. But as we crossed, she froze and pointed. Wait, is that Jiang Chen? Yep, that's my boy, I said, already picking up my pace. Bolted toward him, leaving Xiaohua standing there totally confused about her promised cake. I snuck up and tapped his shoulder. Hey, Jiang Chen. Spun around, quickly locking his phone. Judging by his face, he was hiding something. What are you doing here? I teased. Waiting for me? Yeah, he said, nodding. Waiting for you, my heart did a literal backflip. Seriously? He shrugged. Well, didn't you teach me to? Stared at him, totally blanking out. Then he calmly added, if we're dating, I'm supposed to wait and walk you home, right? It hit me. He was actually practicing the dating lessons I gave him. I nodded, feeling like a proud girlfriend in training. Look at you go, I cheered. You're actually applying my lessons, proud of you. But then he looked past me. Seems you already have a ride. He glanced at Siawa. It was obvious he was just worried about me walking home alone while dealing with my brutal period cramps. Plus, carrying a heavy duffel bag of laundry home on a Friday is torture. A brilliant idea hit me. I turned to Xiaowa. Hey, want that boba? Never mind, Jiang Chen is taking me home instead. Siawa stood there, her jaw practically on the floor. Wait, Jiang Chen? She sputtered. Let's go. I dragged Jiang Chen away before she could protest. He grabbed my heavy bag for me and we walked off together. From what Xiahua told me later, she stood there crying actual tears as she watched us walk away looking all cute and coupley. She couldn't believe I ditched her. What happened to besties over boys? What happened to men are trash? All lies, but what really broke her heart was her missing chocolate cake. Meanwhile, I hailed a taxi by the curb. We hopped in the back. Jiang Chen looked at me and asked, your place is that far? Yep, I replied, smiling like crazy. I leaned closer. What if I said I only transferred schools to be with you? Would you believe me? Yes, he said instantly. I gasped. I didn't expect him to agree so fast. Really? You believe me? You're the one who said a boyfriend always believes his girl, he muttered. It was a clever excuse, but anyone could see he was just trying to keep me happy since I was dealing with painful cramps. Perfect answer. I nodded excitedly. Jiang Chens, you are seriously a genius today. Did you get a brain upgrade or something? Usually you're so quiet, but today you're completely on fire. Judging by his sigh, he didn't exactly love my compliment. But honestly, if I'd known you went here, you would have been the only reason I transferred. I knew that was the absolute truth. Probably knew it too. I grinned and changed the subject. So, where are we meeting up tomorrow? Remember? You're working at my parents' tech company for winter break. He nodded. Cool. I'll meet you right outside your apartment complex. Deal. It's super close to my place anyway. Call me the second you get there, okay? We're going in together. I beamed. Wait, you're working there too? He asked. Duh. I scoffed. If you're working for my parents, I'm definitely showing up. I get to hang out with you and trick parents into giving me extra cash. Win-win. Maybe I should quit, he deadpanned. Wait, why? I whined, totally confused. According to you, shouldn't couples care about each other? He asked. Yeah, obviously, but what does that have to do with anything? Well, if I'm your boyfriend, I wouldn't want you working a tiring job. I'd want to protect you, he said softly. Burst out laughing, playfully slapping his knee. Oh my god, Jiang Chen, I seriously love you so much today. Totally. My mouth was dripping honey. Even I fell for the illusion that I'd successfully conquered my clueless husband. The cab pulled up to Watermark Garden. When Tang Zixuan and I reached the gate, Tang Zixuan grabbed the bags from my hands. Let's stop here. If my parents catch us, we are dead meat. They'll think we're dating. We gotta stay low. Tang Zixuan nodded, looking totally dead serious. That's your problem, not mine, I mumbled, totally chicken. But he grinned. You're the one I'm dating, so you're stuck with me. Tang Zixuan dropped some corporate buzzword. I'm out, I muttered, spinning around. Hey, wait! Tang Zixuan rushed over, blocking my path. Hey, Jiang Chen, you still have one more lesson today. What lesson? Well, you did so well today. Making your girlfriend totally satisfied. So, do you know what kind of reward I would give you if I was actually your girl? She pursed her lips, stealing a quick glance at me. It was obvious she was setting me up for an even bigger trap. What reward? I asked, keeping my voice completely flat. Close your eyes first, she whispered. Seriously? Was this actually going to be my first kiss? My eyebrow twitched, but I closed my eyes anyway. Kind of move was honestly so basic. But even though I knew exactly what Tang Zixuan was trying to pull, I kept my mouth shut. Do what I say, no peeking. I waved my hand in front of Jiang Cheng's face. Zero reaction. I took a deep, shaky breath. Last life, I initiated our first kiss. But this time, she clearly wanted to take charge. Mwah, a soft, wet touch hit my cheek. I opened my eyes, but she was already backing away, waving. Later, classmate Jiang Chen. Going home, she yelled, spinning around to bolt into her neighborhood. Right then, my face burned like crazy. My chest was pounding. Sure, we were an old married couple in our past life, but she was dealing with a totally innocent me now. The rush was unreal. I stood at the gates like an idiot, touching my cheek before letting out a soft laugh. I headed home. The second I unlocked the door, my dad called out, Little Cheng, come here, let's celebrate. He waved me over to a table packed with feast food. Anyone could see he was absolutely thrilled. Checking the date, I knew exactly what went down, but I still played dumb. Dad, what's with the massive grin? Thanks to you, your dad just got promoted to team leader. Officially a boss now. He couldn't stop smiling. I knew how stressed he usually was. Mom died early, leaving him to raise me entirely on his own. And as I grew up, cost piled up. With my top grades, it was obvious he felt guilty if he couldn't reward me. Even Dad felt a little guilty about it. But things were finally looking up. Despite the massive layoffs at the factory, Dad didn't lose his job. In fact, because his assembly line leader got sacked, Dad actually took over the position. Naturally, that came with a decent pay raise. Congrats, Dad. I knew we'd make it, I said, smiling. He nodded. Yeah, honestly, I'm actually looking forward to the future now. Dad stared out the window, looking completely lost in thought. If your mom was still here, she'd be so happy. Just nodded. I knew Dad never let go of Mom. Even in my past life, nothing I said could change his mind. Dad never even considered marrying again. I had no idea how they met, but I knew they loved each other. After a long silence, I spoke up. Dad, there's something we need to talk about, I said. He blinked, snapping out of his daze. Yeah, what is it? Remember when you said if you could start over, you'd stay away from Mom? Of course, Dad said without hesitation. Otherwise, I'd just ruin her life. But did you ever think about how much she'd hurt if you actively pushed her away? If you love her, why not fight for her? But I'm afraid, I cut him off. How do you know unless you try? Just try. Holt, what if you changed the ending? Mom wouldn't want you with anyone else, just like you'd hate seeing her with another guy. Dad fell silent. I knew exactly what he was feeling. I'd been there. Actually, those were the exact words Tang Zixuan once told me. There are no do-overs in life, Dad said, offering a bitter smile. I sighed. Dad, Mom's been gone for over 10 years. Let her go. I set my chopsticks down, looking him straight in the eye. Dad blinked, looking completely confused. What are you trying to say? Since you can't go back, Mom would be heartbroken knowing you're still stuck in the past. Dad, you've got to move on. Maybe it's time to find someone new. Dad visibly flinched, but after a long pause, he laughed. Look at you, all grown up now, worrying about your old man's love life. Just a suggestion, I said, my voice steady, but you have to be brave enough to try. That was what Tong Zishuan taught me, and exactly what I was doing. I'll try, Dad muttered. Let's just eat. Dad slowly nodded, but once we finished eating, he suddenly glared at me. Hey, wait a minute, are you lecturing your own father? Dad playfully smacked the back of my head. I just grinned. Since he couldn't change the past, moving forward was his only option. Finding a new partner was his best shot at happiness, but me, I had a second chance, and I only wanted one woman. Back in my room, my phone buzzed. It was a text. Hey, Zhongcheng, I'm home. You there? You there? I'm done eating. Reply to me. Don't ignore me, Zhongchen. Yeah, my QQ chat was completely flooded with Tong Zishuan spam. Just finished, I typed back calmly. Not even 2 seconds later, her reply flashed on my screen. So how did it feel? That was my first kiss today. I gave it to you, so you have to take responsibility. I couldn't help but smirk at my phone. I texted back. Does that even count? Of course it does, she argued. I raised an eyebrow, thinking it over before replying, isn't kissing supposed to be lip to lip? Tong Zishuan sent a shocked emoji. From what I could tell, she was probably thinking that lip to lip was just the absolute bare minimum for her. She probably wouldn't even mind using tongue. But she only kissed my cheek, likely trying to play nice since she thought I was a total newbie. It was obvious she was worried about scaring me off or looking too easy. That would definitely ruin her master plan. But since I opened that door, she wasn't holding back. Classmate Zhongchen, you've got some bold ideas. Her next text read, but I'm down for it. I texted back, time to study, and shut down my QQ Messenger right after. I didn't actually study though. I logged on to a stock trading site instead. Meanwhile, Tang Zishuan was probably pouting at her blank screen. Judging by her habits, she likely started to hit the books. She was reborn, so she might as well embrace being a high school student again. Anyone could see she wanted to ace the next exams. If she struggled, her parents would literally force me to tutor her, giving us the perfect excuse. Using school as a cover was brilliant. Still, I bet she was sighing over those books. Even as a time traveler, studying sucks. Sure, she remembered adult math and English, but who memorizes old literature? To her, texting me was definitely way more fun than studying. 10:30, she buzzed me again. You there? Nope, I replied. Then who's texting? A ghost? I pictured her face turning red with frustration. Then she sent, how about I wear this tomorrow, along with an image file. Back in 2010, we had to send photos as files on QQ. My phone buzzed. I opened the file. It was a photo of her in her bedroom, wearing a short white skirt and a black t-shirt. Frowning, I texted back, skirt's too short. Knowing her, she probably stared at her phone in absolute shock. Probably reminded her of our college days in her past life. I had said the exact same thing before she went on stage for a club performance. Some guy in her club was hitting on her, so I banned the miniskirts. Fine, I'll wear a long one, she texted back, probably smiling. I get it. Boys are possessive. Nobody wants other guys staring at their girl. I replied, actually, it's just because you're on your period. Whatever, you still care, she sent. No, it's just that carrying you is exhausting. Liar, I'm practically light as a feather. Okay, she shot back. The next afternoon, I headed out after lunch. Since her parents wanted me to work at their phone company, I figured why not? I needed quick cash before my stock investments paid off. Plus, it gave Tong Zishuan and me a perfect excuse to hang out all winter. I took the bus to her neighborhood and texted her. 10 minutes later, she came jogging out in a beautiful light blue maxi dress. See, I wore the long skirt just like you wanted. Pretty, right? She asked, leaning in close, practically begging for a compliment. Decent, I shrugged, barely looking. Nope, decent is not allowed, she snapped, suddenly looking dead serious. If I'm your girlfriend, you're supposed to say I look more stunning than ever today. So you're saying you used to be ugly? I teased. No way, I just wanted a compliment. I'm always gorgeous, okay? I just gave her a blank stare. Sorry, didn't notice. I shrugged. Ugh, you are hopeless. Whatever, we'll take it slow, she sighed, looking completely defeated by my lack of romance. I guess she let it slide since she knew I was technically a relationship rookie. As we walked, I asked for the office address. Honestly, I already knew where it was. I told you, it's super close, she said, skipping ahead to lead the way. Walking down the street together, we definitely turned some heads. She was gorgeous, and I wasn't bad looking either. Look, anyone looking at us probably thought we were the perfect high school couple. What do your parents want me to do? I asked. They told me to take you to sales. Probably selling phones, she said. I nodded him. A high schooler like me wasn't getting into tech. Even if I knew my way around hardware, her parents wouldn't trust a kid with that. Sales was easy, just sell the phones. We crossed two lights and stopped at a massive storefront, Vanke Mobile Flagship Store. 2010 was a crazy transitional year for mobile tech. Ever since the early 2000s, domestic phone brands had been popping up everywhere. After a decade, the market was completely oversaturated. This was the exact year an overseas giant rose up, redefining the smartphone forever. The next few years were going to be brutal. That foreign company was about to wipe out the local competition. I knew that's why Tang Zixuan eventually sold off her family's firm, pivoted to tech instead. "Hey, Zhangchen, get on in here!" a voice called out as we reached the entrance. Tang Zixuan's mom, Wen Xinlan. She gave me a warm welcome, clearly tipped off by her daughter. "Here for the winter job, right?" I nodded. "Follow me, both of you," she said, leading Tang Zixuan, or Xiaoro as her mom called her, and me deeper into the store. Bypassing the main sales counter, we entered a back room. It was about 600 square feet with only 5 or 6 staff inside. "Is our software repair room," her mother explained. "We run Symbian OS on our phones, so most issues are software related." "So they got the licensing deal from Nokia?" I asked, trying to figure out my actual role in this whole setup. Auntie Wen booted up a PC to show me. "This is the software to reinstall systems. Your job is just flashing the OS if a customer's phone glitches. Easy, right? That is literally it." Easy was an understatement. I thought it was a joke. "Your gig is that simple," she added. "Pros handle the actual hard stuff." She pointed to her tech team. I finally got it. Dump the easy chores on me. Leave the hard stuff for the pros. It saved them time and kept me busy. "If you work here this winter break, I'll pay you 4,000 a month," she offered. 4 fingers. 4 grand? I froze. I got that the job was basic, but that cash seemed way too high for brainless work. Chapter 57. If she fails, we're over. "Auntie, if people need a system reboot, I'm on it. No problem." "But what if there's no crowd?" I figured she had a catch. She nodded. "True, we don't get that many flashes daily. So you'll need something to fill the downtime." Finally, her plan made sense. Making 4 grand for doing nothing felt too sketchy. Easy money like that is pure fiction. But then Auntie Wen waved Tang Zixuan over with a sly grin. "Xiaoro, work here too. Same job as Jiang Chen." Tang Zixuan gasped. From what I could tell, she was absolutely thrilled. It was obvious she'd been stressing over how to ask. Begging to work with me would have totally blown our secret. Getting busted for high school romance is a death sentence. But this was different. Her mom invited her. "You've got nothing else to do. Consider this a chore from us. You're 17. Time to learn what hard work means. No excuses this time. Got it?" She snapped. And as far as I could tell, she was terrified her daughter would bail. She had no clue what Tang Zixuan was actually thinking. "Reject this? No way." "Sure," she chirped, looking around. "Sounds fun." "Good girl." Auntie Wen smiled, then leaned in close. "Jiang Chen, about my daughter's schoolwork. I'm trusting you to help her this winter." "Her schoolwork?" I raised an eyebrow. "Yes, we want you tutoring her during downtime. Job is so easy anyway, right?" I almost laughed. It was all a setup. She hired me just to babysit her daughter's grades. No surprise there. She'd dropped hints during our last dinner. She'd practically begged me to tutor Tang Zixuan before. "All right, Zhang Chen," she said. "For today, look around the shop. If you like the vibe, we'll make this gig official for winter break." She nodded, satisfied, and had a tech demo the software for me. But judging by her look, Tang Zixuan picked up on something else. "Mom?" She tugged her mom's sleeve. "What?" her mom asked. "You said if suitable for Zhang Chen. What makes him unsuitable?" Anyone could see she was desperate. This job meant we'd hang out every single day. Her mom shrugged. "Do you even know why I hired him?" Tang Zixuan tapped her chin. "To fix my grades, right? Since my last test scores were so high." Everyone thought I was a miracle worker. Only she and I knew she'd cheated. "Exactly," Auntie Wen said. "But we don't know if that score was actually his doing." "What? He tutored me. The teacher literally confirmed it," she argued, panicking. "Sure, but maybe you just got lucky." Her mom rolled her eyes. "If your grades keep climbing, then yes, he's helping. But with zero progress, I'm sending you to a real cram school instead." Tang Zixuan looked totally pale, like she was about to faint. It seemed like her worst nightmare was coming true. You can't cheat twice the exact same way. If she failed the next test, our whole tutoring story would blow up. "Mom," she squeaked. "How high do my grades even need to go?" she asked. "Well, since you asked, let's set a little goal. Top 80 for the finals." Tang Zixuan looked like she was about to pass out again. From the look of it, she felt that jumping 40 spots was insane. You can't expect a chicken to turn into a phoenix. I hung around their office for a bit. An employee walked me through everything. Flashing phones was brainless anyway. By 5, I had the job down and told them I needed to head home. "Sure. Xiaoro, walk him out. I've got things to check." I could see she was practically vibrating, waiting for those words. Perked up instantly. Forget grades. It was clear she wasn't about to waste this chance to be with me. We walked out. 2 steps in and she was already whining. "Jiang Chen, did you hear my mom? Top 80 or bust?" I laughed. "Sounds great to me. Are you crazy?" she snapped. I literally cheated to get around 120th. 80 will kill me. She looked miserable. Then study harder, I said. Try and still fail. Just take it slow. Progress takes time. Shook her head. No, our entire future happiness is on the line here. If I fail, she's putting me in winter school, not here with you. I couldn't believe my reborn life's happiness depended on high school grades. Chapter 58, Chasing You to College. Be my boyfriend, she asked. I rolled my eyes at her. So what's your plan now? Cheat again? Juan let out a heavy sigh. No more cheating. We have to use webcams for finals now, and my old tricks are too risky. She went quiet, trying to think before whining. I guess I actually have to study now. What if I get stuck on something? Just ask me during night study, I said, keeping it casual. She flashed me a sweet smile. Duh, who else would I ask? Anyone could see she was using study sessions to get close to me. Hey, dinner is on me tonight, she offered. Say thanks for yesterday, she added quickly, using it as an excuse so I wouldn't reject her. No thanks, I'm eating at home. I shook my head, but Ziswan protested. Too late. I already invited Jiangfan and Xiaohua. They're on their way. It's just friends hanging out. Jiangfan was coming too? I was confused. Ziswan and Xiaohua were best friends, but how did she convince Jiangfan to join? Don't worry about it. They left 15 minutes ago. Check this out, Zixuan said, opening her chat app to prove it to me. She showed me her screen. She didn't have Jiangfan's direct contact, but he was in the class group. Her bait to get him out was simple. She texted Jiangfan that Xiaohua was coming, offering to play matchmaker. That was all it took. Jiangfan didn't even hesitate. Already on my way, his reply read. He's your friend, and anyone can see he has a massive crush on Xiaohua. Shouldn't we help them out as their friends? Zixuan winked at me. I hesitated for a second, then finally nodded. In my past life, Jiangfan confessed his regrets after college. He'd been too cowardly to ask her out and regretted it forever. He never confessed and lived with that regret. Since I got a second chance at life, I had to help my bro out. Fix that regret, we agreed to meet at the station. Sure enough, Xiaohua and Jiangfan showed up shortly after. What are we eating, Zixuan? Xiaohua asked. Don't let me choose like Friday. Even after a day, she was still complaining. Xiaohua was still bitter about yesterday's boba and cake. Relax, Ziswan replied. I wouldn't bail on you twice. Xiaohua glanced at me. True, you'd never bail on Zhangcheng. Ziswan jumped in. I know a new Chinese spot nearby. Let's go. Huan pulled Xiaohua ahead to lead the way. Xiaohua sighed dramatically. Sigh. Best friends really can't compete with a boy. Hey, you're here too? Zhangfan whispered, nudging me. So you guys were already hanging out before we got here? Zhangfan kept gossiping. Just checked out her family's company, I replied. Might work there over winter break. Work? Or a boyfriend internship, he teased. Smirked. I know exactly why I'm here, but some other guy is definitely here just to see a certain girl. He grinned sheepishly. Honestly, man, I think I really like Xiaohua. She's gorgeous and has an amazing personality. I just nodded. I already knew about his crush on her, so his confession didn't surprise me at all. High school romance is simple like that. Spending every day in the same classroom makes it easy to catch feelings. You naturally fall for someone. Why not just tell her, I asked. He lowered his voice. No way, I'm not bold like Zixuan. Just walking up and saying she likes you. I gave him a weird look. Realizing his slip-up, he quickly backtracked. My bad, I just don't have her courage to confess. I'm terrified of rejection. I was curious since I never asked him in my past life. But mostly it's the gap between us, he whined. Look at Zixuan. She has the confidence to confess because of her background. Her family runs a company. She's basically an heiress. I nodded, letting him continue. But let me tell you, he whispered. Xiaohua's family is loaded too, he whispered. I checked her social media. She lives in a massive mansion. She's got vacation photos from all over the world. That's not normal, I laughed. So you're intimidated? He nodded solemnly. Yeah, a guy needs status to have confidence. I nodded slowly, totally agreeing with him. I completely agreed. That was exactly why I vowed to make my own fortune in this second life. We finally reached the restaurant. Juan ordered their specials and we chatted happily while waiting. But then Xiaohua glanced between Zixuan and me. Zhangcheng. Xiaohua asked curiously, Zixuan has been chasing you forever. Do you actually like her or what? Zhangfan leaned in, curious. Zixuan froze, clearly shocked her friend would ask something so sensitive. Once that boundary is crossed, there's no going back. Ben. Even though she had teased me a lot during our love lessons, it was obvious she was still insecure about my feelings. Judging by her face, she wanted to teach me love lessons forever, but she was definitely curious about the results of her efforts. Haven't thought about it. I'll worry about that in college, I replied, dodging a direct answer. Why wait for college? Xiaohua asked. From their faces, Zixuan and Zhangfan looked just as confused as she was. High school couples are everywhere, but if you date, you have to treat them right. That's what she taught me, I said, looking at Zixuan. But what does that have to do with college? Zixuan asked, completely puzzled. I smiled and replied, you get into a good school, land a decent job, and only then do you deserve someone great, right? So if we're actually going to date, dating can wait until college. Honestly, in this second life, I don't want Tang Zixuan stressed with work. I'd rather see her completely carefree every single day. Since I'm giving this relationship another shot, I want to give Tang Zixuan the best. But she looks ready to cry, realizing she's the reason I'm waiting for college. She was the culprit. But since I already made up my mind, Tang Zixuan gritted her teeth, deciding it wasn't a big deal. Only 2 years, she can wait. But there was still one massive catch, and Tang Zixuan looked right up at me. If I chase you to college, will you be my boyfriend? She asked. Chapter 59. Will the teacher catch us? Honestly, I didn't have a choice. Shrugged. Zhang Fan and Lin Xiaohua looked utterly confused. What did I mean, no choice? Both Tang Zixuan and I got chased by plenty of people. Tang Zixuan already turned heads the second she transferred. As for me, it was obvious my entire vibe completely changed when this semester started. I became a total girl magnet. Even our former class beauty, Kei Qian, had already written me a love letter. Lin Xiaohua didn't like Kei Qian, but she admitted the girl was gorgeous. So how could two popular people like us have no other options? Fine, I get it. To Zhang Fan and Lin Xiaohua's shock, Tang Zixuan nodded happily, a smug grin plastered on her face. With a little thought, she knew exactly what I meant. All day she had told me about her little rules. She said the relationship tricks she taught me could only be used on her. For a guy who's never dated, I literally had no other option. Here is your food, the waiter said, setting the dishes down. Zhang Fan winked at Tang Zixuan, silently reminding her to play matchmaker. Tang Zixuan completely ignored him, putting some food in my bowl. Try this first, classmate Zhang Qing, she teased with a grin. Remember what I taught you? That's not how you taught me, I said calmly. Then show me how it's done, Tang Zixuan replied with a sweet smile. I nodded, picking up some food and reaching over. Tang Zixuan leaned in and bit it right off my chopsticks, not even letting me put it in her bowl. Fan was fuming. We were supposed to matchmake him and Lin Xiaohua. Is this how you usually teach him, Tang Zixuan? He asked. Lin Xiaohua stared at Tang Zixuan in utter disbelief. Of course, Tang Zixuan argued, totally unfazed. Dating is all about intimacy. Look how dedicated I am. Even the food Zhang Cheng feeds me tastes sweet, she boasted to Lin Xiaohua. And that was just the beginning. With every single dish, we kept eating like that. Lin Xiaohua and Zhang Fan exchanged looks. Anyone could see they felt completely tortured by our public displays of affection. After dinner, Zhang Fan snapped, if I ever eat with you two again, call me a dog. Tang Zixuan grinned. Oops, I forgot what I was going to tell you. So I'll save it for next time. Zhang Fan literally barked. Dinner ended around 7 p.m. and the sky was growing dark. Bus station was close. Zhang Fan and I left, while Lin Xihua decided to head over to Tang Zixuan's place to hang out. So they didn't go home yet. Tang Zixuan, you're acting weird, Lin Xiahua said. You and Zhang Cheng are definitely up to something. Once they reached her room, Lin Xiahua finally blurted out everything she'd been holding back. What's weird? Tang Zixuan asked, acting completely innocent. You and Zhang Cheng are literally feeding each other. Lin Xiahua gestured like she was holding chopsticks. How is that not dating? And you wanted him to confess. My words were like riddles, but Tang Zixuan understood perfectly. Oh, that? She replied, thinking for a moment. To put it simply, classmate Zhang Cheng promised to treat me like a girlfriend. Lin Xiahua thought about it. So you're like his intern girlfriend? Pretty much. I'm the only intern. Once he's ready to date, it's a done deal. So when he said he has no choice, that's what he meant, Tang Zixuan said happily. Lin Xiahua nodded. I see, but isn't 2 years too long? Not long. I'll win him over eventually, Tang Zixuan said with total confidence. A new week started. Just a few days in, Tang Zixuan noticed something off. From this week on, during teacher Zhang Shuli's classes, she kept glancing over at us. Her look was bizarre, like she was guarding against something. She kept calling on Tang Zixuan to answer questions, which she never did before. Teacher Zhang Shuli had never paid this much attention to her. Now Tang Zixuan was the main target, being watched constantly. Classmate Zhang Cheng, do you think teacher Zhang found out about us? Tang Zixuan finally whispered, sharing her suspicion with me. After all, on Friday I had carried her bridal style right in front of the whole school. First off, we aren't dating yet, I corrected. Fine, but what if she misunderstands, she asked. Judging by her worried face, she knew teacher Jiang would never believe my explanation. Second, it's normal for her to watch you. You made massive progress on the last monthly exam, I said nonchalantly. Oh, I get it, because I'm improving, she's focusing on me like a top student. But wait, why does she barely call on you? Tang Zixuan was totally baffled. Well, if you could write your exams like this, she wouldn't call on you either. I opened my homework book, showing perfect scores covered in bright red check marks. Never mind, she muttered. Tong Zixuan stuck her tongue out, knowing her limits. After a moment, she looked at me. Classmate Zhang Cheng, tutor me. I'll study so hard. I raised an eyebrow. Wow, proactive today, aren't we? Of course, I can't chase you all this way just to end up at a college in a different city. She opened her book, eager to start. She hated memorizing texts, but if I was her motivation, she could conquer anything. And just then, Bing walked past the classroom. When she saw me strike up a conversation with Zhang Chen, she paused at the door with a slight frown. But once she saw me open my textbook, her face relaxed and she walked off. Chapter 60. Was my cover about to be blown? December exams arrived. All month, I busted my butt studying Chinese with Zhang Chen during evening prep. Honestly, whether he helped me or not didn't actually make a difference. I already survived high school once, so I just had to reuse my old study hacks. I kept that quiet, though. I just wanted an excuse to hang out with him. How is the studying going? On the morning of the exam, Zhang Chen walked into the classroom and asked me, looking pretty worried, super confident. I nodded. I've literally been dreaming about that Chinese textbook. Should be fine. After all that grinding, I was actually feeling pretty good about myself. Zhang Chen just nodded slowly. Let me see yesterday's homework. Sure. I handed my notebook to Zhang Chen. He flipped through it, examining every single page. Hey, Zhang Chen. You seem really invested in my exam, huh? I leaned in close. He checked on me the second he walked in, even if it was just about grades. But that proved I was becoming more important to him. Yeah, because you need to beat your last score, Zhang Chen nodded. Ha! I knew it! I blinked at him twice. You're totally worried I won't make progress, and then we can't hang out over winter break, right? Don't worry. I worked hard so we can spend winter break together. Zhang Chen looked up, giving me a dry look. You're totally wrong. Froze. Zhang Chen said flatly, if you don't beat your last score, the teacher is going to suspect you cheated. And if she digs into that, I'm going down with you. I was speechless. Turns out his sudden concern for my grades was purely self-preservation. Based on my recent homework, it was obvious that my Chinese was actually improving. Honestly, as a reincarnated soul, relearning this stuff was a breeze. It was way easier than starting from scratch. But to prove I was making actual massive leaps, my current level just wouldn't cut it, especially since last time I had straight up copied his paper. So, is my improvement obvious or what? I asked as I watched him close my notebook. I couldn't wait to hear his verdict on my month of hard work. It's decent, he said, but you're still falling short of your last score. No way, I busted my butt. I pouted, hating that answer. Zhang Chen looked at me calmly. How did you get that last score? You know exactly how. He was right. I fell silent as reality hit me. My last exam score was entirely thanks to copying his answers. With my actual skills, getting a perfect score on the multiple choice was impossible. What do I do? The exam is about to start. I glanced around guiltily. The desks were already spaced out for the exam. Zero time to cram. Zhang Chen looked thoughtful for a second, then came up with an idea. Then, he found a way to convince the teacher and my parents that studying with him was working. During the Chinese exam, avoid using your scratch paper, he said. You barely need it anyway. Then write my name on it. Why, I asked, totally confused. Just do as I say. Zhang Chen didn't explain further because Ms. Zhang was already walking in. The second she stepped through the door, the classroom went dead silent. Exams are starting. Do your best, because your scores determine your New Year's homework load. That one sentence made half the class groan in agony. We finally get a 3-day weekend, and they ruin it with an exam. It is always like this before holidays, whether it is Labor Day or National Day. Honestly, we all suspected teachers secretly scheduled these holidays. Why else did exams always ruin our breaks? Then the school bell finally rang. Zhang handed out the papers. I hesitated, but still wrote Zhang Chen's name on my scratch paper. But I had to wonder, planning to pull the same trick as last time? I glanced over, but he was ignoring me, totally focused on his own paper. No way. I studied for a whole month. I refused to believe I'd fail. I was a corporate president, for crying out loud. I looked back down at my test, stared at the questions. Half an hour later, I wanted to cry. I studied so hard for a month, but still had no clue. I skipped the impossible ones, rushed through the reading section, and scribbled down the essay. Before I knew it, time was almost up. I looked up, staring pleadingly at Zhang Chen. Please, Zhang Chen, dear husband, save me. I was desperately praying he'd drop his scratch paper on the floor again. But the bell rang, and the teacher called for us to turn them in. Zhang yelled from the front. But this time, Zhang Chen never dropped his paper. Looking at the test I had to turn in, I had guessed on so many questions. Multiple choice was fine. I had my slacker tricks, but the fill-in-the-blanks were completely blank. I had to leave them totally blank. The second Ms. Zhang grabbed my papers, sheer panic set in. What if my score was worse than last month's? My fake progress would be totally exposed. Jiang Chen, the second the papers were gone, I ran over to him. What am I supposed to do now? There were so many questions I couldn't answer. Reality was finally hitting me hard. Sure, a month of grinding helped, but I was nowhere near Zhang Chen's level, which meant once the grades were posted, my score was bound to tank compared to last time. Chapter 61, Swap the Papers. Surely a genius like Zhang Chen had a plan. Honestly, it made total sense that I sent to him first. Zhang Chen shot me a look. Did you honestly think a month of casual study makes you a genius? Bit my lip, knowing he was right. But what do? I whined. If I fail, my mom and the teacher will literally grill me. Doubt it, Zhang Chen said casually. Why? I asked. He shrugged. They'll probably just assume you made some careless mistakes. Not that you didn't improve. I blinked. What is that supposed to mean? Look, basically, only one monthly exam and finals are left after this, I told Zixuan. I guarantee they'll see your progress now, but next time, you've gotta keep grinding. Seriously? Zixuan looked skeptical. Believe what you want. I shrugged, walking out. Looking back, he just sat there completely frozen. I heard him mutter, whatever, I trust him. Before the next exam started, I headed straight to Mr. Zhang's office. Mr. Zhang was setting the test papers on his desk. When he saw me, he immediately focused. Anyone could see I was his favorite after making the school's biggest academic leap. I was currently ranked #1. From what I could tell, he had huge expectations for me. Hi, teacher, can I ask you a quick language question? A language question? Mr. Zhang looked stunned. On my last 2 monthly exams, I had nearly perfect scores. My only lost points were on the essays, and my homework was always flawless. It was clear he was wondering what could possibly trip me up. Come on, teacher. I'm still just a student. It's totally normal to have questions, right? I laughed. True, Mr. Zhang laughed, nodding. He obviously agreed that despite my talent, I was still just a student. Normal to hit roadblocks. But Mr. Jiang, I said, leaning in, since you haven't graded the tests yet, can I ask about a question on mine? Of course, he replied. As long as you don't change your answers. Mr. Jiang nodded. Well, I'm just not sure if my analysis on the final reading comprehension question is right. Can I pull my paper out? Go ahead, Mr. Jiang said, patting the stack. With my teacher's permission, I stepped up. I confidently flipped through the stack, but I wasn't just looking for mine. I was searching for Zixuan's too, and there they were. After finding both, I secretly slipped Zixuan's paper into my old spot and pulled mine out. I thought the last question was supposed to highlight the main theme. That's how I answered, but now I think it might echo the opening paragraph. I pointed at the paper. Ah, so that's your question, Mr. Jiang nodded. Your instinct is correct. The answer is indeed the main theme. Even if it looks similar to the opening, the context proves otherwise. He patiently explained that the first paragraph merely set the stage. I nodded thoughtfully, playing the part of a dedicated student. So, you get it now? Lord Jiang looked at me. I get it now. Thank you, teacher, I replied with a nod. From his proud smile, he was thrilled. I was his most improved student, and even after getting it right, I still asked questions. Impressive. Mr. Jiang nodded warmly, pointing to the desk. Put it back where you found it. Make sure it aligns with your scratch paper. I nodded and put it back, but I slipped my test right where Zixuan's paper used to be. Now his test sat on my scratch paper and my test sat on his. I'll head back to the exam now, Mr. Jiang, I said. Mr. Jiang nodded, cheering me on. Keep pushing. Don't let the pressure get to you. Do your best. Judging by his worried eyes, he feared back-to-back #1 spots would stress me out and trigger a sudden crash. Probably worried I'd fail and think my progress was just dumb luck. Don't worry, Mr. Jiang, I said. I'll do my best. I nodded calmly and walked out. Anyone could tell he was incredibly proud watching me leave. Hardworking, humble, and steady, I was clearly his student. Chapter 62, bombing the test, but my tutoring paid off. But my tutoring worked. After a brutal day of testing, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Jiang gave us free study time. Teachers were grading everything over the next 2 days. During study hall, Zixuan turned to me. I just thought of something. What's that? I asked. Zixuan pulled out his phone from under his desk. I definitely bombed that language arts exam, right? If I pull my SIM card out, my mom can't yell at me, right? I rolled my eyes. Instead of stressing, look ahead. Think about the next exam. True, I can just tell her I had an off day. He was already making excuses. I just nodded. Anyway, are you free the day after tomorrow? It's Saturday, and New Year's Day is right after. Zixuan looked excited. New Year's is Sunday. Why ask about Saturday, I questioned. To count down together, obviously, he beamed. Want to hang out? I bet you don't have plans. Zixuan looked at me with puppy dog eyes. What if I do? I teased. I raised an eyebrow. No way. If you have plans, I'll crash your place to see what they are. I know where you live. Smirked. So what's the plan? I asked. I'm taking you somewhere. Trust me, the countdown view there is absolutely stunning. He could barely hide his excitement. I could tell he was thinking about our very first New Year's countdown together. At a secret spot I originally showed him. I'm having dinner at home, I said, neither accepting nor declining. I already knew exactly where he wanted to take me. Perfect. Zixuan grinned. That place is only magical once the sun goes down anyway. He gave me a mysterious wink. I hid my smirk, playing along. Little did he know, I was the one who brought him there first. The next day, teachers started handing back grades. They hadn't posted official rankings yet, but everyone could guess their spot from their scores. Zixuan was a nervous wreck all morning, even though his grades were decent, especially since he usually handled every subject except language arts fine. Scoring above average was easy for him. But the real problem? We didn't have language arts class all morning. I had no clue what my Chinese grade was. It was like knowing someone is going to shoot me, but they refuse to pull the trigger. Pure torture. That was my exact rant to Lin Xia over lunch. But Xia just looked at me, totally clueless, and asked, how is it torture? I rolled my eyes at her. Is her brain even wired right? Xiahua, this decides if I get to spend winter break with Zhang Chen. Aren't you worried? I let out a heavy sigh. Lin Xiahua shoved a spoonful of food toward my mouth and shrugged. Why should I worry? You and Zhang Chen eat like this anyway. I doubt Zhang Chen would ever look at another girl, Lin Xiahua said. I swallowed the food she fed me, chewing. Honestly, it's not him. It's my parents. Right then, my phone started vibrating. I looked down and my stomach dropped. It was my mom. I was so dead. Did my teacher already text her my grade? My head was pounding, but I answered anyway, trying to sound innocent. Hey, Mom. Do you know my score? I whispered. Oh, I know, my mom, Wen Jinlan snapped. Look at your Chinese grade. Aren't you embarrassed? Zhang Chen even tutored you, my mom sighed. What did I get? I asked quietly. You seriously don't know, she retorted. 3. That is 30 points lower than last time, she snapped. Mom, trust me, I just had an off day, I swear, I pleaded. So my real score was 93, but I wasn't scared of getting grounded. I was terrified my mom would think Zhang Chen's tutoring didn't work. She thought that. She'd force me into prep school over winter break. An off day? Please, you were just careless, my mom grumbled. Wait, careless? What did she mean by that? I froze. Just pay more attention on your next exam, my mom continued. Mess up like this on college entrance exams and it's over. Luckily, this was just a practice test. Her anger seemed to fade. I had no clue why my mom thought my bad grade was just a careless mistake. Don't do it again. But Zhang Chen's tutoring definitely worked, she muttered. She hung up, leaving me completely dazed. My grade literally dropped, so why was my mom praising Zhang Chen's tutoring? It made zero sense. Soon as I lowered my phone, Lin Jiawa leaned in, dying to know. Well, what did your mom say? I looked up, still trying to process it. She said Zhang Chen's tutoring was actually really good. Xiahua gasped. Wait, did you ace it? I shook my head, totally speechless. According to the text my teacher sent her, I got a 93. 93? That's as bad as my math score, Lin Jiahua gasped. That grade was terrible, but Jiahua and I had opposite issues. I sucked at Chinese, while she was a Chinese genius who failed math. Exactly. So why on earth was my mom happy? I muttered. I racked my brain, but nothing added up. It stayed a mystery until our final class when our teacher, Ms. Jiang, walked in with the graded exams. Zhang Chen scored 149, higher than last time. Of course, honestly, the class was completely numb to his ridiculous grades at this point. Only lost point was on the essay, probably because the grader felt like it. For everything else, his answers were flawless. You all need to learn from Zhang Chen, Ms. Jiang announced. The day of the exam, he actually came to ask me about a question he doubted. Success comes from being proactive, Ms. Jiang lectured, using Zhang Chen's praise to give the class a pep talk. I braced myself. Sure enough, I tensed up as she singled me out. And then we have Tang Zixuan, Ms. Jiang said, her tone shifting. I see your effort, but you were incredibly careless, she sighed. You only scored a 93 this time around. Huge drop from last time. But I understand, I blinked, completely shocked. Why was she repeating the exact same excuse my mom used? Both blamed carelessness and barely even scolded me. Ms. Zhang pulled my test and my scratch paper from her stack. Did you mix up your papers? Ms. Zhang sighed. If you actually copied the answers from your scratch paper, you would have scored 130. I stared at her, completely dumbfounded. Answers on my scratch paper? I didn't even use scratch paper for the exam. Wait, Zhang Chen had asked about scratch paper earlier. I slowly turned to peek at him. Did he write my name on his own scratch paper? If he did, the teacher would assume I actually knew the answers. She'd think I just carelessly forgot to copy them over. My heart skipped a beat. This was his backup plan for me all along, just in case I crashed and burned on the test. Teacher wouldn't blame me, and she'd tell my mom it was just a careless slip-up, not a lack of actual ability. He literally engineered this whole cover-up for me. I couldn't focus on the lesson at all. My mind was completely consumed by Zhang Chen. Wanted to spend winter break with me just as much. Why else would he cover for me again, after helping me cheat last time? He gave me the perfect excuse. I smirked. He's not oblivious at all. He's just pretending to be. No oblivious guy goes this far to save a girl. Right then, I knew for a fact that Jiang Chen was totally into me. The second the bell rang, I turned to him with a smug grin. Jiang Chen, you're actually starting to make a decent boyfriend. Why? He asked, giving me a cool glance. I waved the scratch paper in front of him. Because you saved me again, don't deny this is yours. Mine, he admitted. I beamed. So you do want to hang out this winter. I knew it. Who'd turn down a cute girl like me? Where's the cute girl? He asked. I pointed right at my own face, practically screaming at him to look at me. Right here! Look at me, I insisted. He shrugged. Sorry, I don't see anything. My jaw literally dropped. I flipped through the textbook, grabbed Tang Zixuan's study guide, and dog-eared a few pages. This is your literature homework for the week. You're drowning me in homework again, Tang Zixuan complained. Judging by her face, she just wanted to coast through the monthly exams. What about finals and college apps? I asked. She sighed. Fine, since you're working so hard to help me, I guess I'll try too. Tang Zixuan took a deep breath. Anyone could see she hadn't studied this hard in forever. As school let out, she called my name. You better show up tomorrow. I'll come to your place, Tang Zixuan insisted before leaving. I shook my head. Don't bother. But we promised. Tang Zixuan pouted. I looked at her. I meant I'll come to your place instead. It's not safe for you at night. Her eyes lit up. It was obvious she was thrilled I was looking out for her. Jeswan nodded. Good point. If some creep grabs me, you'll regret it forever. Why would I regret that? I teased. Because I'm going to be your girlfriend, Tang Zixuan said, giving me her best puppy dog eyes. You can't let your girl get hurt. Time to go. I got up and left. On December 31st, my dad left early for work. I checked the stock market and headed to the trading center. One of my stocks had surged nearly 10 times. I had convinced my dad to invest $10,000 back then. That meant selling now would net $90,000 in profit. It wasn't the absolute peak yet, but I decided not to get greedy. I cashed out. I transferred $50,000 to my dad's account and used $40,000 of the rest to buy different futures. I kept $10,000 for myself. When I got home that evening, my dad practically cornered me. Son, why is there $50,000 in my account? He was anxious because the transfer came from my savings account. Dad, I smiled. Did you forget about those futures I told you to buy? My dad looked stunned. We actually made money? If I hadn't brought it up, he probably would have forgotten the investment even existed. He never trusted the market anyway. He only let me do it because I promised him straight A's and landed first in our class. Yeah, we did all right. I reinvested some of it, I said, nodding. But I noticed my dad frowning, a shadow of worry in his eyes. I quickly reassured him. Dad, I just read about this in some finance books and wanted to test it out. Don't worry, it's just a hobby. It won't get in the way of school. My dad let out a long sigh of relief. Education is the real asset, son. I need to get you into a good college for your mother's sake. I can afford to support you. I nodded. I knew my dad didn't want me stressing over money. Come on, he said, pulling out some dumpling wrappers. Let's make dinner. He dropped the groceries onto the table. Dumplings were our New Year's tradition. We sat down to a hot, steaming bowl of them. Suddenly, my dad looked at me with determination. Son, I want you to use that $50,000 for school. I stared at him, totally surprised. Don't kids need computers for school these days? Go build one this weekend. I don't know anything about technology, but you do. He handed me his bank card. I pushed it back. No thanks, Dad. I actually kept some of the profit for myself. I still had $10,000 left in my account. It wasn't a fortune, but it was plenty for a decent setup. Well, is there anything else you need for school? My money is your money, my dad insisted. I smiled. All right, how about this? I pointed toward his bedroom. Dad, you need a new bed. That old creaky thing is so loud it distracts me from studying. My dad stared at me, then burst out laughing. You clever kid. All right, we'll replace both of our beds. Our old furniture was practically falling apart. He'd refused to replace it for years, always prioritizing my future over his own comfort. After dinner, I stood up and stretched. Dad, I'm gonna go head out for a bit. He nodded. Don't stay out too late. I promised I wouldn't. I walked out into the chilly night and hailed a cab to head over to Tang Zixuan's place. During the ride, I checked my phone. My messaging app was blowing up with over 99 notifications from Tang Zixuan. Are you done eating yet? Why are you ignoring your future girlfriend? Did I do something wrong? I shook my head at her dramatic text. The sheer volume of spam actually froze my cheap phone. I texted back, on my way. I'm in a cab, I sent. She replied instantly. Perfect, I'm at the gate. Let's go to our usual spot for countdown. From what I could tell, she was incredibly excited about tonight. Looking out the window, the city was alive with glowing holiday decorations. Giant neon signs flashed New Year wishes. Since the lunar and solar holidays were so close, the whole city was in celebration mode. Everyone was ready for 2011. I jumped out of the cab and spotted her immediately, shivering in a thick coat by the gate. But under her jacket, she was wearing a thin white dress. A dress in freezing weather? I asked. Duh, it's our first New Year's Eve. Tong Zishuan grinned. I have to look pretty. Aren't you freezing? I asked. Pff, I've got heat packs glued all over me. I am officially the hottest girl on this street. Just then, a freezing gust of wind hit us. She sneezed and sniffled. Talk about instant karma. I couldn't help but smirk at her. Go back inside and change into some actual pants. Wait, why? Tong Zishuan looked down at her white skirt, pouting. You don't think it looks good on me? She looked confused, probably remembering how I used to say I loved her in light-colored skirts. Still, I just gave her a quiet nod. Maybe she thought my taste had changed. So, what color skirt do you actually like on me? She asked. I shrugged. Skirts don't look good. Just wear pants, I said flatly. She blinked in surprise, then a smirk spread across her face. Oh, I get it. You're worried I'll catch a cold. I stayed quiet. Fine, since you care so much, I'll go change right now. Wait for me, Zixuan shouted, bolting back inside. 10 minutes later, she emerged wearing tight light blue jeans. They weren't as airy as a skirt, but they definitely hugged her curves. How's this? She asked, spinning around. I nodded. Unbelievable, Ziswan muttered, shaking her head. Your biggest concern is really whether I get cold or not. Stepped right in front of me, eyes sparkling. I really want to reward you with a kiss, can I? I just rolled my eyes. We were in the middle of the street. Did she have no shame? Besides, she was the one wearing a skirt in winter. She deserved a punishment. Perfect excuse. Zixuan just laughed. Fine by me. I accept your punishment. As long as it's a kiss from you. I shut my mouth. All right, I know you're shy, she teased. Let's get going. Zixuan pulled me to the curb and hailed a cab. Once inside, she looked at the driver. Excuse me. Nanshan, please. Exactly as I guessed. I wasn't surprised. Even if I hadn't been reborn into this era, I still would have known. Nanshan was the most famous spot in Lu City. Every Christmas and New Year's Eve, the crowds gathered at Nanshan Square to count down. Peak offered a stunning view of the entire city. We crossed the river bridge and hit two elevated expressways. The driver slowed down. Up the mountain or down below, he asked. Zixuan gestured. Right here is fine. She didn't want him driving all the way up. She reached for her wallet, but I beat her to it and paid. She hesitated. From what I could tell, she decided to drop it. If we were just classmates, she'd insist on paying. But we were closer than that. Our bond was different. You sure you want to walk up? I asked, pointing toward the long mountain road ahead. Yeah, we have plenty of time to explore. We'll hit the peak just in time for the countdown, she smiled sweetly. All right, I agreed. I nodded. The road was lined with endless street vendors and quirky little shops, typical for a popular tourist spot like Nanshan. Beautiful plum blossoms bloomed everywhere. It was a nice walk, and Zixuan kept stopping to buy tiny trinkets and souvenirs. Keychains, phone cases, street food, she bought it all. But her absolute must-have was winter ice cream. Aren't you freezing? I muttered, glancing at her. Do you know why we eat ice cream in winter? She asked solemnly. I shrugged. No idea. Because winter is already freezing. So since you're already used to the cold, eating ice cream is perfect. I rolled my eyes. Only she could invent such absurd logic. Honestly, I already knew about her winter ice cream habit. Back in our college days, she had a whole speech prepared for it. By the way, Zixuan said, taking a bite of her cone, eating ice cream in the winter is actually completely normal, especially for girls. I knew exactly what speech was coming next. Think about it, she started. If you only eat it in summer, that's barely 3 months. Add monthly periods, and that's another week lost. Honestly, being a girl is a total ripoff. So we have to make up for it in winter. Well, you can always choose to be a guy next time, I teased. She stared at me with a bizarre expression. I was totally confused by her intense, complicated look. Classmate Zhang Chen, are you a top or a bottom? I'm strictly into girls, I muttered, rolling my eyes. She let out a breath, patting her chest. Oh, thank goodness. I thought you didn't like girls. I really didn't want to get gender reassignment surgery for you. That'd be way too much trouble. We walked up the lantern-lit road, Zixuan eating her ice cream while subtly leaning closer to me. Once she finished her cone, she was shivering, blowing hot air onto her freezing hands. Let's buy these, I said. I walked over to a street vendor and pointed at some fluffy gloves. The vendor picked them up. This pair? No, I want the white rabbit ones, Ziswan chimed in. It's the year of the rabbit, for good luck. Fine, I said. I nodded. We'll take them. All right, that will be $50, the vendor replied. He handed them over. Wait, 50? Zixuan's eyes widened. Anyone could see she thought it was crazy expensive, even for a tourist trap. But I paid anyway. Based on her sudden frown, she seemed to realize something was off. Taxi ride, the street food, her ice cream, and now these gloves. I had covered everything. It easily added up to around $300 or $400. Considering my family's tight budget, how could I afford this? Judging by her tense expression, something wasn't sitting right with her. When I handed her the gloves, she didn't put them on. She looked at me, dead serious. Jiang Chen, I have a real question for you. Go ahead, I nodded calmly. Where did you get all this cash, she asked, frowning. It was obvious she suspected I stole it. Her sweet thoughts touched me a bit, but this was a hard no. I ranked first in our grade again. My dad rewarded me, I told her. I said it calmly, and Tong Zixuan looked ready to cry. Guess my casual brag totally wrecked her underachiever heart. So that's how it is, she mumbled. Tong Zixuan nodded. It seemed like she remembered me mentioning my dad's promotion back in sophomore year. If my dad really did get a promotion, and I kept ranking first, a cash reward made total sense. But you really don't have to spend your money on me, Tong Zixuan said, looking worried. My allowance is actually pretty decent. Whatever, I shrugged, not really caring. Honestly, hanging out and shopping with Tang Zixuan and me paying was just second nature. Even in my past life, when she was a Fortune 500 CEO, it was the same. Tang Zixuan pouted. My willingness to spend should have thrilled her. But judging by her sad look, remembering my dad and me still living in that old house ruined it. Fine, but if I buy anything later, I'm paying. Tang Zixuan insisted, pulling on her gloves. We kept hiking up. With those warm fleece gloves, her freezing hands slowly warmed up. Those white bunny gloves looked cute and totally fit her vibe. Perhaps the only flaw was they were slightly big. But that wasn't really a flaw. Tang Zixuan suddenly had an idea and looked up at me. Jiangcheng, are you cold? She asked. Not cold, I replied. Liar, then stop shoving your hands in your pockets. I won't bite, she teased. I just rolled my eyes at her. Trick failed. Tang Zixuan racked her brain for a better scheme, but nothing came. Finally, she resorted to her ultimate weapon. Hey, Jiangcheng, since we're here, want me to teach you a dating trick? What trick? I asked, knowing damn well she was trying to set me up. Just so we're clear, I'm your teacher and your hypothetical girlfriend right now, okay? Tang Zixuan said, giving me a playful warning. I nodded. Okay, so when you're out with your girlfriend in the winter, only one of you gets to wear gloves. Tang Zixuan explained. I glanced at the bunny ears on her glove, already guessing her game. Then what? We share, Tang Zixuan giggled, stuffing my hand into her left glove. Both our hands wouldn't fit. Tang Zixuan appeared totally lost. Amused, I laughed, take your hand out first, dummy. Tang Zixuan blinked but obeyed. There, I took her hand, pressing my warm palm directly against her soft skin. Tang Zixuan shivered. It was obvious she couldn't believe her little trick actually worked. Feeling the intense heat radiating from my palm, she looked like she was dreaming of marrying me already. I shook her out of it. Now try putting the glove back on over our hands. Oh, Tang Zixuan snapped out of it. She slipped the glove on easily this time, her face lighting up with a massive triumphant grin. Sharing a glove was silly, but holding hands inside it meant everything to her. If she doubted my feelings before, hand-holding definitely cleared things up. Still, she didn't force me to admit it. From what I could tell, she was just curious. How long I could keep playing tough. Stubborn? If I knew what she was thinking, I'd probably burst out laughing right now. I only hesitated before because I was unsure. But now, I'm ready to try. I'm so exhausted, she groaned. Jiang Cheng, check the time for me. I'm too weak to move. We had finally reached the summit plaza of Mount Nan. Tang Zixuan collapsed onto a nearby bench. I checked my phone. 11:30 p.m. Thank goodness, she gasped. 30 minutes left. I'm resting for 29 of them, she sighed. Suddenly, a voice called out behind us. Jiang Cheng. Tang Zixuan gasped, spinning around in surprise. Lin Xiahua and Shenqin trotted over. Tang Zixuan sighed. Anyone could see our quiet romantic night was officially ruined. You guys are here too? Lin Xiahua grinned while Shenqin teased. I knew I recognized that lazy girl's slumped shoulders from behind. Who are you calling lazy? Tang Zixuan snapped. Jiangcheng and I literally hiked up this mountain. Not all of us took the shuttle. Tang Zixuan shot back, frantically winking at her best friends. Judging by her panic, she wanted to save some face in front of me. Oh, and look, you even hiked up hand in hand, Shenqin smirked. Shenqin pointed at our shared glove. Only one pair, huh? Tang Zixuan quickly scrambled for an excuse, knowing she couldn't rush this. She seemed terrified I'd get annoyed and ruin everything, but I just shrugged. She made me put my hand in. Right, sure, Shenqin laughed. Shenqin nudged Lin Xiahua. Xiahua spilled everything. Lin Xiahua leaned over to Tang Zixuan with a massive thumbs up, whispering secretly. Your moves are legendary. Ahem. Anyway, why are you guys here? Tang Zixuan blushed, desperately trying to change the subject. Duh, this plaza has a huge countdown tradition. Shenqin pointed at the massive clock tower. It's the ultimate spot. Gestured toward a golden-brown clock tower, ticking away in the center. The plaza was buzzing. Just as Shenqin said, tons of teens were packed in, waiting for midnight. The countdown was almost here. Apparently, Tang Zixuan was stressing over how to ditch her friends. Group hangouts definitely ruin the romance. Just me, she could play the girlfriend role easily. But with her friends watching, it was way too awkward. She looked absolutely mortified. You guys sit, I said, pulling my hand out of our glove to make room for them. I moved to another bench. Tang Zixuan looked totally crushed, her hand-holding moment ruined. She stared at me, pleading with her eyes. We used to sit together, holding hands. Now, I can only stare at him from afar. He still looks so hot, though. Hey, Tang, you're drooling. Suddenly, Shen Qin gasped. I reflexively snapped my hand over my mouth, but my chin was dry. Great, I'd been totally played. All right, stop teasing him, Shen Qin. Xiahua laughed, sliding next to me. By the way, what are you getting Zhang Chen for New Year's? Wait, a gift? I froze. Duh, you're the one chasing him. Pursuer, you seriously didn't buy anything? Xiahua looked genuinely confused. Honestly, if she hadn't brought it up, completely forgot. After all, Zhang Chen and I. Besides, you aren't some old married couple yet, Xiahua added. New couples need meaningful little gifts, Xiahua insisted. I pursed my lips, dying to tell my bestie the truth. We actually were an old married couple. Xiaohua's right, Shen Qin chimed in, leaning close. Did you seriously get nothing? Yeah, nothing, I mumbled, sticking my tongue out. I totally dropped the ball. I was just too used to not exchanging gifts with him. But past Jiang Chen wasn't. Come on, Xiahua said, standing up. We saw this shop earlier with the perfect boyfriend gifts. Perfect. I jumped up and whispered to Shen Qin, keep Jiang Chen busy so he doesn't find out. I need this to be a surprise. Shen Qin nodded. Xiao and I bolted toward the plaza shops. Seeing Jiang Chen try to follow, Shen Qin instantly blocked his path. Whoa, Jiang Chen, you can't go. Why? He asked, looking at her calmly. Because, Shen Qin stammered. Jiang Chen let out a smug chuckle. Don't tell me you're trying to steal my seat again. Anyone could see Shen Qin was absolutely fuming. Stealing a seat, that was what happened when she'd tested Jiang Chen's red flags for me back then. Judging by her face, she was thinking that even if her body wasn't as curvy as mine, she still deserved a seat. Whatever, just sit here, she snapped. She took a deep breath, trying to calm down. I just knew she was going to make me buy her a massive dinner for helping me out. We're here. Xiahua dragged me to a tiny shop packed with clay figurines. You want me to buy this? I asked, inspecting one. Those are just for display, not for sale. The shop owner cut in before Xiahua could speak. Wait, then what do you actually sell? I asked. This. Xiahua pointed to some plastic tubs. Shen Qin and I asked earlier. He mostly sells the modeling clay to make them yourself. Gulp them yourself. The owner nodded. I nodded slowly, finally catching Xiahua's drift. Sculpting something for Jiang Chen would be so meaningful, but I had zero artistic talent. Xiahua, I don't know how, I whispered. She shrugged. Just take your time. The owner said there's a special powder to soften the clay. They sell it separately too. If you're worried about messing up, just buy extra powder. Honestly, that sounded like a solid plan. I nodded and turned to the owner. All right, I'll take 2 boxes of clay and 10 packets of that powder. Xiahua teased me about my lack of confidence. Once we paid, we rushed back to the plaza. I glanced at the clock tower. 11:50 p.m., only 10 minutes left. Hey, Jiang Chen. Ignoring my besties, I leaned in and whispered, I actually want to take you somewhere else. I'll make an excuse. Follow me, okay? Whatever, Jiang Chen shrugged. I stood up and announced to Xiahua and Shen Qin, we're going to the restroom. Wait here. I grabbed Jiang Chen's hand and bolted behind the tower. My friends exchanged a speechless look. Going to the restroom together? So obvious. Of course she ditches us for a guy, Shen Qin sighed. Xia shrugged. Whatever, let them go. At least they won't show off in front of us. Shen Qin pulled Jiahua's gloved hand close. Otherwise, the jealousy would kill me. Right? It's sickeningly sweet, Xiahua agreed. Meanwhile, I led Jiang Chen down the path behind the clock tower. Looking down, the tower's peak was literally right beneath us. I grinned. This is Nanshan's highest point. Wishes here definitely come true. He nodded. Frankly, it was the exact spot he'd brought me before. Let me tell you a secret, Jiang Chen. I bragged proudly. Only I know this spot. Everyone else thinks the clock tower is the highest. But right then, a voice drifted over. Oh, look, couples. They look like students. Well, duh, that's totally normal. Didn't we date in school too? The older couple chuckled, walking past us. I stood there, completely speechless. Jiang Chen held back a laugh. So only you know, huh? Whatever, I snapped, blushing. This is your first time here and I brought you. So it's a huge deal for you too, I huffed, my face burning red. Fine, Jiang Chen shrugged. But honestly, the very first time I'd ever been here, he was the one who brought me. Hurry, under 20 seconds left. Wish time. New Year's wishes really work, I urged, staring at the clock tower and grabbing his arm. Okay, fine, he murmured. He nodded. I knew exactly why he agreed. Back in our senior year of college, we'd stood right here. Family's phone business was failing back then, so he'd wished for a miracle. After graduation, he transformed it into a massive tech giant. Startup took off immediately. Ever since then, I've taken New Year's wishes super seriously. As the clock ticked to 50, I clasped my hands over my chest. Down in the plaza, the crowd's countdown echoed. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1, bong midnight. The massive crowd in the plaza erupted. When midnight struck, it wasn't the New Year bells we heard. It was a violent crash from the highway outside, sharp and ear-piercing. What happened? Did some horrible accident just occur? Everyone froze. When we snapped out of it, we all stood on our tiptoes staring toward the highway. Nobody cared about the New Year bells anymore. What was that? Jiang Chung snapped, frowning as he walked toward the noise. I am coming with you, I said, rushing to keep up. I followed Jiang Cheng, my chest tight. That sound felt terrifyingly familiar to both of us. Before we even got close, a man started screaming for help. Jiang Cheng and I picked up our pace, the crowd rushing right behind us. How could this happen? When we reached the scene, my breath caught. Both froze in absolute horror. A terrified man was collapsed on the ground, his legs shaking. Next to him was a massive pool of blood. Gathering crowd gasped in horror. I could see the shock on everyone's faces. Sure, we have seen car crashes on the news, but this was different. Seeing it up close was a different kind of nightmare. I turned to him, my voice cracking. Jiang Cheng, it is them, the couple from earlier. My voice trembled as I looked at Jiang Cheng. Seeing this mangled car crash was triggering a massive wave of trauma for both of us. We only ended up in this era because of a crash just like this. Except this time it was that couple trapped inside, not us. Beside me, Jiang Cheng was hyperventilating. It was obvious he was reliving our own crash, just like I was. Our pasts were bleeding into the present. What are you standing there for? Call an ambulance! Call the police! Jiang Cheng screamed, pulling out his phone. His eyes were bloodshot as he dialed, yelling at the crowd. Everyone snapped to life, shouting, Right, get an ambulance! Call the police! Shouting broke the spell. I looked at the car window. Only a little blood was seeping out. Maybe they still had a chance. What if they were still alive? Meanwhile, the driver sobbed on the ground. I am so sorry. I did not know anyone was driving here. Terrified man just sat there, shaking his head in sheer panic. Soon, the night lit up with flashing red and blue lights as sirens neared. Luckily, patrols were already monitoring the Nanshan scenic area for New Year's Eve, so help arrived almost immediately. Step back, clear the area. The officers began pushing the crowd back the second they got out of their cars. In the chaos, an officer actually blocked the medic who rushed from the ambulance. That is the doctor. Let him through first, Jiang Cheng screamed desperately. Jiang Cheng looked completely unhinged, his eyes wild. I licked my dry lips, staring at him. He had just screamed the exact words in my throat. Unless you have been in a wreck, you have no idea how terrifying it is. Only survivors understand the pure despair of watching this unfold. You never want anyone else to feel that pain. But why was Jiang Cheng panicking as much as me? Right, let the medics in, the captain yelled. Captain ordered his men to help the medics. I watched, chest tight, as they loaded the bleeding couple into the ambulance and sped away. Officers taped off the scene and pushed us back. I hope they make it, Jiang Cheng whispered, staring after the vanishing sirens. I nodded, numb. We never expected a celebration like New Year's Eve to end in a brutal crash. It was way too close to home. It was the exact nightmare we survived. Chapter 69. Soon the police blocked the road, sending all the New Year's Eve crowds back down the mountain. Jiang Cheng and I walked with them. We had lost Lin Shihua and Shen Jing in the chaos. I thought about calling them, but I slipped my phone back into my bag. Right now I only wanted to be with Jiang Cheng, just like when we died together. Walking down, I kept stealing glances at him. Halfway down the mountain, I couldn't hold it in anymore. Jiang Cheng, I whispered. Are you really shaken up by the crash? Jiang Cheng nodded slowly, his fists clenching at his sides. Me too, I muttered. I hope they make it. I sniffled, choking back tears. We didn't even know that couple, but we shared the same scars. Let's rest for a second, Jiang Cheng said. Judging by his face, he realized I was falling apart and he was pretty shaken up too. He led me to a roadside milk tea shop to calm down. We ordered 2 teas and sat in silence. All around us, passersby were whispering about the summit crash. The air felt heavy and suffocating. I swallowed hard, looking up at Jiang Cheng. What's wrong? He asked softly, his eyes searching mine. Jiang Cheng, can I just hug you? No excuses this time, no flirty mind games. I just desperately needed to hold him. He nodded silently. I walked over and threw my arms around him, squeezing tight. Feeling his familiar warmth and scent, my walls crumbled. I couldn't stop the tears. Jiang Cheng, can I tell you about a dream I had? He wrapped his arms around me too. Gently patted my back and sighed. Go ahead. In that dream, I whispered, I was in a car crash too. With you. I was so helpless. I begged you to wake up, but you just closed your eyes right in front of me. You kept screaming for them to save me first, but you didn't know. I was screaming for them to save you too. I sobbed. The horror of tonight tore open every trauma I had buried since my rebirth. Holding him, I completely broke down, sobbing out the details. From what I could tell, he remembered every second of it too. He only pushed me away to keep me safe. I was so scared of losing you. We were always so busy I barely got to see you. If I lost you forever, I would break. I can't do it. I know, he whispered. Tong Ziswan spilled her guts to me, choking back tears. To anyone else, crying over a nightmare probably sounded pathetic. But I knew she meant every word. She clung to me for a long time, then wiped her tears and whispered, "Sorry, Zhang Cheng." "Probably dumb to bring up a dream when real people actually go through this," she said. I shook my head. "Say whatever you want." "You looked so freaked out when you saw that crash. Were you scared it would happen to us?" She stared, eyes watery. I thought about it. I nodded slowly. "But it's fine. Just a dream. You're still right here with me. Still drinking boba together." She flashed me a sweet smile. I bit my lip. Right then, I felt a sudden urge. An urge to lay all my cards on the table. "Honestly, if that dream was real, maybe it's a good thing," she mumbled, then froze. "Not the crash part. Knock on wood." I couldn't help but laugh. Only the girl in my arms could pull me out of this mood. "Stop laughing," she snapped. "I mean, in my dream, work was so crazy. Yeah, we were together, but I hate working that much. I just want to hang out with you." Hearing her say that made me fight down the urge to confess. Well, half of it. I wanted to make her dream perfect. I wanted to be more than just her husband. I wanted her happy and carefree by my side. I smiled. "So reality is better than the dream, right?" "Not really. In the dream, you're my husband. Here, I'm not even your girlfriend." She looked totally crushed. I grinned. "Oh, we aren't?" "What?" She stared up at me, completely lost. I smiled casually. "I kind of figured we always were." Wait. Jiang Cheng, what is that supposed to mean?" She quickly broke free from my arms. Took 2 steps back. I shrugged. "I mean, we share drinks and hold hands on New Year's Eve." "I thought you were already my girlfriend." Her jaw literally dropped. In that moment, totally speechless. "Look, I've been meaning to say this," I said, sighing. "Instead of pretending, why don't we try being a real couple, unless you don't want to?" I totally do. "I want to so bad." She nodded frantically. "If you're serious, I want to tell the whole world. That Zhang Cheng is my boyfriend." "Wait, no," I shook my head. "I said you're my girlfriend, not that I'm your boyfriend." "When is that a thing?" She stared at me. "I told you, I'm not dating until college," I said calmly. "Then why say I'm your girlfriend?" From what I could tell, she felt totally crushed. "Because you said you'd wait for me. Once we hit college, you're officially mine." I gave her a firm, "Waiting gave me time. Make her dream perfect." "So, I'm your future girlfriend?" She sighed, disappointed, but she quickly appeared to realize it was fine. It was obvious she knew I liked her after that. It wasn't a wild guess anymore. She had actual proof. Who promises that to a girl they don't like? "But since it's New Year's Day, you get a boyfriend trial pass." I smirked. "A trial pass? How does that work?" she asked. I glanced at the empty cups on the table. "Boba's done." "Oh, yeah." She nodded after a second, slow to catch on. "You tired?" I asked. "A little. Maybe we rest before going down? Actually, we can go now. I can walk." She acted like she was terrified I'd take away her future girlfriend status. "No need. I'll carry you." I squatted right in front of her. "Huh?" She stared, totally shocked. "No? Fine then." I started to stand up. "Wait, no." She immediately jumped onto my back, as if she was scared I'd change my mind, and we started heading down the mountain. After a quiet moment, she spoke up. "Jiang Cheng, maybe you should put me down and slap me." "Why?" I asked, confused. Was she turning into a masochist? She pinched her own arm. "Ow, ow, ow. But seriously, this feels like a dream. Just so unreal." Draping most of her weight over my back, she hummed a tune. Judging by her face, she was completely happy. They say the first step is the hardest, but on day 1 of the new year, I gave her that promise. Dropping the word future didn't seem so far off now. "Jiang Cheng, can I ask you something?" she piped up. She leaned close to my ear. I nodded. "So, even though I only have this boyfriend trial pass right now, does it last for a lifetime? If so, we don't have to wait for college." Too bad my reply was instant and brutal. "Today only." "Fine, one day it is." She let out a soft sigh. Trying to cheat the system was never going to work. "But I have one more question." Her face turned totally serious. "Shoot. Jiang Cheng, did you give this trial card to anyone else?" This was a big deal. Anyone could see she thought this was a total player move. "Only one exists," I said. She nodded, looking relieved. Only one meant... I could tell she felt like she was the only person on Earth who got to experience this. I knew I mattered way more to Zhang Chen than other girls. To get the guy, you gotta pursue him. I believed that completely as we walked down. The mountain road was blocked, so everyone had to walk. Dozens of eyes followed us as I carried Tong Zishuan on my back. We actually sparked a few arguments. Some girl whined, "Look at him carrying his girlfriend." Her guy grunted, "Wives are different, okay?" "They're young," the guy continued. "We've been married 2 years. We're an old married couple. We don't need to be this clingy." "What? You're sick of me?" No, I just mean our situation is different." "Oh, really? Then explain how it's different." "Girlfriend has a killer body, 110 pounds max. Look at you. You're pushing 160. Online, they call that a mini tank. I can't carry a tank down the mountain, can I? A tank? You're dead. Tong Zhaixuan overheard them and burst out giggling. She beamed, whispering, Classmate Zhang Cheng, are we causing too many domestic disputes? I stopped walking and teased her. Should I put you down then? She thought about it, acting all sweet and understanding. Sure, put me down. You've been carrying me so long, you must be exhausted. She glanced back at the steep mountain trail we'd already covered. Judging by her face, she felt bad for me. Other guys were gasping for air, so she likely thought I was just acting tough. I shook my head. My physical strength was basically at elite athlete levels now. If a little mountain walk tired me, my rebirth was a waste. Still, she insisted on getting down. Boyfriend trial card is only for 1 day. I'm not wasting it on your back. I set her down, totally confused about what she was planning next. Without a word, she grabbed my arm and held it tight. Let's walk the rest of the way together. She flashed me a sweet, dazzling smile. Relax a little, don't squeeze so hard. I frowned slightly, glancing down at her. Pressing her perfect body against mine in the dark was playing with fire. She backed off slightly, but then she caught the look on my face. Aha, I knew it! She looked like she'd just won the lottery. Classmate Zhang Cheng, did you finally realize your future girlfriend's body is amazing? And got shy? From what I could tell, this physical closeness was nothing to her, but I was different. Back then, I was still totally inexperienced. I was probably acting like some shy virgin who panics over a girl. As if, I scoffed, her eyes suddenly got a predatory look. She looked like a hungry wolf eyeing a little lamb, and I was definitely the lamb. So, tell me, she smirked, how's your future girlfriend's body feel? She proudly puffed out her chest as she spoke. I thought about it for a second, then teased. Can't really tell in the winter. We won't know until summer. Why? She asked. More like when we go swimming, I added. I get it, she smirked. You just want to see me in a swimsuit! Anyone could see she was thrilled, thinking she'd found my secret weakness. I just shook my head, smiled calmly. Just an analogy. What I meant was if we both put on swimsuits and walked into a pool, do you know what we'd look like? Like what? She asked, looking a bit confused. I gave her a deadpan look. The Higher Brothers. The Higher Brothers? She blinked, walking a few steps in complete silence before it finally clicked. Puffed up with rage. No way, how do we look like them? Just wait until next year. Actually, no. Summer, I am definitely going to show you exactly how amazing my body is. To her, comparing us to those shirtless cartoon brothers, basically calling her flat. It was clear she felt insulted since she'd always had a great figure. Still, she couldn't stay mad at me. When we finally reached the main road at the base of Nanshan, traffic was moving again. Plenty of cab drivers knew the deal. People from Liushi always celebrated New Year's on the mountain plaza, so empty cabs were lined up waiting. We grabbed one and headed to her apartment first. I'm going now, she murmured, lingering by the door. Even though tonight had been crazy, I could tell she didn't want our night to end. Being apart from me, even for just a couple of days, seemed to kill her. I just nodded. Wait, my trial card isn't over yet. Opening the door, she suddenly turned back and planted a quick kiss on my cheek. She finally got out and waved happily through the window. See you next time, classmate Zhang Cheng. Got home at 2 a.m. My dad had left a plate of uncooked dumplings on the table, knowing I'd be hungry. I boiled them, carried the bowl to my room, and checked the market trends while eating. Everything matched my memories of the future perfectly. If I wanted a massive payout, I had to wait until the end of the month. My previous futures trade paid well, but it wasn't enough. Turning 50,000 into 100,000 wasn't going to cut it. My main issue was lack of capital to fully exploit my future knowledge. Picking the highest yielding futures was the fastest route. The one I sold earlier had doubled in just a few months, and that was actually my lowest performer. If I dumped the rest at month end, I'd net nearly 7 figures. But hoarding the top futures wasn't my long-term plan. It was too suspicious. Big players noticed me and copied my trades. It could ruin the market trends. For steady, long-term wealth, I needed a different strategy. I had to spread a massive bankroll across diversified investments, looking like some casual retail investor. I closed the trading site and scrolled through the news. The crash on Nanshan was already making headlines. Police reports said the victims took a disused dirt road behind the central tower and hit a van. The van driver was that terrified middle-aged guy I saw earlier. The comments were full of people debating the insurance payout. They argued over the money, but I just smiled bitterly and shook my head. Only those of us who were there knew the terrifying truth. At that point, money was the last thing on my mind. It was pure survival. Suddenly, my phone buzzed. I stared at the caller ID, completely shocked. It was Zhaixuan. It was almost 3 in the morning. Had she not slept since going home? Confused, I picked up. Classmate Zhang Chen, a voice said, but it was not Zhaixuan on the other end. Instead, it was her mother, Wen Xinlan. Xiaoro said she was with you at the library and got locked inside because she was reading. I could tell Aunt Wen was highly skeptical. I wanted to laugh. So that was Zishuan's excuse for ringing in the new year with me. Let's face it, when kids want to sneak out, we always blame schoolwork. It is the perfect lie. I knew the drill all too well. Zeishuan knew it too, of course. Yeah, that's right, I lied, nodding. Who knew she would actually pull that off? Once I backed her up, Aunt Wen bought the story. In the background, I could hear Zeishuan's muffled voice talking back. See, even Zhang Chen said so, and you still did not believe me. Well, you still got home way too late for a young girl. Do you have any idea how dangerous it is out there? Aunt Wen scolded. I was not alone. Jiang Chen was right there with me. Besides, what could happen inside a library? She argued. I cleared my throat, cutting in. I am sorry, Auntie. I should not have asked Zeishuan to study on New Year's. Aunt Wen immediately softened up. Oh, it is totally fine, dear. How could I blame you? Your teacher and I want you tutoring Xiaoro anyway. Aunt Wen then glared at Zeishuan. Why are you so rebellious lately? Next time, call me first if you are going to be late, even for studying. Then can I stay out late all 3 holidays? Zeishuan asked. Why? Her mom asked. Honestly, I was curious too. Was she really planning to sneak out again? Because I want Zhang Chen to tutor me. Mom, finals are literally right around the corner. It is serious. Plus, we already agreed. I could hear her trying to sound dead serious. Aunt Wen seemed to buy it, but I decided to pull the plug. Auntie, I said calmly, I actually had no idea about this. Besides, I am busy over the holidays. Xiaoro, get over here right now. Zhang Chen knows nothing. You are lying just to go shopping again. Aunt Wen started chewing her out, but suddenly remembered I was still on the line. Oh, Jiang Chen, I am so sorry about this. I should not have called so late. No worries, Auntie, I replied politely. I will let you go. Get some rest. I need to teach this brat a lesson, she grumbled, hanging up. I shrugged, silently praying for Zeishuan's survival. She was doomed. Honestly, I had to shut her down. I actually had major plans. Dad finally gave me the green light to build a custom computer. That PC would let me track market trends. Until I am strong enough to make her dreams real, I cannot lay my cards on the table. After washing up, I collapsed onto my bed. Suddenly, my phone buzzed. It was a message from Zeishuan. Zhang Chen, my mom almost murdered me. I laughed, typing back. Well, that is what you get for lying. Was not a lie, she shot back. If she knew we snuck out and that you promised I could be your girlfriend, she would literally kill me. You are exaggerating, I texted. Maybe, she replied. But hey, at least I am her daughter, right? Anyway, are you seriously busy all holiday? Yeah, I have got plans, I replied. I could almost hear her sigh. Fine, but I will be missing you the whole time. During the 3-day break, my dad only took 1 day off. Triple overtime pay was too good to pass up. He rested day 1, then worked. Meanwhile, I hit the tech market on New Year's morning. When I got back, my dad watched me, totally baffled. You actually know how to build a computer? Yeah, I watched tutorials online, I said. I think I've got this. I nodded, carefully unboxing and assembling the parts. I could tell Dad was worried about me breaking a $1,000 machine. But seeing how focused I was, he kept quiet. It was obvious he realized I was growing up and becoming more responsible. From what I could tell, he thought letting me learn some hands-on skills was worth every penny if it helped me grow. Done. I hit the power button. It booted instantly. Next up was setting up the internet. By sunset, I finally had everything up and running. Once the PC was set up, I bookmarked a few stock market sites. I noticed Dad hovering near the door. Hey, Dad, come here. He walked over, looking curious. What's up, son? Is something wrong? Nope, I want you to choose something, I smiled. Choose what? He scratched his head, clearly out of his element. Men his age rarely used the internet back then. You've been watching TV all day. Pretty boring, right? I think you need some company, I joked. He looked totally confused. What do you mean? Before he could answer, I opened a matchmaking website. Remember what we talked about? Check this out. See if anyone catches your eye. I pointed to the profiles. All ages, single, divorced, everything was laid out clear as day. You little punk. Since when do you play matchmaker for your own father? He laughed, shaking his head. Speechless. But looking back, I knew he was thinking about how much I had matured over the last 6 months. Dad, I said, my voice dead serious. I am 17 now. I turn 18 this year. It has been 18 years. Mom wouldn't want you to be alone anymore. Hearing her name, my dad tensed up and went silent. Ever since my mom walked out, my dad made me his entire world. He worked endlessly just to feed me and put me through school. He raised me single-handedly. Even though he was exhausted and lonely while I was at school, it was obvious he secretly thought about remarrying. But those horror stories about evil stepmothers always made him hesitate. He wanted to find a divorced mom, but where would he even meet one? Just wasn't realistic. A moment later, my dad smiled bitterly. Who would want a guy his age who spent his life on an assembly line? I smiled. Dad, you are a team leader now. Didn't your boss say there is a real chance you will get promoted? Sure, they said that, but you can't trust bosses, he said, shaking his head. I sighed, feeling his deep doubt. I looked at him. Dad, just give it a shot. I am starting my senior year soon. Once that is over, I will head off to college, leaving you completely alone. In my past life, before my fatal car crash, he spent every single day alone. Whenever Zishuan and I visited him, the silence in his empty house broke my heart. Now that I have been reborn, I have to save him too. But he just waved his hands. Look at this sight. They are all in their 20s, even 18-year-old girls. No way, I cannot do this. If he married someone my age, what would I even call her? I laughed, trying to calm him down. Dad, that is just the homepage feed. You can filter the search. Since you are a divorced single dad, you can search for someone just like you. It actually does that? He leaned closer, fascinated. I kept clicking. See, you can even choose the exact age range. You are 42, so maybe 30 to 40? Whoa, 30 is way too young, son. Make it at least 35. 30 means I am over 10 years older, he protested. All right, 35 to 40, I smiled. He definitely wanted this. Yeah, these look much better. He nodded as the results loaded. From his expression, these women seemed way more realistic than those 20-somethings. Dad, I set up an account for you. Just browse. If you find someone you like, just click their profile. Stood up to give him space. Let me try, he said, sitting down with curiosity. I just nodded and smiled. I walked out to the kitchen. An hour later, my dad walked into the living room, eyes wide. Cheng, did you cook all of this? I had already set the table. It was my first time cooking for him, and judging by his face, he was completely blown away. Shrugged. Just followed some recipes online. Well, you are getting more mature, he said, but once in a while is fine. I will stick to cooking. High school is too stressful. He smiled warmly, looking incredibly relieved. He warned me not to let my grades slip. I know, Dad, I smiled. So did you find anyone interesting in there? Face turned bright red. I don't know, son. Online dating feels sketchy, even if a few of them look okay. I cut him off, teasing him. Dad, it is not like this is your first romance. Why are you acting so shy? Besides, it is just a casual meeting. He paused, suddenly realizing I was right. At most, they would just grab coffee. I couldn't believe I was more open-minded than him. Back in my room, I was about to check his search history when my phone buzzed. Juan. Hey, check this out. She sent a quick text with a link attached. Chapter 73. Time to study, I opened the link. It was a news report about yesterday's crash. The hospital said both victims survived, but the guy's hand got crushed in the steering wheel, and they were both still in a coma. They hadn't woken up yet. At least they're alive, I thought, texting the words back to Zeishuan. Yeah, thank God they made it, she replied. From her messages, I could tell she was smiling. Do you think we would survive a crash like that, she asked. Who knows, I texted. We definitely would, she replied instantly. She was so sure. We didn't survive our past crash, but we got a second chance to live. I took a deep breath. Started typing. Maybe, but let's not get into crashes. I know, she wrote. Actually, we definitely won't. If, she teased. Stop playing with ifs, I warned. Fine, she replied, but if you were him and I was her, even if you lost all your limbs, I would take care of you forever. I knew she meant it, but it still felt kinda creepy. Since we are chatting, you must be free. Can I come over to hang out, or should we meet up? She was clearly eager. I looked out the window. The sky was already turning pitch black. I texted back casually. Did you finish the homework I gave you? See you at school. I locked my phone and checked my dad's history. He had only opened 2 profiles in an hour. First, a 38-year-old divorced mom with a 10-year-old son. Second, a 36-year-old divorced mom with a 12-year-old daughter. It was obvious he was looking out for my feelings, even while searching for a wife. Since they both had kids, they wouldn't mind me, and because their kids were younger, nobody would get bullied. I wanted to ask if he wanted to meet them, but decided against it. If he really liked someone, he would definitely tell me. Since he stayed silent, he probably wasn't sold yet. Remarriage is a huge deal, after all, and I knew he needed time. Catching up was impossible. For the last 2 days of New Year's, my dad went to the factory while I stayed glued to stock trading websites. On Tuesday, Zixuan habitually slid a carton of milk onto my desk, but I found it weird she was holding a green carton of yogurt herself. But in my memories, and even after being reborn, Zixuan always preferred milk. I shot her a look and asked, switch to yogurt? Spun the carton around, pointing at the label. Look, papaya flavor. I need to make some serious gains before my growth spurt ends. Otherwise, you'll call us the Higher Brothers when we go swimming this summer. I wanted to laugh. It was obvious she still held a grudge. Lin Jiahua walked in and headed straight for our desks. Where were you guys on New Year's? Hear about the plaza accident? Zixuan and I nodded. Shenqing and I were terrified, Xiahua gasped. The roads were blocked, so we had to walk down the mountain. My legs still hurt after 3 days. Zhihua sighed in complaint. Zixuan just shrugged and mumbled. Honestly, it wasn't even that tiring for me. No way, not you. Ziehua stared at Zixuan. Anyone could see Ziehua knew her best friend's lazy habits way too well by now. Zixuan had zero endurance and was lazy to the bone. Making her walk down South Mountain should have practically killed her. Of course she isn't, I said, rolling my eyes. Ziehua looked at me, totally confused. Wait, why? Because Jiang Chen carried me all the way down, Zixuan beamed. Xiahua instantly choked on her own spit, utterly stunned. Hey, I've got your favorite cake. Want some? Zixuan offered. Xiahua just rolled her eyes. No, I'm good. Stuffed with drama. The holiday crash at South Mountain Plaza had everyone talking, so our teacher, Jiang Shuli, took time during study hall to address us. She warned us to stay safe and avoid crowds. Then came the real news. Since finals were in January, this month's exams were officially canceled. Zixuan let out a quiet sigh of relief until Shuli added, "But don't get sloppy on finals." I could practically hear Zixuan screaming in despair. "Just call me out next time, Teach," Zixuan muttered. I had my doubts, though. Could she really pull off a decent grade in just 1 month? Judging by her face, Zixuan was stressing. Sure, she did the homework I assigned her, but without a test to prove it, she lacked real confidence. Serious this time. Tutor me, Zixuan said, sliding her books between us. I nodded. Fine. I checked your last test, I told her. Your issue is poetry translation and memorization. For memorization, just write the text out over and over. For translation, just follow my logic, I explained patiently. Zixuan seemed to actually be paying attention for once, listening closely. But soon I noticed her sneaking glances at the podium, then staring at my hand under the desk. Our teacher was buried in a newspaper. She probably thought holding hands was safe, but the second she reached out, I stared at her. Right, totally right, Zixuan squeaked. She nodded frantically, trying to play dumb, but I wasn't buying it. What exactly is your hand doing? I asked. Chapter 74. Can we just hold hands? Zixuan whispered. It was clear she was dying to touch me. Honestly, I brought this on myself by agreeing to that trial run. Once you get a taste, it's hard to stop. No way, I muttered. Teacher isn't even looking, Zixuan argued, glancing over. I meant your trial run expired. Besides, didn't you promise to focus on studying? Sighed. Honestly, holding hands wasn't the issue. The problem was our reality. We're students. If Zixuan bombs her final exams, at worst, I couldn't tutor her this winter. But if her college prospects crash, I'll be helpless. I promised to build a career myself to support her, so she could live worry-free. Zixuan looked totally deflated, staring at her paper. As I got ready to resume, she whispered, "Any chance for another trial?" She asked so quietly I barely heard. I tapped her forehead gently. Forgot what I said? It was a one-time offer. From what I could tell, she had misunderstood. She probably thought she was the exclusive recipient, not realizing I meant no repeats after that night. You're definitely leveling up, Chen, Zixuan teased, suppressing a grin. I frowned. How so? You've mastered the wall slam, she giggled. Since I stood my ground, she finally gave up trying to distract me and actually focused on studying. Once she finished her homework, she rested her chin on her hands, staring at me. She seemed to find this version of me different. I could tell she didn't find me childish. If anything, I seemed more mature now, caring for her in my own quiet way. She clearly picked up on my subtle gestures, even if they went unnoticed by others. Soon study hall ended and everyone headed back. Outside, a freezing rain was pouring. Southern winters rarely get snow, but this downpour felt like ice sliding down my spine, absolutely freezing. Let's walk together, Zixuan said, immediately popping open her umbrella and squeezing close to me. I didn't push her away. Since there are no more trial cards, what about a cuddle card or a kiss card? Zixuan teased, nudging me. She kept pestering me. I sighed, giving her a look. I think you need a quick reality check, Zixuan pouted. What now? You better study hard this month, I warned her gently. If you bomb finals, you won't be seeing me all winter break. Oh, I get it. You're worried my mom won't let you tutor me if I fail. Zixuan laughed, looking pleased with herself. Fine, I'll study. You sure? I shot her a skeptical look. She'd said the exact same thing earlier. Well, at least right now I am. I noticed her guiltily looking away. It was obvious I needed a different tactic to make her focus. Top 80 on finals. Deal? I will give you a gift, Jiang Chen said calmly. Really? My eyes lit up. He nodded in response. What is it? I asked, completely impatient. You will see when the time comes, Jiang Chen replied, keeping it a secret. Okay, let's hurry up then. I am going to study like crazy this month. Talk about the ultimate motivation. Right then, I wished I could fly back to my dorm and start studying. His first gift to me since my rebirth. It was incredibly special. Suddenly, a girl blocked our path. She looked like our classmate. Do you know me? Jiang Chen asked, looking completely blank. Clearly, he had no idea who she was. I saw you play basketball, she said, hand-delivering a brand-name gift box. You were so cool. It had a Nike swoosh on it. The girl smiled warmly at Jiang Chen. Her intentions couldn't have been more obvious, and it drove me crazy. No way, my face tightened instantly. He doesn't need that, I blurted. The girl looked at me. Oh, you must be Tong Zixuan, right? I have heard about you two, she said, sizing me up. I fumed. If you already knew, why are you still hitting on him? I pouted, but she just scoffed. Because you cling to him like glue and he never reacts. That let all of us know something. We shouldn't copy you. He clearly doesn't like your type, she sweet-talked. Hearing that, my blood instantly boiled. Liar, he loves girls like me, I snapped. I am going to be his girlfriend. Wait, what do you mean by us? Jiang Chen pulled me back and asked. Yeah, she pointed behind her. Several girls under umbrellas watched us. Panic hit me. He had so many admirers. Was a bad sign. We made a bet on whose gift you'd actually accept, the girl giggled, and who you'd want to date. So, Jiang Chen, do you like my gift? No, he shook his head completely blank. Why? Her smile instantly vanished. Why? Because I am his future girlfriend. I cheered silently, but Jiang Chen just pointed at the logo. Sorry, he said calmly. Port local brands. The girl froze. What class are you in? Jiang Chen asked. We are in the sports class, she stammered. Why? She asked. Jiang Chen glanced at the other girls waiting behind her. Go call them all over. Wait, what? She gasped. Who do you want to meet? She asked. I stared at Jiang Chen, feeling incredibly anxious. Not really, he said, shrugging. I just think if you are giving out gifts to meet boys, someone else should probably meet you too, he shrugged. Who? She asked. I stared at him eagerly too. The Dean of Discipline, Jiang Chen said deadpan. I snorted, barely holding back my laughter. Fast as she had approached us, she bolted even quicker. The girls behind her scattered the second they heard his words. At our school, dating is a major crime. The Dean of Discipline is absolutely ruthless, way scarier than any homeroom teacher. Now those girls finally knew why I hadn't landed Jiang Chen yet. He is drop-dead gorgeous and brilliant, but totally impossible to approach. I mean, who threatens people with school discipline on a date? But once they left, I beamed. You are so good to me. Did that to protect my future girlfriend status, didn't you? Admit it. I just like peace and quiet, he sighed, ignoring me. He kept walking toward the dorms. Stubborn, I muttered, keeping pace. But then I decided to play a little trick on him. I closed my umbrella and slipped under his, sharing his space. Why did you close yours, he asked, completely calm. Still, he tilted the umbrella to cover me. I am just too lazy to hold it, I lied without missing a beat. Plus, now you have to walk me to the girls' dorm. Dreams, he said, snatching the umbrella back at the fork. Cold rain hit me instantly. I quickly opened my umbrella, fuming. Tomorrow, if it rains, I am definitely leaving this at home. Back at the dorm, my roommates, Shen Qin and Lin Xiahua, were chilling inside. I sat down and pulled out my craft clay. Jiswan, what are you making for him? They asked, crowding around me. Honestly, I don't even know yet, I sighed. Staring at the clay, I wanted to make something truly meaningful. I already loved him, but he didn't feel the same yet. Starting over in high school meant creating a special memory. Why not make yourself? Shen Qin suggested, holding up a mirror to me. You only have eyes for him anyway, she giggled. Just sculpt yourself and hand it over. She literally wanted me to sculpt myself. That actually sounds perfect, I nodded slowly. But can you even sculpt? Lin Jiahua asked, leaning in close. I will try. Feeling completely energized, I opened the clay and got to work. 10 minutes later, things took a hilarious turn. Shen Qin and Lin Xiahua burst out laughing. Oh my god, Zixuan, no way, this is literally too funny. How did you make yourself look like that? Shen Qin laughed until she cried, pointing at my creation. It has no face, but other parts are definitely prominent. Zixuan, I know you tried hard, but this is just too funny. Lin Xiahua couldn't stop giggling either. What do you guys know? I muttered defensively. When you are sculpting yourself, you have to highlight your best features. Sure, there is no face, but look at those curves. What is wrong with that? Nothing, Shen Qin kept giggling. But I am absolutely sure of one thing. What is that? I asked. Stared in confusion. Shen Qin pointed at this creepy, half-melted clay figure. Give this to Jiang Chen, she smirked. Tell him it's you. Going to die of fright, I swear. I used softening powder to stuff the clay back in the box. I hated to admit it, but that mini-me I sculpted in my own image was straight up terrifying. Hey, I do not think you have a plan here, Lin Jiawa warned me. Like, when are you giving this to Jiang Chen? His birthday, I guess, I replied. So when is his birthday then? Did you even check? Lin Jiawa asked, looking worried. I only transferred to First High this semester after all, but I instantly blurted out, June 12th. I remember. Just sculpt the numbers 6 and 2, Shenjing chimed in. It is way better than that creepy doll. That is too simple, I whined. I pouted, totally hating that suggestion. This was my first birthday gift to Jiang Chen. There was no way I was going to be that lazy. Okay, try this, Lin Xiaowa said, trying to help me out. Think about it. Since you two started hanging out this semester, do you know what he likes? Or, when you guys are together, is there anything that has a special meaning to both of you? Special meaning? I thought about it, and a few things immediately flashed in my mind. For Jiang Chen and me, there were so many memories. Our matching wedding rings, our happy wedding photos, plus the couple necklaces we wore from college to our jobs. But those belonged to my past life. Since my rebirth, what did Jiang Chen talk about most? Instantly, my eyes fell on my Chinese textbook and the reference guide. No way I was sculpting a book for him. That would be completely ridiculous. But the books reminded me of Jiang Chen telling me to boost my Chinese grades, especially for finals. Whatever, let me just think about it myself. Maybe there was another way to find out. I packed up the clay, grabbed my books, and started studying. Right now, the most important thing, raising my final exam grades. As for Jiang Chen's gift, why not just ask him directly? The next morning, I handed Jiang Chen some milk and asked, "Hey, Jiang Chen, can I ask you something? If I make the top 80 on finals, what are you getting me?" Talk about the power of love. Why are you suddenly asking that? Jiang Chen turned to look at me. Just curious, I said with a shrug. I mean, you are going to get me something anyway. So what is the harm in asking early? Jiang Chen smirked. No harm, but it depends on your final grades. Wait, there is a difference, I gasped. Of course. Like I said, only if you make the top 80, Jiang Chen replied calmly. But even if you don't make it, I will still give you something. Seriously, my eyes instantly lit up. Cheered inside. No more studying. So if I miss the top 80, what is my prize? Totally drooling. Jiang Chen pointed at my desk. 5 years of college prep exams. I instantly froze. If he gave me that, I would literally pass out. Fine, I am definitely making the top 80, I snapped. But if I actually make it, what do I get? What do you want? He did not give me an answer right away. I want matching couple necklaces. Deal? I blurted it out instantly. The ones we used to wear in my past life were from him. It was obvious that he was not surprised. Maybe he already knew, but he wanted me to say it out loud. Deal, he agreed. It is a promise then. No backing out, I said, terrified he might change his mind. He nodded. And we both have to wear them, I added quickly. Just then, I felt a sharp glare from outside. I looked over, but Jiang Chen had already shifted his eyes back to his book. It was our homeroom teacher, Jiang Shuli. I already felt like she was watching me lately. If she caught us talking during morning study, who knows what would happen. Reluctantly, I picked up my book to fake it, but honestly, I really had to study for finals. In this new life, Jiang Chen was a total genius. If I messed up my finals and failed his standards, it was not the end of the world. I knew that even if my grades sucked, it was fine. I could tell that he definitely liked me. The worst part of failing was just losing my winter break with him. Still sneak out to see him. But if I bombed the college entrance exams, we could not go to the same university. That would be a nightmare. I already knew how brutal long-distance relationships were. In my past life, even a short business trip made me want to video call him 24/7. And college is 4 years. I had to study and work my butt off. Over the next few days, I lived by that motto. I actually started studying seriously. No more just talking the talk. I was even studying in my dreams. My roommates, Lin Xiaowa and Shen Qin, kept teasing me that love is the ultimate motivation. If it was not for Jiang Chen, they would never believe I would study this hard. When I first transferred, I just watched dramas or gossiped about celebrities. Now, the second I get back, my books are out. Finally, the last week before finals arrived. It rained, so gym class became study hall. I planned to keep studying, but I ended up passing out over my books. Jiang Chen glanced at me but did not wake me up. From what I could tell, he knew I was totally exhausted lately. Studying had wiped me out. Exhausted sleep always brings dreams, and I only woke up groggy once my dream ended. Hey, Zixuan? I finally snapped awake. Standing right in front of me was Lan Sawa, already wearing her backpack. Class is over, Sayawa. Why are you still sitting at your desk? Look around, everyone else is basically gone. And you actually have the nerve to call this class time. Lin Xiahua pointed helplessly toward her desk neighbor. Obviously, when she said everyone had left, that totally included Jiang Chen too. School was out. Even Jiang Chen cleared out. Tang Zixuan slumped, looking totally defeated. He had totally planned on clinging to Jiang Chen all the way home, even if they lived in opposite directions. Walking to the station together still would have rocked, though. But Jiang Chen gave me a message for you, Lin Xiahua said with a grin, turning to Zixuan. What kind of message? Zixuan stared at her, totally curious. Lin Xiahua gave a super mysterious smile. Jiang Chen said studying is all about balance, and pushing yourself this hard is bad for your health. He cares a lot about you not burning out. He said that? Zixuan gasped, totally thrilled. Lin Xiahua let out a dry laugh, total lie. Zixuan rolled his eyes. Seriously, she's my bestie, is teasing me that fun. Then Lin Xiahua admitted, okay, I made that up, but Jiang Chen really said you need to rest. Lin Xiahua giggled. Fine, whatever. At least it meant Jiang Chen cared. Still, I let out a heavy sigh. Once this weekend ended, reality would hit. Finals were next week. How could I slack off? Lin Xiahua looked at me, amazed. Zixuan, you've changed so much since your first day here. Like what? I challenged. Lin Jiahua sighed. At first, you didn't give a single crap about your grades. Now look at you. But now you're obsessed, all because of Zhang Chen, Lin Jiahua teased. I owned it completely. Duh, that is the literal power of love. Chapter 77. Handing in homework gets wild. After the weekend, our brutal 2-day finals began. Day 1 was English and math. Day 2, science. I had zero chance to cheat or pull any fast ones. The school scrambled the seating charts for the entire grade, scattering us across different classrooms. 12 different rooms were used, and the odds of sharing a room with a classmate were tiny. Naturally, Zhang Chen and I were split up. Zhang Chen was in class 1, and I was stuck in class 9. We were on completely different floors. Still, I didn't plan on cheating. After a month of grueling study, it was finally time to test my progress. I was ready to see my hard work pay off. By Tuesday afternoon, the exams were over. We slunk back to homeroom, knowing we had 3 days of agonizing waiting before report cards dropped. Teacher Zhang dismissed us, telling us to pack up and go home. The second she left, Zhangfen started a massive uproar of cheers. Honestly, these 3 days between finals and report cards are the best. No homework, no stress, just the sweet anticipation of winter break. Once break officially starts, we get drowned in homework and parental nagging if we failed. So yeah, these 3 days are our only escape. Totally stress-free, physically and mentally. I turned to my crush immediately. Hey, Zhang Chen, now that finals are over, what are your plans? Zhang Chen looked at me, totally confused. Aren't you supposed to be working part-time at your parents' company? He asked. Oh, right, I mumbled, nodding. But what about these 3 days before that? He shrugged. Waiting for the grades. Just waiting? I pouted, totally unsatisfied. Why don't we go see a movie tomorrow? Come on, we earned a little fun. We had to relax. Worried Jiang Shen would reject me, I quickly roped in Lin Xiaohua. Hey Xiaohua, we're seeing a movie tomorrow, right? I even booked the tickets. Plus, Shen Qin said she's coming too. I lied through my teeth, frantically winking at Lin Xiaohua. Lin Xiaohua sighed and nodded helplessly. She knew me too well. This wasn't a group hangout, it was my excuse to be near Jiang Chen. Seeing Jiang Chen hesitate, I scrambled for backup and waved over Jiang Fan from the back row. What's up? Jiang Fan asked, leaning in. Movie tomorrow, I smirked, throwing out the bait. You coming? Xiaohua is going to be there. Lin Xiaohua rolled her eyes at my obvious matchmaking, but she kept quiet. Jiang Fan's face lit up instantly. I'm in, he agreed. I immediately started aggressively winking at Jiang Fan, hinting at Jiang Chen. He caught on fast, shooting me a knowing look. Jiang Fan nudged Jiang Chen. Come on, buddy, you gotta come. Finals are over. Let's all go hang out and unwind. Fine. Jiang Chen agreed, nodding. Judging by his soft expression, he knew how hard I'd studied and figured I deserved a break. Perfect. See you guys tomorrow, I cheered. Grabbing Lin Xiaohua, I dragged her toward the dorms to pack up our stuff. I had to move fast, seriously fast, because behind this movie date, I had a secret brilliant master plan cooking. Jiang Chen packed up and headed out, but the very second he stepped past the school gates, I materialized right beside him. Hey there! Let's share a ride. I already hailed a cab. Packing all of this luggage onto a crowded bus would be a total nightmare. I pointed at a waiting cab. Paying the driver extra to wait was a pro move. As a former Fortune 500 CEO, I knew the ultimate power of paying to win. He raised an eyebrow. We don't live in the same direction. I shrugged innocently. True, but good luck finding another cab today. I gave him my best logical smile. Yielding to my flawless reasoning, he got in. Once we settled, I looked over. So, Jiang Chen, can I come over to your place? No weird motives, I swear. I just need you to assign me some winter break homework. Totally. I thought that was a solid excuse. Jiang Chen eyed me suspiciously, clearly not buying my sudden passion for winter break studies. I'm serious, I argued. I've been grinding 24/7 and it's exhausting. In fact, last Saturday, I fell asleep studying. I had this wild dream, and honestly, just thinking about it still gives me the chills. I shivered dramatically. Do you have any idea what I saw? I asked, turning to face him. He just shook his head, looking amused. I dreamed of classical literature, and even after we go to college and you finally become my boyfriend, you still make me copy essays. Shot him a playful glare. He always makes me copy those ancient texts. He just smiled, totally unfazed. It's for your own good. But I hate it, I whined, pouting. Jiang Chen chuckled, his eyes twinkling. Well, you could always choose not to date me. No way, I blurted out. Even if I have to submit homework to you every single day, I'm still doing it. At a red light, the taxi driver looked back at us, completely bewildered. He probably thought kids these days were playing a bit too wild. The cab dropped us off near my place. Tang Zixuan trailed behind me as I unlocked the front door. Dad wasn't home yet. Barely 5, so Dad was probably still pulling overtime at the factory. Hey, can I see your room? Zixuan asked, pointing nervously. Knew he was up to something. Chapter 78, Zixuan's 3 Wishes. Knock yourself out, I shrugged, tossing my laundry into the wash. I left him alone in my room. Man, the nostalgia. Zixuan made himself right at home, flopping straight onto my bed. My tiny room only had a bed, a desk, and a wooden wardrobe. Even the computer setup was exactly just like he remembered. But then, judging by his face, he got totally thrown off by the PC. He knew something was different. In his mind, Dad only bought this PC senior year. So why did I have it now as a sophomore? Guess his future hubby was built different. But then he remembered I aced every single test. If the PC was a reward for top grades and I was constantly #1, with nearly perfect scores, of course, Dad rewarded me early. But Zixuan was still totally clueless about how my grades actually skyrocketed. Suspect I was reborn. He ruled that out, but now a new theory was brewing in his head. Ridiculous, but highly likely. At least he seemed convinced. Want to surf the web, I asked, walking in to find him staring intensely at my screen. Heck yeah, Zixuan whispered, leaning close. Can I see what's on here? I smirked. What if I say no? No way, Zixuan snapped. Half your perfect grades are thanks to me. If your dad bought this as a reward, then half belongs to me. How do you figure? I asked, acting totally casual. Because, Zixuan bragged, I literally prayed for your brain power in my dreams. Dreams usually come true, you know, Zixuan huffed. I just chuckled. Oh yeah, what'd you dream about then? Shrugged it off, but Zixuan kept going. This creepy hollow voice told me I got 3 wishes, and they'd all come true. 3 wishes? I froze. Something about that hit me hard. Hearing that made me think of my own pre-rebirth prayer. Zixuan always coded his past life memories as dreams. My curiosity was officially spiked. Yup, Zixuan winked, and every single wish was about you. My heart literally stopped. All 3, for me? I took a slow breath, staring at him with a heavy chest. What did you wish for? Well, your crazy high grades, for starters. My first wish was for you to be the most amazing guy on Earth, Zixuan said. I felt a chill. I thought my high IQ was just a rebirth cheat. But maybe it wasn't just a cheat code. His wish perfectly aligned with my own prayer to max out my intelligence. Did you make any other wishes? I blurted out. I had to know if his other 2 desires matched my past life prayers. Secret, Zixuan teased, poking his tongue out before slapping the power button. I didn't even try to stop him. But once the screen lit up, Zixuan groaned. I had a password lock on it. Tell me the other 2 wishes and I'll unlock it, I laughed. Please, like I can't crack it, Zixuan huffed. Started typing furiously, trying my social media passwords, my birthday, even the last digits of my ID. Blocked. Every single attempt failed. No way, Zixuan muttered, completely dumbfounded that this younger version of me was outsmarting him. I wasn't playing by his rules. Spill those other 2 wishes and I'll unlock it, I teased. Why are you so obsessed with some dumb dream anyway? Zixuan mumbled. Just curious, I shrugged, keeping my voice deadpan. Fine, Zixuan muttered, but you only get one. The 3rd wish is off limits forever. Deal, I nodded, stepping up, but move aside first. Zixuan stepped back, and I hammered the keys too fast for him to track. The password was our future wedding date. Unless he admitted he was reborn too, he'd never guess it. Zixuan protested. You totally blocked my view. I didn't see anything, Zixuan complained. I just grinned. You told me to unlock it, not share the password. Chuckled. Zixuan took a deep breath, giving me a deadly serious look. Jiangcheng, you're getting wicked. All right, spill. What was the 2nd wish? I asked, keeping my voice completely flat. No way he'd suspect I was holding my breath. Nope. Changed my mind. Silent treatment. Zixuan clicked around with the mouse, locking his lips shut. You literally promised, I pointed out. Making a promise is easy. Keeping it is a whole different story. I make way too many promises to keep track of. Zixuan shrugged, too lazy to even make a real excuse. But, Jiangcheng, I'll tell you this. Except for my feelings for you, everything else out of my mouth is pure lies. I was totally speechless. Classic Tong Zixuan going back on her word. Like right before the crash, she promised she'd let me drive. Didn't you say you'd listen to me? I remembered her saying that. Yeah, but you lied. Now my mood is completely ruined. So I'm not telling you my wishes. Give me the password, then we'll talk. Tong Zixuan let out a dramatic huff. I gave up and didn't push. Maybe she'd tell me when I finally laid my cards on the table. Can I look at your computer? She asked. Tong Zixuan looked at me. Go ahead, I said. I wanted to hide my stock trading, but after her first wish, I didn't care if she saw. All right, I'm looking. She didn't open the browser, though. Instead, she snooped through my folders. It was obvious she had some hidden agenda today. Judging by her focus, she wanted to find my interests and sculpt them with clay. She probably thought I'd be totally blown away by it. But after digging through multiple folders, she found absolutely nothing. Not even a single photo. What exactly are you looking for? I asked. I'm looking for. Tong Zixuan stammered. It was obvious she was scrambling for an excuse to keep her clay project a secret. She quickly found a perfect cover. As your future girlfriend, I need to know your type. Then just ask me directly, I replied, rolling my eyes. Why snoop through my folders? Oh, you don't get it, Tang Zishuan smirked. Every guy has a secret stash hidden on his computer. Your taste depends on your favorite adult stars. I was speechless. She was literally hunting for porn. My computer only had drive C, D, E, and F. She checked every single one and found nothing. Fine, browser history it is, she muttered. Let's see what sites you visit. She opened the browser. Why are you checking there now? I asked, completely exhausted. Anyone could see she wasn't actually looking for adult movies. What if you were too lazy to download them? Tang Zishuan mumbled. You just watched them online. I was speechless. I knew she had other motives, but her excuses actually made perfect sense. Tang Zishuan hovered her mouse over my bookmarks but didn't click. Hey, Zhang Chen, can I actually look at these? She asked. Go ahead. I have absolutely zero secrets on here, I said, nodding. Yeah, right. Like, I believe that. I'm definitely looking. It was obvious she felt awkward snooping earlier, but my green light cleared her hesitation. Since I said it was fine, she wasn't going to hold back. But the second she opened the folder, she spun around to face me, stared at me with a super weird look. I raised an eyebrow. Zhang Chen, do you actually visit this site? She slowly clicked on Genai dating site. The bookmark opened directly to my dad's account history. Tang Zishuan gasped in shock. Zhang Chen. No way. Her jaw literally dropped. Judging by her face, she noticed the two women in the history were around 35. Don't tell me you like older women. That's my dad's account, I said, rolling my eyes. I'm trying to find him a partner. Totally freaked me out. No wonder. Tang Zishuan patted her chest. Anyone could see she was deeply rattled by that dating site bookmark. Hey, maybe I'll need it someday, I teased. No way. You're never using it, Tang Zishuan snapped. She glared at me like a hawk. You said I'm your future girlfriend. Am I not way better than girls on some random website? Joking, I laughed. Well, you're not wrong, Tang Zishuan nodded. Your dad really should find someone. I knew my dad stayed single forever in my past life, but unlike before, I was already helping him look in high school. Judging by her smug grin, she thought her wish worked. Not only were my grades up, but I was also caring for my family. She looked incredibly proud of herself. Then she finally spotted my bookmarked stock market sites. Whoa, Zhang Chen, you look at financial sites. I nodded. I've been into this since middle school. Never told anyone, and I don't plan to. I said that to stop her from questioning me. Oh, but buying futures is still investing, Tang Zishuan said, nodding, and every investment carries a ton of risk. You need to know the market inside out, or you'll lose everything. Zhang Chen, please don't touch this stuff yet. I'm just looking, I shrugged. Judging by her expression, she totally believed me. At least for now, she knew I had no money to trade. But the futures you're watching are pretty interesting, she said, studying the charts. Their outlook seemed terrible, but with market demand rising, they soared this year. If I had to guess, they'll peak in about 2 weeks. Oh, you actually know about this? I teased. Of course! Investing is just business. Honestly, don't let my bad grades fool you. I've got a killer business mind. Tang Zishuan proudly slapped my shoulder. Jiang Chen, you're seriously lucky. Who knows, you might be looking at a future Fortune 500 CEO wife. I just chuckled, knowing she was telling the absolute truth. Wait, hold on, Jiang Chen. Something's not right here. In fact, she looked totally pissed. Suddenly, something must have clicked in her head. I was completely confused. Tang Zishuan glared at me. So you've been curious about this since middle school? I nodded. She paused, then said, Jiang Chen, just to be clear, I'm not talking about you, but someone definitely hid a bunch of mad money from his wife. Finally cornered me. Sure, teenage me was broke, but future me was loaded. If Zixuan was saying this, he definitely meant Chapter 80. I'll cover all your future happiness. Sigh, nothing good here, Zixuan muttered, clicking through random files. My desktop held zero clues about my actual hobbies. Abandoning the screen, Zixuan spun around to face me. All right, what do you actually love? Stared at me with intense curiosity. Told you already. Finance and stocks, I replied, gesturing to the screen. Ugh. Judging by his dazed look, he was already daydreaming about gifting me a giant box of finance textbooks for my birthday. For you, Zixuan said, handing me a gift box. If you like it, can I finally be your official girlfriend? What's this? I asked, opening it curiously. Zixuan smiled warmly, watching me unwrap my gift. Only your absolute favorite thing, she teased. My face fell when I saw it. A stock market trend chart covered in green lines. She was basically hinting she'd cheat on me if we dated. No way. Absolutely not. Who gives a gift like that? Zixuan mumbled, vigorously shaking her head to clear the thought. Why are you asking? I questioned her. Zixuan looked away, her eyes darting around guiltily. Oh, I was just curious, she stammered. Suddenly, Zixuan's eyes landed on my nightstand. Jiangcheng, what's this? She asked, walking over out of curiosity. On the nightstand sat a vintage black and white photo in a frame. My dad said it's the only picture he has of my mom, I said quietly. I walked over and explained calmly. Ziswan fell silent. It was obvious that she knew my mother had passed and that I had zero memories of her. Anyone could see she was feeling for me. Losing a mother so young leaves a giant void, and my annual graveyard visits always weighed heavy on us. I'm so sorry, Jiangcheng, Zishuan whispered. I wasn't thinking. I knew. I even visited her grave with you when I first transferred here. I shouldn't have brought up something so painful, Zixuan murmured quietly. Most people's happiness starts with having both parents around. She hung her head like a kid who'd messed up. Having a mom is great, sure, I shrugged. But my dad raised me. I still felt happy. It was warm, I added, truly not minding. Zixuan looked up, her eyes soft with emotion. But deep down, you're still hurting, aren't you? She asked. I'm used to it, I said, shaking my head. Zixuan sighed heavily, but when she looked back at me, her eyes were burning with determination. Jiang Cheng, I swear I'll make you happy from now on. I'll make you the happiest guy alive, Ziswan promised, locking eyes with me. Fun. From what I could tell, she seemed secretly thrilled with her dramatic speech, probably hoping I'd be touched enough to make her my official girlfriend right then. Stared at each other. Judging by her chest rising and falling, her heart was racing. She was practically begging me to say I was touched. Pursed my lips, she tensed up. My dad's coming back, I said flatly. She let out a confused gasp, stared at me. If my dad walks in and hears a girl promising to make me happy, what do you think he'll say? I continued. She glanced nervously at the door. I could tell she realized that talking about eternal happiness at our age basically screamed illegal high school romance. So you should head home, I said casually. Zixuan looked ready to cry. Her grand romantic moment was completely ruined. Fine, I'll go, but we're still watching that movie tomorrow. I already promised Xiaohua and the others. Zixuan reminded me before she left. I nodded. See you tomorrow, Jiangcheng, she waved, finally leaving my house. Later, Zixuan confessed that she collapsed on her sofa after getting home, still totally clueless about what I actually liked. She knew I liked finance, but I'd already shot down that idea. Then she suddenly remembered the photo on my nightstand. It was a photo of my parents. She remembered me saying my family's warmth kept me going. Suddenly, she knew exactly what to get me. She scrambled off the couch, grabbed some molding clay from her bag, but gave up after a few tries, dissolving it back into mush. Why did her clay figures always look so weird? Anyway, the next afternoon, my dad got home. He'd worked overtime, so I was already asleep. But he saw warm food waiting on the table, which I'd reheated before bed. At lunch, he stared at me from across the table. My dad looked so proud of how responsible I'd become. Cheng, did you finish your exams yesterday? He asked. Yeah, I replied. How'd it go? He asked warmly. It was my first major final since I started pulling my grades up. Every parent worries about grades, same as usual. I shrugged. My dad smiled, visibly relieved. Good, that's good. My usual meant scoring near perfect as the top-ranking student at our elite high school, which basically guaranteed me a spot at a top college. By the way, Cheng, my dad said, his face turning slightly red, I've been thinking about what you mentioned last time. Maybe we really should give it a shot. I blinked, not realizing what he was talking about yet. Wait, what thing? You know, that bond market thing. My dad chuckled awkwardly. I smiled as it clicked. Oh, that. All right, Dad. I'm heading out this afternoon, but you can check the computer. I'll show you how to do it. He nodded eagerly. Just then, my phone rang. I glanced at the caller ID and picked up. Zixuan's cheerful voice immediately filled my ear. Hey, Zhang Cheng, ready to go? There's a killer movie playing today that is absolutely perfect for us. We'd agreed to meet at the school gate at 3. I told my dad and left early, arriving with time to spare. I hit the school gates and found only Zhang Fan waiting. Yo, old Zhang, he smirked. Guess you're just as hyped as me. Still claiming you don't like Tang Zixuan? This movie date says otherwise. I was honest with you about liking Xiaohua, you know. I knew how it worked. Once you admit to a crush out loud, saying it a second time is a total breeze. I never said I wasn't interested, I replied, coolly. Zhang Fan's eyes nearly popped out. No way, you finally admitted it. I laughed, but I didn't say I was interested either. He practically vibrated with impatience. So, is that a yes or a no? I'm not looking for a relationship right now. Maybe later, I muttered, brushing him off. He sighed, totally defeated. Fine, whatever. Just because you're single by choice doesn't mean I want to be, Zhang Fan whispered, leaning in with a sly grin. I need your help. Pointed toward the main intersection. You know that corner? It confused. He rubbed his hands together. They rent bikes there. On a weekend like this, the mall will be packed. I'll suggest we all ride bikes. I saw right through him. You just want to share a ride with Xiaohua. Obviously, my riding skills are top tier. Zhang Fan bragged, puffing out his chest. I rolled my eyes, assuming she even wants to ride with you. She won't have a choice. I checked ahead, and they only have 3 good bikes left. Do the math. There's you, Zixuan. Meet Xiaohua and their roommate Shen Qin. Perfect fit. He wiggled his eyebrows. It is not about whether she wants to. But if we ride, she's stuck with me, because Zixuan will definitely grab you, right? I wanted to tell him he was missing something. There was another option. Right then, I heard Zixuan calling us. She, Shenqin, and Xiaohua ran over, blowing on their hands to stay warm. Southern winters are no joke compared to the north. You guys are so early, Zixuan beamed. Let's head over. We can grab dinner after the movie. From what I could tell, Zixuan had this whole day mapped out. But right then, Xiaohua cleared her throat. Actually, I have an idea. That Xiaohua, Zixuan asked, winking. Clearly, they were running a script. Xiaohua played along. Well, look. The mall is always packed, and traffic will be awful. We saw some rental bikes at the corner. Why don't we just ride there? Zhangfen smacked my shoulder hard. See that, old Zhang? Xiaohua and I are on the exact same wavelength. Xiaohua looked surprised. Zhangfan eagerly added, I was just telling my bro the same thing. We riding then? Zixuan agreed instantly. Fawn turned to me next. Everyone's down, you don't mind, right? I just shrugged. Whatever works. We walked over, and the owner greeted us warmly.
Running some kids.
Zixuan shot another quick wink at Xiaohua. Xiaohua quickly chimed in. Yeah, but it looks like you only have 3 of the good ones left. These 3 are 20 an hour, the rest are 15, the owner said. Xiaohua turned to us. Let's just take these 3 then. Perfect, Zixuan smirked. 5 of us means we can double up on 2 of them. Judging by her grin, this was exactly her plan. Stole a glance at me, then nudged Xiaohua before I could even speak. Boss, we will take these 3. Xiaohua went straight to pay. Nobody argued with her over the cash. It was obvious she was filthy rich, so we let her. Xiaohua, want a ride? Zhang Fan offered, wheeling a bike out. She shook her head. I'm good, but you have to double up. Zhang Fan leaned in, whispering to her. Look, Zixuan and my boy are sharing a ride. You can't split them up, right? Of course not, Xiaohua replied. This whole bike setup was clearly Zixuan's doing. As for why, it was pretty obvious. It seemed both girls knew exactly what was up. So that leaves us, Zhangfan smiled, pointing at himself and Xiaohua. Shenqin is actually giving me a ride, Xiaohua said, turning to her roommate with a grin. Shenqin smiled and wheeled a bike over. Xiaohua hopped onto the back. Zhangfan stood there, completely jaw-dropped. I shook my head, sighing at his total lack of foresight. I had literally just tried to warn him about this. Hey, you're giving me a ride, right? Zixuan chirped before I even touched a bike. She hopped onto the back seat. I got on, and she immediately wrapped her arms around my waist. So that's why they wanted bikes. Was her goal all along. Zhangfan sighed, looking at my ride. Man, you're a legend. He looked so pathetic and alone. Look at them. No comparison, no pain. Chapter 82, Avatar or Hot Love. We hit the pedals. As we rode, Shenqin pulled up next to us with Xiaohua on the back. Hey, let's race, she challenged, totally trying to egg me on. No thanks, I said, shaking my head. Shenqin smirked at Zixuan. Guess your guy's a chicken. Can't even beat a girl. Carrying a passenger isn't safe, I replied, keeping my cool. Shenqin just rolled her eyes and scoffed. I'm carrying Xiaohua and I'm fine. You're just scared. I ignored her trash talk. We're on an actual road. Keep your eyes open. And ride safe. Shenqin winked at Zixuan. Hey, is your boy just bad at riding or what? It was obvious she was trying to help her bestie. High speeds meant Zixuan would have to hold on tight to me. I think it is perfect, Zixuan said. She squeezed my waist, looking completely happy. Slower is safer anyway. Totally right. Shenqin stared in disbelief, silently mouthing that she was only trying to help her out. But Zixuan just shook her head, already completely satisfied by my answer. Just ride safely, she said. To anyone else, my warning probably sounded basic, but she clearly found immense comfort in it. Fine, fine, she sighed. Let's just ride slowly, Shenqin muttered, shrugging. Meanwhile, Zixuan gently rested her head against my back, the breeze blowing her hair. She seemed to be taking in my scent, like warm winter sun. Jiangcheng, she whispered from behind, do you secretly like me? I mean, you promised to be my boyfriend, and now you're giving me a ride. This is total boyfriend behavior. What if I say no? I teased. I told her that. But I wasn't just teasing Tang Zixuan like before. It wasn't some silly crush. I had loved her the most from day one. I don't buy it, Tang Zixuan scoffed. You're just in denial. What, is my little boy too shy? We arrived at Baida Plaza, parked the bikes, and walked inside. The movie theater was located on the 2nd floor of the mall. Lin Xiaohua glanced at Tang Zixuan, who secretly flashed her an OK sign. She then casually scanned the movie posters at the entrance. Hey, Tang Zixuan! Which movie should we watch? I think Hot Summer Days looks pretty good. It was last year's holiday hit. Tang Zixuan agreed instantly. From what I could tell, she wanted to watch a romance with me. She probably thought a romantic movie would finally push me to make her my official girlfriend. That would have been perfect for her. Actually, I think I'd rather watch Avatar, Shenqin said, walking over to another poster. Tang Zixuan froze. Shenqin had no idea Tang Zixuan and Lin Xiaohua had already planned this via text. I wanted to watch it last year, Shenqin continued. But I was back in my hometown then, and we didn't have a theater there. Why don't we watch this one? Shen Qin said excitedly. Lin Xiaohua looked at Tang Zixuan. Tang Zixuan quickly waved Zhang Fan over. How about this? Xiaohua and I want to watch Hot Summer Days. Shen Qin wants Avatar. What about you? Let's vote. It was obvious she asked Zhang Fan just to make me think she didn't rig the choice. Anyone could see her plan. Zhang Fan liked Lin Xiaohua, so he'd vote with her. That way, she could blame the decision on a democratic vote. A vote? I choose Avatar. Zhang Fan's answer made Tang Zixuan's eyes widen. I saw it last year, Xiaohua. It was absolutely mind-blowing. Seriously, the special effects are unreal. Zhang Fan was practically bouncing with excitement as he kept hyping it up. Really, Lin Xiaohua seemed convinced. Let's watch Avatar then, I said, walking over. Tang Zixuan gave Zhang Fan a massive eye roll. Judging by her face, she was fuming at his betrayal. But since I agreed and Avatar won 3-2, she grumbled, Fine, I'll get the tickets. Tang Zixuan went to line up. 5 minutes later, the 5 of us had our tickets. But once we checked our seat numbers, things got awkward. Zhang Fan stared at his ticket in shock. Why am I in the corner alone? Tang Zixuan snorted. You've seen it. We only got 4 seats together. Chapter 83. We walked into the theater, and Zhang Fan looked completely miserable. It was just a movie, but he felt totally singled out. Based on his sad expression, he was probably cursing his luck. He'd failed to get close to Lin Jiawa earlier, and now he was completely isolated. He glanced between his lonely corner and where the rest of us sat. Meanwhile, Shen Qin turned to Lin Xiaohua. Xiaohua, you haven't seen this either, right? The girls chatted excitedly. Lin Xiaohua nodded. Yeah, I was in my hometown during the holidays last year. Shen Qin smiled. My reason was much simpler. Shen Qin shrugged. What reason? Lin Xiaohua asked. Going to the theater alone is just too awkward, Shen Qin complained. Well, we're not alone anymore, Lin Jiawa said, practically bouncing in her seat. We finally get to see if the special effects are as good as they say. Exactly. I heard they're incredible, Shen Qin agreed. When the staff told us to put on our 3D glasses, the girls nearly shrieked with excitement. Right next to them, Tang Zixuan ignored her glasses and leaned over to glance at me. Hey, classmate Zhang Cheng. Are you not interested either? She asked, noticing I hadn't put mine on yet. I'll wear them when it starts, I replied calmly. Honestly, we don't even have to watch this, Tang Zixuan whispered in my ear. I've already seen it, and it's kind of boring. Seriously boring. But they seem pretty excited, I whispered, gesturing toward the girls. They're only excited for the visual effects, she replied. Prefer movies with a real plot, Tang Zixuan said. Hey, it has a plot, I teased. Yeah, but it's totally brainless, she grumbled. The only selling point is the visuals. The story is mediocre, Tang Zixuan complained. Even though Avatar was the absolute pinnacle of 3D tech back then, and the mind-blowing visuals covered up its weak plot, even winning global awards. But to a future tech mogul like Tang Zixuan, who would eventually run her own tech company, these special effects were old news. She'd studied them 1,000 times. No matter how good a movie is, watching it hundreds of times across lifetimes makes it lose its spark. I sighed. Since Tang Zixuan had watched it so many times, I had too. Story held absolutely zero mystery for us. Honestly, I could probably recite the entire plot from memory. Just humans versus Pandora. Once the screen lit up, the girls were instantly hooked. Whoa, there are aliens too, Lin Jiahua whispered. Lin Xiaohua muttered. Hey, classmate Zhangcheng, do you know what happens in this? Tang Zixuan whispered to me. My guess was she just wanted an excuse to talk to me. I read online about a guy stopping humans from colonizing, I whispered. The concept is pretty decent, I nodded. You call that creative? That stuff happens in real life all the time, she argued. In real life? I turned to look at her. Yeah, she said. When you think about it, it's just stubborn residents versus a demolition crew. As the movie dragged on, Zixuan started yawning. I could tell she wanted to chat, but she kept quiet. We were in a theater, after all. Whispering would just annoy people. Halfway through, I felt a sudden weight sink onto my shoulder. Hey, I'm sleepy, Zixuan mumbled. Zixuan dropped her head right on my shoulder. One look at her, and I knew she was bored. It was obvious she'd rather be watching that romance movie. Supposedly, that romance flick was our vibe. If you hate this, why drag us here? I whispered. Duh, because I wanted to see it with you, she smirked. Zixuan sighed. Besides, how was I supposed to know this would be playing? Fine. Guess we're not doing movie night again, I said. No way. Zixuan twisted her head on my shoulder to stare up at me. This one sucked, so you owe me next time. I shrugged. Whatever. Great, it's a date. Wake me when it's over. Zixuan fluttered her long eyelashes before closing her eyes. I just nodded. I focused back on the screen. Meanwhile, Shen Qin whispered to Xiaohua, I think we picked a winner. Xiaohua nodded. Yeah, it's actually amazing. Second, the credits rolled. Shen Qin and Xiaohua were raving. For their first time seeing it, they were clearly blown away. Hey, Zixuan, still whining about your romance movie? Shen Qin turned around to ask for a review, but she froze. Zixuan was fast asleep, practically draped over my side of the seat. Her head was completely crashed on my shoulder. Yeah, let's not ask her for a review, Jiahua whispered solemnly. Shenqin nodded in agreement. She'll just say your shoulder is nice and warm, Shenqin giggled. Jiahua scoffed. Yeah, that's exactly what she'd say. So scandalous. Right then, Zhang Fan rushed over to meet us, looking totally hyped. Before the movie, he had been plotting. He figured Jiahua was into the film, so he could use the plot to strike up a conversation. He knew Zaishuan and I had missed our movie, but he could use Avatar to get closer to Siawa. To him, that was a massive win. Hey, I'm buying you dinner later to make up for it. Blurted it out, grinning. But Siahua immediately put a finger to her lips. Shut up, Zhang Fan, she hissed. What? The movie is over and everyone is leaving, Zhang Fan muttered, looking around the empty theater in confusion. The movie is over, but look at them, Jiahua whispered, pointing at us. I gently patted Zai Shuan's shoulder to wake her. Hey, movie's over, I said softly. Already? Zai Shuan stretched, yawning. I'm still tired. You slept for 2.5 hours, I sighed. She rubbed her eyes, trying to wake up. Whoa, really? I was out that long? She mumbled. Watching us, Zhang Fan looked like he was about to cry. He thought he won the day, but now he realized how wrong he was. Dude, this is so unfair, Zhang Fan wailed. Do you guys know it's literally illegal to rub your romance in my single face like this? He compared himself to me and wanted to cry. Zhang Fan's grand plan was to just talk about the movie. Just wanted to discuss the plot with Xiahua. Meanwhile, Zaishuan didn't even care about the movie and just slept on my shoulder the whole time. For over 2 hours, Zaishuan blinked sleepily, looking at Zhang Fan's devastated face. What are you whining about, dog abuse? She asked. You and Zhang Cheng, Shenqin shrugged. Zaishuan, you didn't even watch the movie. You just used his shoulder as a pillow. Zaishuan just grinned. Well, the movie isn't nearly as good-looking as Zhang Cheng. Shenqin and Xiahua just stared at each other. No wonder Zhang Fan felt single. Zaishuan had zero shame about showing affection. Let's grab food and head home, I suggested. Already past 6:30. Zaishuan pouted at me. Why are you in such a rush, she complained. It was obvious she wanted to cling to me all night. It's not safe for 3 girls to go home late, I said. She nodded eagerly. Aw, you're worried about my safety, she gushed. Xiahua and Shenqin rolled their eyes. I clearly said 3 girls, but whatever. They were used to her antics. As we left, the girls walked ahead while Zaishuan stuck right by my side. Zhang Fan wanted to flirt with Xiahua but lost his nerve. Instead, he lagged behind to whisper to Zaishuan. Hey, how do you actually get someone to like you? What's the secret? No secret, Zaishuan laughed. You just love them. Right, Zhang Cheng. Zaishuan turned to me with a sweet, playful grin. You're definitely not qualified to give advice, I sighed. I know, she teased. You're just saying I haven't caught you yet. Zaishuan shrugged. Hey, future girlfriend still counts as girlfriend. I'm halfway there. Right, Zhang Fan? Totally, Zhang Fan agreed instantly. Xiaowa called me her future boyfriend. I'd wait until college, no question. Zhang Fan nodded like a maniac. Wait until graduation. Is it really that deep? I muttered. Heck yeah, it is. Zhang Fan turned to Zaishuan. You get me, right? Zaishuan nodded, then suddenly barked like a puppy at me. I just stared at her, totally confused. It's called the simp mentality, she giggled. We rode back to school, but this time, Zaishuan was clinging to my back seat. Judging by her behavior, she was done being shy. She probably wanted to steal a kiss earlier, but the boring movie ruined her plan. She had to make up for lost time. Hey, Zhang Cheng, she cooed. Don't you think people should always wear seatbelts when they drive? Zaishuan wrapped her arms tight around my waist, resting her chin on my shoulder. Yeah, both the driver and passenger need them, I replied. Honestly, both Tang Zishuan and I are touchy about driving. We both know exactly why we got sent back to this era. Right? Let's do a practice run, Tang Zishuan teased. Practice? I shot her a look, keeping my eyes locked on the road ahead. Riding is just like driving, but with zero safety gear, she said. My eyebrows shot up as Tang Zishuan pressed herself right against my back. She wrapped her pale arms tight around my waist. So I'll be your seatbelt, keeping you locked in, keeping you safe. I could tell she wanted to rile me up. Her finger started tracing circles on my stomach. Stop, I muttered, slamming the brakes. Why'd we stop? Tang Zishuan grinned. Judging by her smirk, she thought an innocent guy like me couldn't handle a little flirting. But my face went completely cold. Cut it out while we're riding, or I'm calling Zhang Fan to take my place. I kept my tone dead serious. She muttered an okay, looking genuinely spooked. It was the first time she'd seen me like this since our rebirth. Just remember that, I said, pedaling again. This time, Tang Zishuan kept her hands to herself. Truth is, I was way more paranoid about road safety than she was. Even on a bike, I couldn't slack off if I wanted our second chance to work. We had to avoid any possible tragedy this time. Back at school, we returned the bikes to the old rental guy and debated where to grab dinner. 5 of us finally agreed on a hot pot place right by the school intersection. Nothing beats hot soup in the dead of winter. Should we get some beers? Zhang Fan asked, watching the rowdy crowds around us. From his eager face, he wanted some liquid courage for a confession. Maybe getting drunk was his big shot to confess. We're just high schoolers, Lin Xiaowa said, shaking her head. Drinking seems bad. Tong Zishuan shrugged it off. A little won't hurt. Most people learn to drink when they're teens anyway. Besides, minor drinking is harmless. But I could tell she had her own agenda with me, just like Zhang Fan. Hey, Zhang Cheng, she cooed. Join, she whispered. You'd better not, I muttered, shooting her a warning look. Lin Xiaohua and Shen Qing nodded in agreement. Come on, Zhang Cheng, don't be a buzzkill, Zhang Fan barked, standing up. Even the girls are drinking. He waved down the waiter. Bring us a case of beer. A whole case, I asked dryly. You trying to drown yourself? Go big or go home, man. Zhang Fan grinned. But don't worry, buddy. I won't let your precious Tong Zixuan drink too much. I'll drink it myself. He oozed confidence, which clearly annoyed Tong Zixuan. Hey, don't act like you can outdrink me, Zhang Fan, she snapped. Don't look down on girls. Zhang Fan grinned. Let's bet on it then. I won't even make it hard. You and Zhang Cheng team up. If you win, I'll hand him over to you as your prize. I rolled my eyes hard. Tong Zixuan didn't miss a beat. Deal, you team up with Xiahua. If you beat us, I'll hand Xiahua over to you. Lin Xiahua gasped. Don't worry, Xiahua, Tong Zixuan boasted. I can take these guys down all by myself. No way, Zhang Fan scoffed, rolling up his sleeves. You might be a genius in class, Zhang Cheng, but you can't beat me at drinking. Honestly, I was already mourning for the guy. My tolerance alone could destroy him, and that was before factoring in the girl sitting next to me. She was a literal top CEO from our past life. Her business drinking skills could easily crush a regular high school kid. The battle lines were drawn. Tong Zixuan and I faced off against Zhang Fan and Xiahua. Honestly, I couldn't care less. I knew exactly what Tong Zixuan and I were capable of. Zhang Fan looked extremely confident, probably relying on his athletic build as the class sports rep. They say drinking depends on physical constitution, but Lin Xiaowa looked totally lost. I mean, she had absolutely zero romantic history with Zhang Fan. Why drag her into this? Before we could even eat much, the waiter hauled over the case of beer, 12 bottles in total. I'm out, Xiahua said. Pouting the second, Zhang Fan grabbed a bottle. My parents will kill me. No worries, Xiahua, Zhang Fan said. Just watch me dominate. Zhang Fan bragged, puffing out his chest. He whipped out a bottle opener, ready to go. Popped 2 beers, handing one to me and keeping the other. Let's start this off, Zhang Cheng, he challenged. Sure, I said, taking it. Hey, Tang Zishuan tried to grab my bottle. I'm the one betting him. I've got this, don't worry. You're a girl. Try to tone it down a bit, I muttered. But I can actually drink, she protested. I could tell she was worried I couldn't handle it. In her memory, I didn't even start drinking until my senior year at 18. Fine, cheers. Zhang Fan poured a single glass. I didn't bother with the cup. I just raised my bottle to clink his. He stared at me, stunned. Stick to your glass. I'm chugging the bottle, I said, pointing to my beer. Zhang Fan's jaw hit the floor. Chugging the whole thing on my supposed first try? We were supposed to be friends. There was no need to go this hard. Tong Zishuan stared at me, completely dazed. Back in our past life, whenever she had to go to business dinners and drink, I'd tag along. I'd start by chugging an entire bottle. Anyone with a weak tolerance would run away terrified, because I didn't just chug beer. Hard liquor, wine, you name it. I used to terrify her new clients. Sure, it looked sketchy that she had someone else drinking for her, but I was her husband. It was my job to protect her even at the dinner table. Even her regular clients knew better than to challenge me. Seeing me chug that bottle probably made Tong Zixuan think twice, but she didn't back down. Clearly, she wanted to keep drinking with me. It was obvious she could hold her liquor, but 1 against 2? Only a fool would try that, the second I thought about it. Tong Zixuan flashed a sweet smile. Wait, Zhang Chen, she said. Let's set the rules. Sure, you can chug that bottle first, but the rest are mine. Fine, I shrugged, confident I could outdrink them both. Zhang Fan chimed in. Old Zhang, stop showing off. Since you're talking big, I won't hold back. With that, Zhang Fan started chugging the beer from his glass. I didn't waste time and chugged my bottle. Damn, what is this garbage? Zhang Fan slammed his glass down and complained after 1 drink. Who says alcohol tastes sweet? This is straight up horse piss. Lin Jiawa looked at him skeptically. Are you sure you can actually drink? Course I can. To impress Lin Xiaowa, Zhang Fan poured a second glass. But anyone could see he was already slowing down. But he had no choice. He chose to show off in front of Lin Xiaowa. Since she was watching, backing down wasn't an option. Finally choked down the second glass, reaching his half-bottle mark. He grinned at me. Your turn, old Zhang. Did you finish? But mid-sentence, Zhang Fan stared at me, his eyes wide. I just offered a casual smile. Take your time, no rush. I flipped my bottle upside down, letting only a few drops fall. Shenqian gasped, Jiangchen, you're done? Is this really your first beer? Shenqian stared at me, completely shocked. Even Lin Xia looked amazed. Zhang Fan shook his head. Old Jiang, you are a freak. From what I could tell, Zhang Fan wanted to pace himself, but seeing me down a whole bottle so easily forced his hand. Grab some food first. No rush, I said, dropping some veggies into the hot pot with a smile. Zhang Fan gulped. He looked completely traumatized by that half bottle. Yeah, let's eat first, he mumbled. Whenever you're ready, I'll drink with you for Jiang Chen, Tang Zixuan offered. Zhang Fan eagerly agreed, totally backing down. Go ahead, eat, Shen Qin teased. Jiang Fan, why do you always try to act tough doing things you've never done before? Touched a nerve. Zhang Fan snapped. Once I eat this tripe, we go again. Tang Zixuan grinned. Great, drinking alone is boring anyway. Tang Zixuan waved for another bottle. Lin Xia looked worried. Are you sure you're okay? Don't worry, I can hold my own, Tang Zixuan replied. She laughed, but Zhang Fan caught her words. His hand shook, rattling his glass. You can? Yep, so I'll play fair. I'll drink the 2 cups you owe Jiang Chen. Tang Zixuan slammed back a glass. Deal, Zhang Fan matched her, chugging his. They went glass for glass. With Tang Zixuan's confidence and Zhang Fan's stubborn pride, they kept going forever. Hey, Jiang Chen, aren't you worried about Tang Zixuan? Lin Xihua asked, pointing at her. I shrugged. Trust me, I know she can drink. By the time we finished eating, Zhang Fan waved a weak hand and face planted onto the table. No more, he mumbled. Old Jiang, did you and your girl plot this? You guys are brutal. I'm out. Tang Zixuan smirked. Giving up, I could do 2 more. Tang Zixuan grabbed 2 more bottles. Zhang Fan looked ready to cry. Please spare me. I surrender, okay? Chapter 86. Wait, restroom. Zhang Fan bolted. Losing a bet was fine, but puking at the table wasn't. Puking at the table would be pure social suicide. 10 minutes later, he stumbled back, completely wiping himself out. Jiang Fan, you okay? Shen Qin asked. His face was ghostly pale and he looked like he could barely stand. No, let me lie down, he groaned, face planting onto the table. He looked completely knocked out. Maybe we should stop. We're still students after all, Lin Xiahua said softly. Tang Zixuan shrugged. Hey, he insisted on it. She sighed, then turned her gaze to me. But we still have leftover beer. Hey, Jiang Chen. Drink with me? You're a natural. First time, and you chugged a whole bottle, I scoffed. How do you know it's my first time? I gave her a quiet smile. Lucky guess, she said, raising her glass. So, down the hatch? I didn't mind. We clinked glasses and drank. After a few rounds, judging by her expression, she had a mischief spark. She leaned in close. Want me to teach you how to drink with a girlfriend? I rolled my eyes. Just tell me what you're plotting. It was obvious she was up to no good. Fine, I'm not taking advantage of you, okay? I'm teaching you. We drink like this. She raised her glass, locking her arm with mine. Cheers! Hearing us, Zhang Fan struggled to lift his head. He seemed to recover a bit, his blurry eyes focusing. But when he looked up, he saw something that left him totally speechless. It was hilarious. He set up the movie date and got hit with PDA. Now, even the drinking game he planned turned into this. He was watching us drink crossed arms. Weren't these ideas supposed to help him impress Lin Xiaohua? He sighed and face planted again. I guess he figured he was taking one for the team. Tang Zixuan smiled at me. Jiang Chen, another round. She seemed hooked on the arm-locked drinks, pouring cup after cup. Shen Qin finally protested. Hey, Zixuan, enough. The food's getting cold. You're feeding me and Xiaohua nothing but PDA. Tang Zixuan just smirked. Well, too bad. I noticed Tang Zixuan's eyes going blurry. You're completely wasted. Stop drinking, Lin Xiaohua said, looking at her with pure worry. Drunk? No way, Tang Zixuan mumbled, slurring her words. I drink clients under the table all the time. See, you're talking total gibberish now. Seriously, stop, Lin Xiaohua pleaded. Right then, I snatched the glass away from Tang Zixuan. Her cheeks were already flushed bright red from the alcohol. She was clearly wasted, but it made no sense. We were both regressors and we drank the exact same amount. Why was I completely sober? Yet she was totally out of it. From what I remembered, her tolerance used to be way better than mine. Back then, she handled corporate dinners alone. Tonight, we only had a few beers. There was no way this should have knocked her out. Hey, your girl is wasted, Zhang Fan muttered, lifting his dizzy head. She probably spent so much energy showing off for you that she forgot her limits. Lin Xiaohua shook her head while Shen Qin shrugged, giving Zhang Fan a weird look. Wait, I thought you were passed out? How are you awake? I work out, Zhang Fan boasted. When you're in peak shape, your body burns through alcohol in no time. Even if the initial buzz is brutal, Zhang Fan added, scratching his neck. Hearing the word physique, the puzzle pieces suddenly clicked for me. Thanks to my rebirth, my physical stats were basically superhuman. But Tang Zixuan was still in a 17-year-old body. She knew the tricks, but her organs weren't ready for alcohol. A few beers hit her like a first-timer. So tired, she mumbled, just gonna close my eyes. Tang Zixuan slumped onto the table but apparently found it too hard. She sat up and slumped right against me instead. Our dinner was basically over. Probably go, Lin Xiaohua suggested. Shen Qin and I can take her home. I nodded. Sure, let me pay. I tried to stand up, but Tang Zixuan was literally draped across my lap. I had to wave the waiter over to pay right there. Hey, wake up, Shenqin said, tapping Tang Zixuan's shoulder. Zero response. Lin Xiaohua tried next. Come on, we're taking you home. Let's go, Lin Xiaohua repeated louder. Tang Zixuan flinched and slowly raised her head, eyes totally glassy and out of focus. No, not going, she mumbled, crashing right back down. I'm too tired. Shen Qin whispered, wait, is she faking this? Shen Qin looked suspicious. Anyone could see Tang Zixuan was always looking for excuses to cling to me, but she didn't even react to the comment. Absolutely no response. Lin Xiaohua leaned in, whispering, yeah, she's definitely out cold. Look, Zhang. My bad, man, Zhang Fans muttered, scratching his head. I shouldn't have pushed the drinks. I shook my head. Don't sweat it. I should have stopped her. I looked at the girls. You guys head home. I'll wait with her. Shen Qin gasped. Wait, you're actually taking her home yourself? Judging by her face, she was shocked because I was usually so distant with Tang Zixuan outside of our private tutoring. Yeah, I replied. Seriously, get going. It's late, I confirmed, nodding. Shen Qin let out a sudden mischievous giggle. Fine. She's gonna lose her mind with joy when she wakes up. She probably wanted us gone anyway. Lin Xiaohua claimed her parents were strict and rushed out. Then Zhang Fan offered, hey, I can stay. I'm basically sober now. Trying to be helpful, but the girls absolutely burned him with a dual glare. He froze, realizing he messed up. What? You have plans tonight, Lin Xiaohua stated, leaving no room for argument. Plans? No, I don't, Zhang Fan stammered, completely clueless. If she says you have plans, you have plans. Let's go. Shen Qin snapped, dragging him out. I watched them leave the restaurant. I shook my head, half locking. It was obvious they were wingmanning for Tang Zixuan. Tell me when you're done resting, I murmured to her. I ordered some hot tea. About 10 minutes later, she finally stirred, letting out a soft, groggy stretch. Where is the alcohol? She mumbled, voice barely a whisper. Since I was right next to her, I heard every word. Drink some tea, then we're going home. I handed her the cup. She reached out, but her hand completely missed the table. She grabbed empty air. Laughing, I brought the glass to her lips. Judging by her glazed look, she was still completely loaded. She sipped it like a kitten, then looked up dizzily. Why isn't this booze? Because you're wasted. Come on, let's get you home. Stood up. Then carry me, hubby? She slurred, eyes closed, spreading her arms wide open. Fine. I sighed, crouching down. Perfect. I knew having my hubby with me at these corporate dinners means I'd be safe. She climbed onto my back with a giant grin. I glanced back at her. She was drunk. She still thought we were at a corporate meeting. I stood up, lifting her surprisingly light weight, and walked out. She let out a tiny whimper. What's up? I asked, stopping. Hubby, I'm freezing, she whispered, squeezing my neck tight. Get down for a second. I crouched again. She stood there, swaying so hard she looked ready to face plant. I whipped off my jacket and draped it over her shoulders. Better, much better, she mumbled, wrapping it tight around herself. Hop on then. She climbed back up, her head shifting against my neck, her hair tickling my cheek. Quit squirming, I warned. Comfy. She finally rested her chin on my right shoulder, letting her head tilt to the side. She leaned against me, finding a cozy spot. Hubby, let's walk home, okay? I want you to stay with me longer, she murmured, half asleep. I glanced down at her, confused. Her eyes stayed shut, her breath smelling faintly of sweet wine. Besides, home isn't even that far, she added. Tang Zixuan muttered. I rolled my eyes. She was completely acting like we were still in our past life, running our Fortune 500 company. Back then, she controlled everything. But now she was calling me hubby without realizing we were just high schoolers. Plus, our school was miles from her house. Hubby, why aren't you moving? Don't you want to carry me? Are you throwing your wife away? She whined, noticing I was standing completely still. The swan whimpered, staring at me with puppy dog eyes. How could I ever not want you? I smiled. The walk's gonna be pretty long this time, though. Rest and sleep for a bit. Zixuan nodded obediently, resting her head back on my shoulder. I kept walking down the freezing winter street. Even though my damp jacket was draped over Zixuan, I didn't feel cold. My body was way stronger than normal thanks to my post-rebirth wish. Thinking about the 3 wishes before my rebirth, I looked at her face with mixed emotions. I'd made 3 wishes for myself, and they'd actually come true. But Zixuan had made 3 wishes about me instead. Judging by her grades, she did worse than back in school. And looking at her health, her alcohol tolerance was worse than before. All these things I'd improved on myself seemed to have actually gotten worse for Zixuan. Looking at Zixuan's peaceful face made my chest tighten. My mind drifted back to when I first woke up in this new timeline. I thought keeping my distance was for her own good, trying to avoid catching feelings. But then she showed up, completely determined to win me back. Completely broke down my walls, making me want to try again. They say guys are always half a beat slower when it comes to love. I felt that deeply. I thought keeping my distance was protecting Zixuan, but I finally realized that staying together and fighting for our future together was the real happiness I wanted. Silly girl, I whispered, kissing her cheek. She shifted her head uncomfortably. Babe, I think I had a dream, Zixuan mumbled. What was it? I asked. I dreamed of endless work. I didn't even have time for you. Juan sounded so defeated. And then, I asked, then I gave up on the company. I thought if I ever got another chance, definitely make you support me. I don't want to try anymore. Zixuan whined pitifully. I smiled. Fine, I'll take care of you. I nodded. You're the best, Zixuan said. I know you're probably lying, but just hearing you say it makes me so happy. Juan stuck out her tongue. In her drunken mind, we were still in our past lives. I kept walking toward her apartment. Gradually, Zixuan's voice faded, replaced by soft, steady breathing. Almost an hour later, I finally carried her to her neighborhood entrance. Stopped. Zixuan sleepily rubbed her eyes. Wait, Jiangchen, why are you carrying me? Because you literally asked me to? I chuckled, amused. Oh right, Zixuan mumbled, clearly too drunk to remember. But realizing she was wrapped around my back, she seemed thrilled. In our past life, she'd always act spoiled and demand piggyback rides after business dinners. After enjoying the ride, Zixuan's face suddenly fell. Jiangchen, did I say anything crazy while I was drunk? She looked anxious, probably terrified she'd brought up our past lives when I'd clearly avoided it before. Yeah, I teased. You did. Decided to mess with her. You said you were going to tell me your other two wishes from that dream. I really did? Zixuan tilted her head, her eyes darting toward me. Anyone could hear the pure panic in her voice. If you did, why are you so nervous? I asked, getting curious. Because I'm afraid you'll think it's too cheesy. Zixuan stuck out her tongue. So what are they? I asked, my curiosity spiking. Wait, didn't you say I already told you? The swan realized I was bluffing. Right when you were about to spill, I said smoothly, you passed right back out. Oh, thank God, as long as I didn't tell you. She let out a massive sigh of relief, but then she quickly narrowed her eyes. Since I didn't say it then, I'm definitely not saying it now, Zixuan declared. Especially to you. Wow, that afraid of me knowing? I teased. I couldn't help but chuckle. It's not like that. They're all about you anyway. Just stop asking, okay? If they actually come true, they'll definitely benefit you. I promise. Zixuan raised 4 fingers, swearing on it. All right, let's get you home. I shrugged and dropped it. I had no idea what those other 2 wishes were, but I was absolutely certain of one thing. Xuan would never do anything to hurt me. She licked her dry lips. Usually, the first thing you want after waking up drunk is water. I'll go grab some. I went to the corner store and bought a green tea. Wait, not water? Zixuan stared at the green bottle. She shot me a suspicious look. Tea helps you sober up, I said calmly. Zixuan let out a breath. Oh, thank God, you scared me. Zixuan patted her chest. I thought you were hinting that you were cheating on me. She chugged half the bottle, letting out a satisfied sigh. Remembering I'd had a few drinks too, she handed me the bottle. You should have some too. The hangover doesn't always hit you immediately, but you'll definitely get a headache later. I nodded and chugged the rest of the bottle in one go. Zixuan smiled warmly. Perfect. Jiangchen, you finally kissed me. Think about it, we drank from the same bottle. Rounded up, that basically counts as mouth to mouth. Zixuan laughed. I lightly tapped her forehead. That is not the same. Yeah, I know it's not. So, are we actually doing this? Tang Zixuan bit his lip, staring at me. I rolled my eyes. Go home. Don't forget where we are, I warned. Tang Zixuan froze, realizing it was near his place. Getting caught meant dead meat with his parents. From what I could tell, Tang Zixuan instantly dropped the idea. See you next time, he said, staring at me like he couldn't bear to leave. I nodded and walked away, leaving Tang Zixuan to sigh and head back into his neighborhood. Judging by his clingy vibe, he hated how short our time was. He probably wanted us together 24/7. Suddenly, he turned around for a sneak peek. Tang Zixuan walked through the gates. He glanced back toward the street. Right then, our eyes locked. He looked thrilled, but before he could celebrate, I turned and walked away. Still, there was no denying it. It was obvious he knew I was watching him. The second he got home, my phone buzzed with a text. You were watching me, right? Yeah, I was, I texted back. He quickly replied, so you totally like me, don't even try to deny it. Shot back. I was just worried you were still drunk and might face plant on the sidewalk. Still means you care, Tang Zixuan insisted. I replied, I walked you home. If you get hurt on my watch, or fake a fall, I'd have to pay up. Anyone could tell he was fuming that I basically accused him of scamming me. Back home, my computer was still on, showing the dating site. My dad, Zhang Xinhua, had a new profile view, a 35-year-old woman. She was divorced with a 7-year-old son. Curiously, I clicked her profile, but the moment her photo loaded, I froze. She looked exactly like the woman next to my dad in the old photo on his nightstand. She looked like my mother. Based on his calm attitude, he didn't seem to care about the woman who looked like my mom. He just went to work as usual. He never mentioned her, and I didn't bring it up. If my dad actually liked her, I knew he'd eventually talk to me. Our 3-day break was almost over. I was chill, but Tang Zixuan was absolutely freaking out, spamming my phone. What if I totally bombed the exam? That night, Tang Zixuan sent a dozen texts just like that. Do better next time, I replied. He texted back, but if I bomb it, my mom's sending me to cram school. She won't let you tutor me anymore. Tang Zixuan sent a crying face. I shot back. Your fault for not studying earlier. I worked so hard. January was literal hell. Just as I went to reply, my dad, Zhang Xinhua, walked to my door. Dad? I asked. What's up? I asked, hiding my phone. He hesitated. That dating website, I think I found someone pretty nice. My dad scratched his head, looking totally embarrassed. You said we could meet up, right? I'm off tomorrow. I wanted to laugh. Clearly, he hadn't ignored her. He was just waiting for his day off. All right, I'll set up the meeting for you. I nodded and opened my laptop. The dating site coordinates everything. If both parties agree, they arrange the meeting. Customer service sends the details. With our request submitted, I could only wait. Meanwhile, final exam grades were about to drop. So, is it done? My dad asked, looking anxious. I smiled. They'll text her. We just have to wait a bit. Dad, you look totally stressed out, I teased. My dad admitted, yeah, maybe a little. My dad was always too honest. He nodded. You know me, Chen, if you hadn't pushed me, I'd never do this. My only dream is seeing you succeed. His words were simple, but I knew they came straight from the Dad, I've got my life planned out. I'll finish high school, get into a top college, and start my career. That's all I could ever ask for, my dad said, getting emotional. Most parents preach about maturity, but few kids listen. Since my future is set, I smiled at my dad. You need a plan for your own life, too. I don't want my dad being single forever. He laughed, shaking his head. Are you seriously mocking my dating life, kid? Just a casual coffee date, I reminded him, wanting him to relax. If it works, great. If not, no big deal. Exactly. No pressure. I turned back to the screen, trying to ease his nerves. My dad nodded. True, but still over 40. Going on blind dates at my age feels embarrassing, my dad said, blushing. Just try once. I smiled. I laughed as a notification pinged on my laptop. I checked the screen and turned to my dad. Hey, Dad. She agreed. Tomorrow at 3 p.m. at Serenity Cafe. Okay. I need to find something decent to wear, my dad mumbled. Don't want to look sloppy. He hurried out to check his closet. I smiled. Fixing my dad's biggest regret felt amazing. That was the whole point of my rebirth. The next day, I headed back to school for report cards. The hallways were packed. No one knew their grades until the classroom doors opened and we saw our desks. Suddenly, someone yelled, "Hey, Zhang, over here!" Zhang Fan spotted me, waving frantically. He glanced around before leaning in close. So you shaking yet? Grades decide if breaks for gaming or pure torture. It's a matter of life and death. I shrugged. Not really. Zhang Fan shrugged his shoulders. Damn, why would I ask if you're nervous? Then Zhang Fan smacked his own face. My grades were always top of the class this semester. Seeking comfort from me was just stupid. Suddenly, someone tapped my shoulder. I did not even have to look to know who it was. Are you nervous? Tang Zixuan bounced in front of me. Well, Tang Zixuan? I think you asked the wrong person, Zhang Fan said seriously. Do you think old Zhang is scared of failing? Has he even messed up once this semester? That is not what I meant. Tang Zixuan pouted and leaned close to my ear. I was asking if you are nervous about my grades failing. That would be a total disaster. What kind of disaster? I teased her. Well, if I fail, it means your tutoring was useless, Tang Zixuan said. That is on you for not paying attention. I shot back, rolling my eyes at her. Study, I really did, Tang Zixuan argued. Besides, if I fail, my mom won't let you tutor me this winter. That's your huge loss. What exactly do I lose? I asked on purpose. Tang Zixuan looked confused. Did you forget? You teach me literature. And I teach you how to romance. Since you taught me, but I can't teach you, you are losing out. Only she could say that with a straight face. At 8:10, our teacher, Ms. Zhang, walked in. The noisy hallway went dead silent. Get inside. I already texted your scores to your parents. Ms. Zhang opened the classroom door, and everyone rushed to their seats in a panic. I was the only one who remained completely calm. Aren't you even curious about your score? Tang Zixuan asked. She leaned over to check my grades first, but after just one look, from what I could tell, she looked totally crushed. 746, nearly perfect. Why did she even look? No matter how much she improved, she could never reach my score. It was obvious that she was already numb to my academic performance. The only thing keeping her going, belief that my success was partly due to her help. How did you do? I glanced at her. Me? She grabbed her report card. Her science score was decent, English was okay, and math was actually great, but her literature grade was a total disaster. I only got 105 in literature. Tang Zixuan groaned, looking completely deflated. Although she improved since her first exam, she was still 20 points lower than the time she cheated off of me. Isn't this score pretty normal for you? I asked. It is normal, but compared to my cheated score, it looks terrible, she groaned. Anyone could see she was stressing. If she failed this final, and her mom banned my tutoring, we wouldn't see each other all winter. A whole month without seeing each other? I figured it would drive her crazy. But of course, her worst nightmare came true. Her phone vibrated twice inside her bag. She sneaked it under her desk. It was a new text message. The sender was her mom. Jiang Chung, my mom just texted me. Tang Zixuan whimpered, looking at me with a sad face. Our teacher already sent the grades to everyone's parents. If her mom saw her score drop from 120 to barely 100, she was doomed. Judging by her face, she regretted cheating off me. She could never keep up with my insane scores anyway. It is just a text, I said calmly. But I did so bad. My mom will kill me and she definitely won't let you tutor me. Tang Zixuan rested her chin on the desk. She looked completely lifeless. How do you know she won't let me tutor you? I asked. What do you mean by that? Tang Zixuan slowly looked up at me. If she really thought you got worse, don't you think the teacher would have called you out by now? I glanced at Ms. Zhang at the podium. She was busy scolding Zhang Fan and some other boys. You guys, we are a key high school. Look at your final exam scores. We are behind everyone, even the second-tier schools. The college entrance exam is next year. And you still don't care. It was clear that the boys knew to keep quiet. Wait, you're right, Tang Zixuan whispered, nodding in agreement. If Ms. Zhang thought she got worse, she'd be standing up there getting scolded too. Look at Tang Zixuan, Ms. Zhang suddenly said, turning to her. Tang Zixuan looked ready to cry, clearly convinced she was indeed one of the bad examples. Look at her scores when she first transferred here. 60s. But to her surprise, Ms. Zhang wasn't criticizing her. But after that, she scored 120 on the monthly exam. And she got over 100 on the finals, keeping her grades stable. Why can't you guys learn from her? Tang Zixuan froze. Not only was she not criticized, she was praised as a model of rapid improvement. You only scored 120 once, I said quietly. She seemed to realize it instantly. 120 was a one-time thing. Usually, her grades were pretty bad. Both teachers and parents probably thought that high score was a fluke, and her real level was the 60s. So getting 100 definitely progress. Especially my mom, she said excitedly. She knows how awful my literature was at the start of this semester. Don't look at my 60s score when I first transferred. Back at my old school, even if the test was out of 100, I never even passed. I rolled my eyes. It seemed like she was the only one in the classroom celebrating her past terrible grades. Let me see what she texted. She quickly opened the message. How is it? I asked, glancing over, though I couldn't see her screen from my angle. She smiled. Did she say yes? I asked. After all, I really wanted us to spend winter break together. Not only did she agree, but she wants me to bring you to her shop today. If our teacher wasn't in the room, she probably would have jumped on me. After praising Tang Zixuan's progress and me for keeping my #1 spot, our teacher assigned winter homework and announced break. But since First High is a boarding school, we still had to clean our dorms after lunch. Tang Zixuan grinned, telling me we should head out right after. We were going to Wen Xinlan's phone company. I agreed. At 2:30 p.m., my dad left 30 minutes early. He hadn't dressed up like this in ages. He took a bus to the quiet cafe, wearing a dusty old gray suit and tie. An assembly line worker like him almost never needed formal clothes. He got off 10 minutes later. Adjusting his tie at the door, he took a breath and went in, thinking about how I, his son, set this up. My dad smiled helplessly. Getting set up by your own kid is kind of a joke, but I could tell it warmed his heart a little. Scanning for a seat, my dad spotted a woman in a bright red coat. The matchmaker said that's what she'd be wearing. Hi, are you Sun Guru? My dad asked. The woman in the red coat turned. Judging by her face, his job made him totally unworthy. I am, he said. He rubbed his hands, looking totally lost. He hadn't dated anyone since my mom passed away, so he was incredibly nervous. Now that we're here, let's get straight to the point, Sun Guru said, giving my dad a cold glance. But I saw your file. We both have kids and want a fresh start, she said. My dad nodded. Yes, that's right. Before my dad could even finish, Sun Guru crossed her legs. So, what's your financial situation like? She asked. Do you own property? I have an old factory apartment, my dad replied. It's scheduled for demolition and relocation within the next 2 years. He was honest. A relocation property? That's actually pretty good, she said. From what I could tell, she seemed satisfied. What about your job? He replied. I'm a factory worker, currently a shift leader. There's room for promotion, he added. Sun Guru frowned. To someone like her, factory work was clearly not a respectable career. All that overtime for a basic salary. Besides, factory promotions are usually just a scam to trick people into working more. Plus, factories were doing massive layoffs. If my dad lost his job, he'd be broke. He didn't have the degree to easily find something else. Funguru hid her annoyance, choosing to brag instead. Actually, I'm a financial consultant for a major phone company. She took a slow sip of her coffee. My dad smiled bitterly. It was obvious her job sounded way better than his. You probably don't know what that means, she smirked, flipping her hair. I analyze the mobile market and advise the executives on trends. I don't know much about that, my dad admitted, looking completely embarrassed. Honestly, Mr. Jiang, your job is a joke, but you have that property. So I guess we're barely even, she sneered, looking at my dad's flushing face. She was totally enjoying his embarrassment. Don't take it personally. It's a blind date, so we have to be upfront, my dad nodded. Right, of course. They had no history, and as adults in their late 30s, nobody was looking for a sweet, mushy fairy tale romance. Getting married in your 20s is about love. Doing it in your 40s is just about survival. But since you're fine with that, let's be real, she said. You already know we're not in the same league. If we marry and you put my name on that new property deed, I'm down. My dad frowned. Both our names? Why? Isn't it normal to share a deed after marriage? She snapped, sensing his hesitation. No way, my dad replied. That house is for my son. His name goes on it or he'll never afford to get married. He sounded dead serious. Are you out of your mind? She scoffed. Your son is 18. He's practically an adult. Why are you still coddling him? You don't even have the money for that. Kids these days are just ungrateful. Most kids are freeloaders. My dad took a deep breath. Excuse me, Miss Son, but my son is my world. He's brilliant, top of his class, and always helps me. He's not ungrateful, she sneered. So basically, you refuse to put this house toward our marriage? That's not what I meant, he argued. We can live there, but the legal owner must be my son. And if we divorce, I get absolutely nothing, she snapped. My dad shrugged. If we're faithful, we won't divorce. We should be fine, she scoffed. Should be? No way. I don't buy that. We literally just met. Why would I trust you? She narrowed her eyes at him. Mr. Zhang, you're 40 and still slaving away on an assembly line. Don't you see the gap? I know you're a big shot advisor. My job doesn't compare, but my dad stood up. If you're only after my house, I'm out. Oh, getting defensive now? She stood up too. Without that house, look at our careers. Do you honestly think you're worthy of me? I'm not. My dad swallowed. Giving away my house meant he'd rather stay single forever. Uncle, let's get out of here. A girl's voice suddenly cut in. My dad spun around. Hang Zixuan and me. My dad looked totally shocked. Why were we even there? Funguiru's eyes went wide. My classmate Zixuan snapped, listen to me, consultant son. You're fired, you're jobless, and you sure as hell don't deserve my dad's brother, Zixuan barked. Sun Giru gasped, frozen. Judging by her face, she was stunned. See, she worked for Zixuan's parents at Vanke. She never expected Zixuan here, firing her. You're joking, right? Why would your mom fire me? Sun Guru stammered, forcing a fake smile. See for yourself, Zixuan sneered, tossing her phone over. She had already texted her mom that Sun was completely useless. Boan used some crazy sharp logic to prove Sun's research was absolute garbage. Her mom bought it immediately. It was obvious why she agreed. Zixuan's analysis made their professional consultant look like a joke. I worked hard on those reports, Sun whined. From what I could tell, she actually felt wronged. Still, even Sun knew Zixuan's market analysis was way better. You think I got you fired just for that? Zixuan pouted. Then why? Sun gasped. It was obvious she'd never intentionally crossed the boss's daughter before. Because you disrespected my dad's brother, Zixuan snapped. Wait, him? He's your uncle? Sun gasped, turning to my dad, but my dad was completely lost. My dad knew I might drop by, but he had no clue my classmate had this kind of power. Of course he is. He's my classmate's dad, Zixuan declared. Honestly, she probably wanted to call him dad, too. Your classmate? Him? Sun finally locked her eyes on me. I nodded. Zixuan added, my mom wants him to tutor me. If you pick a fight with his dad, we can't hire him. A perfect excuse. Sun looked ready to cry. Anyone could see she regretted talking that way. At our age, a guy and girl being this close usually meant we were dating, which meant her boss would basically be her in-law. Anyone could see the regret eating her alive. Uncle, let's go, Zixuan told my dad. You don't deserve her, she doesn't deserve you. Thanks, Zixuan, my dad said. I nodded. Dad, wait sice with Zixuan. I have a little business to settle. All right, we'll go, Zixuan said. They left, and I turned my stare right back to Sun. Zixuan and I had watched the whole train wreck. After school, I wanted to spy on his date, so we came here. Zixuan was curious and just wanted to cling to me anyway, so she tagged along. We saw every single painful moment of this blind date from start to finish. Now that we were alone, Sun forced a fake smile. Judging by her face, she thought she could fix this. I shrugged. Just one thing, I heard you work in finance at Vanke, right? She nodded. So you know the market? I asked. Of course, that's basic, she replied. If you're judging my dad by his job and salary, then you really don't deserve him, I sneered. Sun frowned. She took it from Zixuan because she's the boss's kid, but who was I to lecture her? You think your salary is a lot? I scoffed, pulling out my phone to show her my dad's futures account. Second she saw the screen, her face turned pale. Those futures were worth 7 figures. Why was a millionaire working an assembly line? It seemed like her mind was blown. Blows the attitude, you aren't even worthy of him. I spat, turning my back on her. Once I walked out, my dad sighed. Son, let's avoid online dating. It's too sketchy. Uncle, did you meet her online? Zixwan asked. Yeah, my dad sighed. No women in my factory group, and my son insisted. Well, that's on you then, Zixwan said, glaring at me. Online dating is sketchy. You need to know someone like us. My dad looked confused. Oh, don't get me wrong, Uncle. Just an example, Zixwan blurted out, turning red. Relationships need a foundation, some common ground. My dad smiled warmly. It's fine, I'm used to being single. Dad, it's my bad, I said, trying to help Zixwan change the subject. No big deal, son, my dad laughed. It was obvious Zixwan was anxious to leave, probably realizing she'd talked too much. Yeah, we should go. He still has to talk to my mom about tutoring, Zixwan squeaked, obviously